Wāhinga roto tamata wairua tapu rire hau pai marire. Mai te tupua, mai te tapito. Hara mai koe whē, hara mai koe tū whakaotini, koe tū whakaotiranga. O koutou manawa ki o mātou manawa he tāna ka iri hia. Whāno, hara mai te tōki haumi hui taiki. Ko te kupu tuatahi ko te wehe ki te atua nāna rā tātou i whakawhaiti mai runga i te ora me te pai. I hui a mai rā i runga i te reo karanga o te whare wānanga o Waikato ki ngō tātou rangatira. Tau mai nei ki runga i te kaupapa o te rā, ana e toi haka nei i runga i tō tātou Waikato Management School, te raupapa. Te reira, nau mai, piki mai, kake mai. Nau mai e ngā manipiri tuarangi. E rongo ake nei, ko koe tēnā, e herena kraka. Hoki mai ki Waikato Tainui. Hoki mai ki te pāhu. Hoki mai ki te kingitanga. Hoki mai ki te whare wānanga o Waikato. Nei tō tātou rangatira, te Aomarangi, a Matt Bolger, te tamaiti o tō tātou rangatira o te wā. The Right Honourable Jim Bolger, a nei tana tama e whakatau ake nei a koutou. Hare mai. Hare mai me ngā tini aitua, me ngā tini matai wainga nui a koutou. E ai te kōrero i kure i tangihi he mai aroha ki a rātou ko menea ki te pō. No reira e ngā tangi, e ngā mate. Haere atu rā, oki. Kia hoki mai ki a tātou e pai nei raro i ngā mana ki ta ngātou runga rawa. Tēnā koutou. Nau mai, i runga i te reo karanga, o te tumuaki o te whare wānanga o Waikato, a Neil Quigley. Nau mai, ki runga, i te papa whenua o Ngāti Wairere, e whakatau ake nei a koutou. Tēnā koutou, he wai. Kupu whakaotinga ki a rātou ko mene hia nei ki te pō, āpiti hono tātai hono rātou te hunga wairua ki a rātou moe mai. Āpiti hono tātai te kanuhi o rei hui nei raro i te reo karanga o te kaupapa o te rā, tēnā koutou, arā, tēnā tātou, ka huri.
Kia ora tātou, haere mai ki te whare wānanga o Waikato, haere mai ki te raupapa, and welcome to the 2022 New Zealand Economics Forum, brought to you by the University of Waikato and the Waikato Management School, Te Raupapa. As you know from the program ahead of us, we have a great couple of days where we're going to be traversing a lot of topics in a world that's frankly facing a lot of challenges on many fronts. It's a very strong program. Unfortunately, of course, we can't be here face to face, but it does mean that we've got a live stream going out to a much broader audience. Before I hand across to Neil Quigley, the Vice-Chancellor, to formally open this forum, on the screen where you're watching the live stream, please connect with the Slido app or the technology. You can feed through your questions. The moderators over the next 2 days will be able to see those questions come through, and so they'll be able to feed those through to the different panellists we've got over the next 2 days. My name is Matt Bolger. I'm the Pro-Vice-Chancellor of the Waikato Management School, and I'll be the host over the next 2 days. Now, to formally open the 2022 New Zealand Economics Forum, I'd like to hand over to the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Waikato, Professor Neil Quigley.
Rangi e tū, papa e te koutou, te whariariki o pa tātou te wherawheru, pai māriri. Ngā te wairiri, e taki, ngā mihi nui. E rā rangatira mā huri noa e te matu, tēnā rā koutou katoa. Greetings everyone, welcome and thank you all for attending the second University of Waikato Economic Forum. The current economic environment is very complex, and so the discussions in this forum assume a particular importance. More so because we have a great lineup of speakers who are in each case both well-known leaders in their field and able to provide a wide range of perspectives on the current economic environment and the challenges that it presents. To set the scene, I'd like to take just a few minutes to reflect on the complexity of this current environment that we find ourselves in. The COVID pandemic has created both a demand shock and a supply shock to the economy. The demand shock's been managed to a large extent by fiscal policy, with large-scale government spending on wage subsidies and investment designed to stimulate economic activity. Of course, the government response has not been costless, and in particular, public debt has increased substantially. The supply shock has reduced our capacity to produce goods and services in some, but not all, sectors. It's particularly apparent in the labour market following the closure of the border and the inability over a 2-year period to import both short-term and long-term workers, as well as supply chain disruption and, of course, significant increases in the prices of many imported goods. A second area that's particularly noticeable in the economy at present is that there have been significant relative price adjustments over the past 2 years. While some of those price changes are relative, domestic and international supply chain disruptions and the closure of the border mean that we face a real danger of inflationary pressure becoming widespread and feeding through into inflationary expectations, with consequent implications for wage and salary expectations, of course. Up to this point, there's been some upward pressure on non-tradables inflation, that is domestic inflation, particularly in wage and salary increases, but the change has been mostly in tradables inflation. Remember that we're coming off a decade in which tradables inflation was muted or at times negative, and even changes in oil prices were swamped by a wider trend for imported goods and services prices to stay static or in some cases decline, at least in nominal terms. It's not clear over what period or even if the forces that drove that period of subdued tradable inflation will re-emerge, which puts more pressure on our ability to manage non-tradable inflation. GDP in New Zealand and our major trading partners is now higher than before the pandemic. But while some sectors have done and are doing extremely well, in others it certainly does not feel as though we're in the midst of a strong recovery at this point. Indeed, a recovery at all. The country's annual trade services balance has gone from an almost $4 billion surplus at the end of 2019 to an over $4 billion deficit now, an $8 billion hole. And this has occurred essentially because New Zealand has written off two enormous foreign exchange earners, tourism and international education. And of course, in those sectors affected by tourism and education, the implications of that change are enormous. So I'd just like to briefly touch on a few of the implications of this environment and some of the things that you'll be hearing about from our subsequent speakers. One topic of conversation will be about our attempts to manage inflation over the next period of time. So one of the things we know is that the neutral interest rate at the moment is lower than it was in the past, due in significant part to a global glut of savings. In addition, there's a lot more debt in the markets that will be affected by interest rate movements, including, of course, in relation to mortgages. So interest rates probably don't need to move as far as they did in the past to have the required effect on dampening inflationary expectations. You'll be hearing more about that later in the forum from the Governor of the Reserve Bank, Adrian Orr. Labour market shortages are, in some minds, anticipating to be relieved reasonably quickly with the announcement of the opening of the border. But one of the things we know, and I see this from the perspective of the education sector, is that having had our border closed for 2 years means that it's not easy for Immigration New Zealand to quickly turn around to be acting in the way that they were before the COVID pandemic hit. I think that means that labour market shortages and our ability to bring in international students and other key aspects of our economy are going to take some time to return to what we were used to in the past. A further significant area of discussion in the forum, which I think is obvious to all of us as a really important issue in our current economy and society, is the way in which the COVID pandemic, all of the price changes and the responses to the pandemic have affected inequality. And I think we are all aware of the implications of that, particularly as the wealth of those who own houses has increased relative to other people in our society. And finally, I'll mention the social, psychological and political implications of the pandemic and the public health response. While in this forum we'll be focused on the economic issues, I hope that a future forum will focus on some of those wider implications of the pandemic and our response to it, because I think it's apparent to all of us that things in New Zealand have changed substantially as a result of the pandemic. The way in which people think, their attitudes, and the way in which we are talking about them have all changed. And I think it's really important, once we have just a little bit of distance between us and the worst of the pandemic, that we have that conversation. Can I close just by thanking the conference organisers for all the work that they've done to pull this together and for their perseverance in having the forum despite the constraints of needing to do it online, and to thank all of the speakers for their perseverance in sticking with us as we moved to online and being willing to continue to participate. We look forward to all of the discussions. It's a great lineup of speakers, and I'm sure it's going to be a very lively discussion. Thanks to all of you once again for joining us at this forum.
Kia ora, Neil, thank you. So I'm joined here by a special guest for the next 2 days, Stephen Joyce, former Minister of Finance, former Minister of many things. It's great to have you here. So as you know, we've got a big program ahead. You'll be moderating several of the sessions yourself. We're touching on everything from health, education, Māori economy, traditional fare of monetary and fiscal policy, What are the big themes that you're looking at over the next couple of days?
I think we're almost operating at about two levels here. We're actually dealing with the economic issues in each sector. So you've got the health sector, which we know has got big challenges, education sector, the Māori economy, business more generally. So we're dealing with those, and a lot of those today. And then we're also dealing with the macroeconomic, which sort of is over the top of everything. And as Neil mentioned, we're dealing with the inflation challenges, which are out in front of us, frankly, I think, at this point. So we have tomorrow, we have a panel with monetary policy. We also have the Reserve Bank Governor tomorrow, fresh out of the monetary policy statement on Wednesday. So he'll be very interesting. Fiscal policy as well tomorrow. And of course, you're about to have Treasury Secretary Caroline McLeish as well, who will no doubt have her views on where we're at and how we're going. So I'm looking forward to it. I think it's really important to have these conversations at a time like this where we have a lot of forced change caused by, firstly, the pandemic, but there's other events in the world, of course, Ukraine and so on. And it's important we make that as wide a dialogue as possible. So I'd encourage everybody to get in and ask their questions. The moderators are all ready to have those questions and air those questions with the presenters. And we're going to have as much of a two-way conversation over the next 2 days as possible with the technology, which is pretty good.
Brilliant. Thank you, Stephen. So a timely reminder, please do look at that Slido app, get the questions coming through. They'll appear on a screen for us here in the studio. Big morning. We're about to be joined by Dr. Caroline McLeish, followed by a session on health. And then former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Helen Clark, will join us, and then on through the afternoon. So a fantastic day ahead. Without any further ado, I am going to introduce our first speaker. So we're joined now by Dr. Caroline McLeish. She heads New Zealand's Treasury as Secretary and Chief Executive, comes from a background leading Treasury functions in Australia, and earlier in her career had worked in Washington DC at the World Bank, also at the International Red Cross and at Boston Consulting Group. So a long distinguished career. We now hand over to you, Caroline, and we'll see if the technology works and you can beam in live.
Thank you very much, Matt. And tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to join you today, and to our hosts at the University of Waikato for bringing us together. It's a great occasion. I will just move to sharing my screen presentation. Now, can you see that?
Yes, we're all good.
Very good. So this morning, I would like to make a few observations on the economy, which has been resilient, in part thanks to the strong economic and health response to COVID. But we are seeing some shorter-term issues around capacity and inflation, as well as longer-term issues, including a higher debt position. So, how do we address these? What are the trade-offs we face? And the three goals of fiscal policy: improving living standards, macroeconomic stability, and fiscal sustainability. So with those questions in mind, what I'd like to do is outline some of the three big choices that New Zealand faces around fiscal policy. So let's start with the economy and how the Treasury is seeing that. We're now in year 3 of the pandemic. COVID-19 has caused severe disruption in some sectors and for some businesses and people. But overall, the economy has proven resilient to date. We've seen unprecedented volatility in quarterly GDP, as you can see here, but overall, the level of economic activity is now starting to approach the pre-COVID trend, and it's also stronger than in many other advanced economies. Government spending, monetary policy have played central roles in this resilience. Among the really remarkable aspects of the COVID-19 downturn is the nature of the supply shocks. Lockdowns shut both production and consumption in many industries, and subsequent catch-up production has not been possible in the same way as catch-up demand. In addition, the availability of workers has been impacted by border restrictions. Global supply chains have been severely disrupted, which is constraining businesses' ability to meet demand. But the resilience of the economy and the tightness of supply are especially evident in labour markets. So we've seen unemployment underutilisation at below pre-pandemic levels across all ethnicities, as well as for women and youth, although existing disparities do remain. Importantly, participation in the labour force has held up, unlike some other advanced countries. Border restrictions have contributed to the tight labour market as industries experiencing skill shortages have been less able to access international workers. But in some cases, border restrictions have cushioned the blow to the labour market. For example, while retail and accommodation experienced some of the highest falls in employment in the 2 years to last December, this was offset by the falls in working holiday visa holders, who comprise about a quarter of the jobs in accommodation and food services. So resilient demand combined with interrupted supply has brought inflationary pressures. Inflation has risen overseas for similar reasons, and global inflation is also impacting New Zealand, with fuel prices being the greatest driver of inflation, as you can see here. At the onset of COVID-19, central banks in New Zealand and overseas reduced interest rates. This supported consumption and employment, and it also boosted asset prices, exacerbating wealth inequalities between those with and without assets. With inflation on the rise, central banks in New Zealand and overseas have either started lifting interest rates or signalled that they will, and this will have a dampening effect on asset prices. In New Zealand, we've already seen the housing market start to slow, which we forecast to continue. We're expecting inflation to peak in March 22 and ease over the coming years as conditions normalise. While the economy overall has been surprisingly resilient, COVID-19 has driven some real shifts in the economy's structure, some of which have fueled inflation as relative prices change. You can see here a breakdown of economic growth that shows government consumption playing a really strong role in supporting demand. Residential investment and, to a lesser extent, private consumption have also grown strongly, supported by rising house prices. Imports, exports of services have fallen dramatically, of course, alongside the lack of international travel. And so businesses that are reliant on overseas tourists or students are really struggling. New Zealanders have also substituted away from services into consuming durable goods. People are buying new cars and kitchens instead of taking their overseas holidays. And that same switch from services to goods is happening globally, which is boosting commodity prices. Our key exporters are experiencing high prices for their products, and in terms of trade are at their highest in more than 100 years. Consumer spending, we also see shifts there from in-person to online, and the increase in working from home has changed consumption patterns within cities. But despite all this disruption and all these really significant shifts, we don't see evidence of widespread scarring to date. And some of the longer-term trends that New Zealand has faced have persisted, such as growing terms of trade and low productivity growth. Today, we're facing into rising cases of the Omicron variant. It's disrupting both demand and supply through worker absences and individual efforts to avoid illness rather than via lockdowns. Our analysis at Treasury suggests that Omicron will reduce March quarter GDP by about 1.5 to 2 percentage points. However, international experience suggests that Omicron waves peak quickly and that economic activity rebounds relatively rapidly. So, pandemic has shown us time and again how quickly the outlook can change. Main uncertainty continues to be COVID-19, but New Zealand remains in a strong position to withstand some of the risks and challenges ahead, with among the most robust economic performance in advanced countries through the pandemic, but also low levels of government debt relative to peers. So that takes me to my next part of this presentation, fiscal policy. So fiscal policy has played a central role in the resilience of the economy through the pandemic to date. Wage subsidy, other economic supports have helped keep people in jobs and businesses running. Funding enabled an effective health response, and increases to benefits and other welfare spend have supported vulnerable people. New Zealand had one of the largest and also the most timely fiscal responses among advanced economies. This was made easier by Crown balance sheet, strong Crown balance sheet entering into the pandemic, which was supported by a firm commitment across successive governments over many years to fiscal sustainability. Debt has risen dramatically, although the increase is close to the OECD average and far less than originally predicted, as you can see here, thanks largely to the resilience of the economy. Back at the start of the pandemic, Treasury's view was that the choices for fiscal policy were relatively clear. Given the extreme nature of the shock, a swift and strong fiscal response was required. The risks of providing too little support when it was needed far outweighed providing too much support if not needed. But looking ahead, the choices for fiscal policy entail a more considered balance across the three key goals of fiscal policy: improving living standards, macroeconomic stability, and fiscal sustainability. So as mentioned at the start, I wanted to highlight three areas where governments face choices in setting fiscal policy that we believe are particularly relevant for the period ahead, and noting also that they're not exhaustive, of course. So these are the weight that's placed on macroeconomic stability versus other living standards, objectives, prudent debt versus prudent investment, and fiscal versus other government policies. I'll outline briefly the ways in which Treasury aims to surface the trade-offs that are inherent in these choices in our advice to ministers, who are, of course, ultimately responsible for weighing the options and making decisions. So first, weight placed on macroeconomic stability objectives. So that the main focus of fiscal policy is raising revenue, allocating spending in a way that lifts living standards. Fiscal policy enables short-term, long-term investments in schools, hospitals, roads, social environmental services, and essential infrastructure, for example. Macroeconomic conditions such as inflation, state of the labour market, exchange rates, they also matter in setting fiscal policy, but they're only one factor and need to be balanced against other objectives. Governments have choices about balancing macroeconomic conditions now with shaping long-term well-being later. Main policy tool for managing economic cycles is monetary policy. Fiscal policy has an important supporting role, though, particularly through automatic stabilisers that help to make economic cycles less pronounced. And as we've seen through the pandemic, fiscal policy can also be really effective in supporting living standards by holding up activity in the face of significant shocks and by targeting those who are most affected. But that said, an excessive short-term stabilisation focus for discretionary fiscal policy could lead to frequent changes in spending and tax program, which in turn could impose microeconomic costs. Moreover, given various lags that are inherent in discretionary fiscal policy outside emergency spending, there's also a real risk that attempts at stabilisation actually end up exacerbating the economic cycle. Fiscal policy can, of course, contribute to inflation for any given level of activity. Fiscal stimulus will add to demand, and that puts pressure on prices. A few important points of clarification, though. First, demand is boosted by fiscal stimulus, not just spending. We need to look at revenue also. Second, the extent of any effect on stimulus on inflation will depend on the nature and the timing of spending. And finally, we need to look also at the supply side of the economy. If an increase in demand were accompanied by an increase in supply, we would expect growth, not inflation. So what does this mean for fiscal policy today when inflation is high? While the extent of fiscal stimulus has been very large, the Treasury's last forecast show fiscal tightening from June this year, with a return to surplus by 2024 and a negative fiscal impulse from next year onwards. So that reflects the wind down of economic supports that were temporary by design, and also solid revenue growth, offset by significant allowances to achieve government's budget objectives, which include tackling climate change and health reform. Economic supports are still available through the pandemic, but they're more targeted now and aimed at avoiding scarring rather than the broader support for demand that was provided earlier. Net effect is that fiscal policy is dampening pressure on inflation in the coming years. While the Treasury is forecasting inflation to remain above the RBNZ target range through 2022 for the next couple of years, fiscal policy is not the main factor driving this. Now, of course, there are options about the speed, the extent of fiscal tightening. Interactions with monetary policy are relevant to these choices. Any government spending is expected to add to demand relative to not spending and will require a greater monetary policy response than otherwise. Fiscal multipliers are also higher when rates are low. But with interest rates close to the effective lower bound, fiscal policy may support monetary policy in normalising and enable further headroom for future downturns. Ultimately, the balance of these macroeconomic and microeconomic objectives are choices for the government of the day, and our role at the Treasury is to help inform these decisions by making clear those trade-offs. Now, the second choice that I wanted to speak about was between prudent debt and prudent investment. So the concept of prudent debt was introduced in New Zealand's legislation through the Fiscal Responsibility Act back in 1994, part of a series of public finance reforms that are internationally renowned for promoting fiscal discipline and performance. The authors didn't define prudent, and instead they gave governments the flexibility to interpret the principles of responsible fiscal management in the economic context of the time. So there's really no magic number for optimal debt. As Treasury advised back in 1994, it varies with the circumstances. Our view at the Treasury today is that today's level and trajectory of debt is prudent and consistent with the principles of responsible fiscal management. Fiscal framework is enduring, but the context has changed. We examine three main factors in determining prudent debt, so debt sustainability, market access, and the welfare or well-being effects of debt. And just looking at context, net core ground debt reached its peak of 55% of GDP in 1992. That was shortly before the FRA Fiscal Responsibility Act was passed, and at that time a long-term objective of net debt at 20 to 30% of GDP was established, as you can see here. You can also see here just how different the context was at that time, with the Crown facing negative net worth, low ratings, credit ratings, and much higher interest rates. And by contrast, as the Treasury advises now on post-pandemic debt targets, debt servicing sustainability and market access considerations are completely different. The decline that you can see here in debt costs reflects a longer-term trend of falling neutral interest rates. The result is that interest rates are lower than growth rates, which is a condition of considerable importance to fiscal policy. It reduces the welfare cost of debt, and it creates more fiscal headroom. Now, we can't be certain that these favourable debt dynamics will continue indefinitely in the near term. Of course, rates are expected to rise as monetary policy normalises, but falling neutral interest rates is a global trend. It reflects strong savings with investment driven by long-term factors. And while not unanimous, the general consensus is that these long-term forces are unlikely to reverse and neutral interest rates will remain low. So an important point that I'd like to stress is that prudent debt is also inextricably linked with the concept of prudent investment, which captures the welfare or well-being effects of spending. While lower debt targets can enhance short-term fiscal sustainability, set too low, they risk inefficient cuts in public investment or increases in taxation that can reduce overall well-being. And conversely, debt limits that are set too high can impose costs on future generations or lead to wasteful spend. There is some evidence that investment has been below prudent levels. Te Wāhanga, the New Zealand Infrastructure Commission, have estimated a historical infrastructure gap of $104 billion. For many years, New Zealand's capital intensity has been below the OECD average and one of the drivers of poor productivity performance. Higher rates of both private and public investment are likely to be critical to achieving objectives around New Zealand's long-standing challenges, such as housing, climate change, and productivity. The two are closely related. There's international evidence that additional public investment can catalyse private investment, and increased certainty about the path of public investment can also allow industries like construction to plan and prepare for higher levels of activity. But striking the right balance between prudent debt and investment depends critically on the rigour and the enforcement of public investment disciplines. The more credible the investment framework, the better the ability to identify value for money proposals, and then the less there is a need for blunt and restrictive debt targets. Without these disciplines, there is a risk that looser debt targets could lead to wasteful spend. So choices on prudent debt and prudent investment also require close attention to rules on operating spending. The Treasury's long-term fiscal statement shows that if historical trends continue, the greatest risks to debt sustainability are from rising superannuation costs and health expenditure, as you can see here. Ensuring that operating expenses are covered by operating revenue helps to ensure intergenerational equity. It means that the current generation pays for its own consumption and debt can be used for investments that provide returns to future generations. Treasury is currently examining how fiscal indicators can set the right incentives for both prudent debt and investment. For example, in measures of net debt, the treatment of monetary policy, financial assets and Crown entities can affect the incentives on the direction of fiscal policy and also how resources are allocated. And what's clear is that there's no one perfect fiscal target. Any targets need to be considered along a comprehensive suite of fiscal performance measures that are embedded in a broader and rigorous fiscal framework. And that takes me to the third trade-off, which is the weight placed on fiscal versus other policies. So government has a wide set of tools available, fiscal, regulatory, social policies, and careful consideration is needed on which tools to use when. I touched briefly on some of the interactions of monetary and fiscal policy earlier, but more broadly, in setting fiscal policy, we always need to check whether alternatives can achieve the policy objective more effectively. In many instances, and particularly where affordability and macroeconomic concerns are high, non-fiscal levers can provide more attractive options for achieving government's objectives. Look, I think New Zealand's climate policy response provides an example of assessing how fiscal and other policy tools can be leveraged alongside one another. Global climate change represents what's been termed as the greatest market failure the world has ever seen. Those who emit greenhouse gases have not paid for the full cost of the emissions. And correcting this through price signals on emissions is our first best solution and one that we stand strongly behind at the Treasury. But there are reasons why emissions pricing cannot be the only tool in our climate policy toolbox. While emissions pricing corrects for one key failure, there are more to be addressed, such as imperfect information, asymmetric information, incomplete markets, consumer behaviour. And in addition, at present, the emissions trading scheme, our core emissions pricing instrument in New Zealand, doesn't cover all sectors and all businesses in the economy. So given this, price mechanisms are necessary, but not enough. Complementary, regulatory, other non-spending measures, alongside value for money spending measures are needed to achieve our emissions goals at minimum cost. Moreover, complementary measures may be used to support equity in the climate transition or achieve other social goals. Ultimately, a choice of how to use these levers comes down to assessing a number of trade-offs and requires consideration of efficiency, equity, broader distributional concerns from economic perspectives, but also social, cultural and environmental perspectives. And the Treasury's Living Standards Framework helps us to assess some of those trade-offs. So in closing then, while the economy has proven resilient to date, COVID response policies have involved some pretty tough trade-offs. As we continue to navigate the pandemic and look ahead to recovery, choices and trade-offs for fiscal policy will persist. They require a considered balance across the goals of improving living standards, macroeconomic stability and fiscal sustainability. There are no simple answers here. We need to weigh costs and benefits. We don't know yet what the next shock will be, but we must evaluate the lessons from the pandemic response to help us navigate what will be inevitable shocks and changes ahead. We also seek to understand the effects of economic policy, not just on the fiscal and traditional economic measures, as I've mainly focused on today, but also broader measures of living standards. And later this year, the Treasury is going to release its first wellbeing report, which is a new stewardship requirement under the Public Finance Act that asks us to examine the state, the trends and the underlying drivers of wellbeing in New Zealand. And we look forward to engaging with academics, others in the economic profession, hopefully members of the audience here on this important work. So thank you. I will close there and kia ora. Look forward to questions.
Kia ora, Karalee. Thank you. And some fascinating looks back, particularly of the contrast between now and the mid-90s where we went through so many policy changes. Can I start, I guess, with the reflection? There are a lot of challenges coming at us, and there are also a lot of reforms in play. For those sitting outside of the mechanics of government, what is the role of Treasury in doing the cost-benefit analysis and weighing the trade-offs? You've really dwelt on those trade-offs. And how is that happening now with simply so many different things in play versus analysis happening on reforms within one industry? How's Treasury's role in that?
Yeah, thanks for that question. And there certainly is a very large reform agenda, as well as the response to the COVID pandemic. And Treasury as a central agency is really involved in almost every aspect of that in some way. But I think importantly, it's a responsibility of agencies who are preparing policy proposals to to really develop the analysis on those choices, the trade-offs, the costs and the benefits. Treasury has a supporting role, and we prepare guidelines and frameworks, and we'll work with agencies to conduct those sorts of assessments. But really, the responsibility lies where the expertise also lies as well. Treasury, through the budget process, will have a really critical role in providing our assessment on policy proposals, not doing bottom-up cost-benefit analysis ourselves, but reviewing what the proposals are and analysis that's been done. And we provide that second opinion advice to government. And we also have a role through providing that second opinion advice through the cabinet process for regulatory proposals or other funding proposals. We are increasingly using our living standards framework to help assess proposals that come through so that we can identify some of the trade-offs that I spoke about today. And we also work with agencies to encourage use of the living standards framework as well as more traditional ways to assess policy choices and trade-offs.
Great, thank you. I'm going to go to a question that's come through from the audience. So the comment was that Treasury had previously advised that the Reserve Bank should consider broadening the Monetary Policy Committee to allow academic experts or others to serve. Is that a current view of Treasury, or have you got a view on that now?
I'm sorry, on the appointments of the Monetary Policy Committee of the
committee, yeah. On
the membership of the bank. So, we haven't given advice on this recently, but we haven't changed our view, and I'm aware that there are appointment processes that are underway, so we wouldn't want to comment on that.
Okay.
But no, we haven't.
No, that's fine, and that's one through from the audience. Can I then ask another one? Looking ahead, particularly, you've got the Living Standards Framework, you've touched on many things, including climate change and other issues. Where do you see the best investments being from a government point of view that are going to meet needs around commercial, growth of the economy, but also the social and environmental needs? What are the items that you see are the greatest opportunity for greater investment over the next 5 years?
That's a great question and a very broad one. There are many. I mean, I think one of the biggest transitions, well, without doubt, one of the biggest transitions ahead of the country is climate change. And so investments that support climate resilient economy and low emissions economy will be absolutely critical. I think there are big opportunities as well as the costs of transition. New Zealand already has great advantages in its high use of renewable energy and a lot of really sustainable agricultural practices. And so, that shift to climate-friendly investments is one that I do see as a big opportunity, but it's also an imperative, and that will be driving a lot of allocation of resources in the economy overall. I think there are also opportunities in rebuilding and deepening our international connections. We know that that's a really critical element of driving productivity in New Zealand, and as border restrictions ease, there will be many opportunities that come from strengthening those channels with the export markets, and also the exchange of people and technologies and ideas that can support productivity. And I guess the final one that I'd highlight is just the infrastructure investment. Government has significantly increased funding for infrastructure, and I mentioned in my remarks the measures of the infrastructure gap. Now, infrastructure with the right projects can also really drive productivity. There's a lot of work that's underway in coordinating infrastructure programs, and the Infrastructure Commission, of course, is building up its national infrastructure strategy to really help focus investments on where they can best lift productivity and living standards for New Zealanders.
Thank you, Carolee. Another question that's come through from the audience, and it was specifically about whether and how Treasury is thinking about the potential of flow-on shocks from what's happening in Europe at the moment, tensions around Russia and Ukraine. And I might broaden that out to say, given the pandemic shock that we've been through over the last couple of years, there are obviously other things that could be happening geopolitically. Given the data you've shared with us today around debt and resilience, what's your take on our preparedness for other shocks or a potential sequence of shocks over the next few years? How do we think about that, or how does Treasury think about that?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think that's a great one. This is one of the things that we're reflecting on as we consider how to evaluate some of the lessons from the pandemic is resilience. How do we make sure that we really capture some of what we've learned and ensure that we're ready for the next shock, which we know will happen. And so we've learned a lot about economic supports and how to deliver those within the Treasury, but also the interactions of various different policies. In the pandemic was health and economic policy, fiscal monetary policy, many more regulatory policies are important, but really trying to understand those interactions will put us in a better stead for whatever shocks come next. On Ukraine, look, this is something that our Treasury economics team are monitoring. It's an issue that Treasury economics team are monitoring closely. The tensions present a risk to the global economic outlook. We've seen some volatility in global markets. There's some risks around oil and fuel prices, and we've already seen some of that take effect, and present more potential disruptions to supply chains, which again may have impacts for inflation, for the inflation outlook. So it's an issue that we're monitoring closely. New Zealand isn't heavily exposed at this point, but no, it's something that we'll continue to keep close tabs on. Thank you.
I'm going to ask another one from the audience. You shared some data there around changes in trade and drop-offs and exports and imports and so on, certainly migration of people. There was a question that came through about, given the impacts of COVID, should the government be considering, or should New Zealand be considering, more national production in case of rolling pandemics, rolling disruptions in the supply chain over time?
Yeah, and I think that comes to the previous question about economic resilience. This is an element that we and countries around the world are considering. We saw, particularly at the early stages of the pandemic, just some really severe disruptions that exposed, I guess, the risks that are inherent in some of those international connections. So diversification of supply chains and diversification of markets is something to explore. It is one of the reflections on from the pandemic. So we're feeding that into some of our work on longer term resilience. There are always trade-offs. When there are sort of short-term gains to be made from focusing in on certain markets or certain suppliers, that makes it challenging. But we have learned that too much reliance can increase risk.
Right, thank you. And another one, a perennial topic, you touched on the revenue side of the equation. What thinking's being done about tax at the moment? Tax as an incentive, tax as a driver of productivity, potentially, and also as a source of revenue to manage debt, of course. What's been happening within the halls of Treasury recently in the discussions about tax?
Yeah, so I mean, tax, of course, that's always an issue that Treasury is thinking about and doing some work on. Most significant work recently was through the tax working group a couple of years ago, and the proposals and responses by Treasury at the time really outline our thinking on that. I mean, you can also see our thinking in some of our work in the long-term fiscal statement, which we released last year. And explored tax options to address some of the long-term fiscal sustainability challenges that we face. Back to my theme, it is about trade-offs. The benefits of higher taxes for fiscal sustainability as opposed to some of the welfare costs that can be imposed. And it really is one of the key areas where policy comes down to choices for government, weighing up those different factors. But our work is really trying to outline the analysis on what the costs and benefits are of those choices. And as I said, the most significant work we've done recently on that is summarised in our long-term fiscal statement.
Kia ora, thank you. Right, look, we've reached our time, so I will wrap us up. Carolee, thank you so much for your time. I know you and the team obviously have a a lot of things in play, so I appreciate your time with us today. I'm going to take us to a very short break now. We will break for 30-40 seconds, and then we'll be cutting across to a panel on health, and Stephen Joyce will be facilitating an excellent discussion on health and the many issues there. So thanks again to Carolee, and we'll see you very soon.
Welcome back. From the Treasury view to the first deep dive into one of our sectors that we're examining as part of investigating the impacts of COVID over the longer term. And of course, the biggest area of government investment in the country is the health sector. And so we have a panel now which examines some of the issues that have been challenging the health sector. And it's been buffeted by a number of trends. Firstly, obviously, COVID itself. And the challenge of preparing and coping with such a large public health emergency. Then, of course, you have the effect of the delay in a whole lot of normal health activity, and by that I mean electives, diagnostics, operations, all those things which would normally would be taking place while the health sector has been in this state of emergency, if you like. The third area that it's been buffeted is, of course, the borders, where the health workforce, a lot of which comes from overseas, has been buffeted, has been unable to come into the country, and that has created some supply challenges there. And then in the fourth, if you like, of the four horses of the challenge to the health sector is the reforms that the government is seeking to introduce and will be introducing later this year. The large-scale operational reforms of the health sector that are taking place at this time during this pandemic. To discuss all these this morning with me, I have three excellent speakers. Firstly, we have Professor Robin Gould, who's the Dean and Pro-Vice Chancellor of the Otago Business School and has a lot of experience in health economics. We're about to be joined by Des Gorman, the Emeritus Professor of Medicine at the University of Auckland. Very long and distinguished career in the health sector, including areas like workforce and ACC. And Ranjana Patel, who's the co-founder and director of Tamaki Health. Now, you may not have heard of Tamaki Health, but it is the largest independent primary care set of clinics in the country, 300,000 patients, particularly prominent in South Auckland and in the Auckland Isthmus. So that's our panel. We have a total of 45 minutes. We're going to put the pressure on the panellists, get them to talk for 5 to 10 minutes, to lay out their stall, if you like, and then we're going to have the conversation after that. So please get your questions ready. The first panellist joining us is Professor Robin Gould. Robin, thank you very much for joining us and appreciate your opening comments.
Ka tangi te te, ka tangi te kaka, ka tangi hoki aho. Ko taranaki te maunga, ko mokau te awa, ko te mandra te waka. He uri o te whānau Finn, Goldsmith, Adlam, Gold, Hoki. Ko McGillivray, toku iwi, no oti poti aho. Ko Robin Gould, toku ingoa, ko te manataki o te kurapakahi o te whariwananga o Otago. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Well, thank you very, very much, Stephen, for your introduction. And just want to say it's a real privilege to be here at the NZ Economic Forum and to be an invited panellist. It's a really, really impressive event you've put together. So congratulations to the Waikato Management School for what you've achieved in bringing us together today in very challenging circumstances. So just to overview what I was going to talk about in the next couple of minutes or so, a little bit of history, And then a few words about the Health NZ reforms themselves, which, as Stephen has said, are imminent. And then some really, really important questions that are yet to be broached in terms of those reforms, which will have, in my view, a very real impact on the way in which they are implemented and on whether the government is able to achieve the goals that it has set down for those reforms. Underpinning this, of course, is an institutional perspective. And by institutions, those are the underlying arrangements and mechanisms which sit within the healthcare system in this country and in any healthcare system globally. So if we just roll the clock back to 1938, to the Social Security Act, which was passed by the first Labor government with the goal for healthcare of health being a fundamental right, with all having equal access to healthcare and the same standard of treatment regardless of socioeconomic status or of location around the country. Services being universally available, no access barriers such as financial barriers, a preventive rather than curative focus in the healthcare system, and then services being integrated, not fragmented between primary and hospital-based care. Great goals. When we think today about healthcare, these are the sorts of goals that governments right around the world are focusing on. So quite visionary. But what we then had was a period through which the British Medical Association New Zealand branch, which evolved into the New Zealand Medical Association, really stood up and resisted this legislation, albeit having been passed through Parliament. And what they argued was that there needed to be an ability to maintain private practice, to charge patients a fee for service, and so forth. And so over a period of a couple of years, a compromise was reached between the government and the medical profession, and that laid down the institutional arrangements that we have in place today. And so that is primary care, certainly up until very recently, being dominated by private practice, and secondary care, an ability for the specialists who would be paid on salary along with all other hospital staff, able to take up a private practice as well. And so those are the arrangements that we have in place today of dual practice, as it's called globally, in the secondary care sector, and then a sort of a privately dominated, certainly historically, but less so recently, in primary care. And so this has led to what you might call quite compartmentalised healthcare system when you think about these different institutional arrangements that sit across the sector. And then quite a lot of very intractable questions which governments over the years have sought to solve. And that has led to what I call patriarchy, which has been an inability of governments to dig into these underlying institutional arrangements and then instead try and sort of paste on top of those arrangements different operational structures. And so the most recent version of that is the Health NZ reforms. So if there's one thing you take away today, it's patriarchy. It's pasting of policy solutions on top of underlying institutions. And so on to the Health NZ reforms. In my view, one needs to take a really, really long-term view of these reforms, as one needs to take with any set of reforms, certainly in the healthcare sector, which arguably is one of the most complex components of public policy and of government in any country. And so one needs to take a very, very long-term view, especially when you have fairly rigid institutional arrangements that underlay the reforms that are being set in train. The key challenges with the reforms and the reforms themselves, what we're going to see, of course, is the district health boards being absorbed into Health New Zealand as a preliminary arrangement as they start to move into the actioning of the reforms. The Māori Health Authority will come into play. The primary health organisations will effectively become defunct but continue to function in some shape or form as they seek to evolve into becoming what's known as locality networks. And so these are what you might call horizontally integrated groups where you would have, say, general practices and then other primary healthcare services integrated with various social services. There's nothing much new in this. Governments over at least the last 20 years plus have been seeking to get this sort of horizontal integration happening between social services and health services. So integration is a good thing, and the government's quite focused on integration. But if you look closely at the Health NZ reforms and the various presentations being given by the Health Reforms Unit, there is a separation between Health NZ funding the public hospitals, the former district health boards, and then funding the locality networks, the primary care. And so in my view, what's really needed is a mechanism for vertical integration. So that's integration between the primary and the hospital sector. And I don't see much prospect for that happening, certainly in the short term. And that's because of the funding pathway leading to a separation of the two. In my view, what's really needed is to take the funding out of the hospitals and to take the funding out of primary care, out of the locality networks as such, and put it somewhere in between. And so that there is a requirement for the two parts of the sector to actually work actively and collaboratively together in order to access the important funding. And this, of course, would give way to the really important clinically led conversations that need to happen between the hospital specialists and other hospital-based staff and the primary care practitioners, general practice practitioners and other primary care workers. Because once you have those sorts of conversations happening and the funding sits there as well around the table, then you have the capacity to really shift services between the sectors. And again, there's nothing new in this, and the prior government and this government have both been focused on these sorts of questions, but I think the reform's going to work against them, certainly in the short term. Now, if you're able to have those kinds of conversations, you can get services such as, for example, colonoscopy, which is currently requiring a visit to a hospital clinic. The procedure is performed by a gastroenterologist. If you look around the world, you will find that these procedures are performed by nurses with technical skills, freeing up the and out in the community, not in a hospital, freeing up the gastroenterologist's time to do higher level specialist work. So there's a need to really rethink about the gap between the primary and the secondary and how we're going to resolve that. And then the second point I want to make, just to sort of close up, is that the reforms are really focused on equity. This sits at the heart of what the government has been talking about, seeking to solve the long-standing issues to do with equity around healthcare access and healthcare outcomes in this country. And I think there's a fundamental problem which the reforms are not confronting, and that is the public-private divide in terms of healthcare is delivered in this country. And again, this is not uncommon globally. Every healthcare system in the world has a component of public and of private, but it's how you manage the two sectors which is really critical to trying to resolve the equity issue. And we all know that those who have insurance, which is expensive, or who are lucky enough to have an employer who provides an insurance, and that's not common, or who have deep pockets, can simply pay to get, for example, gallstones done privately next week. Whereas in the public sector, getting gallstones done, you're really way, way down the bottom of the list, and you're likely to be prescribed morphine and sent back to work until you have an acute episode and are treated on a Sunday morning at 2 a.m. And so, resolving these problems is just not achievable within the current arrangements. And I don't think the government's going to be able to deliver on its goals within the current arrangements. And so to me, and I've thought quite a bit about this, and there is no perfect funding arrangement anywhere in the world. To me, we need to start having a conversation around social insurance for healthcare in this country. If you go to countries with social insurance, and Germany is the prime example, but you'll find it in Japan, Korea, Taiwan, and various other parts of the world as well. What's important about social insurance is that equity is a key focus and solidarity. And so you will find that regardless of who you are, what your income status is, or where you live, you can make a choice public or private, and the providers all work off the social insurance fund. And so it would mean that the underlying institutional arrangements, public and private sector, which politically are deeply difficult to try and broach, would not need to be dug into any deeper, because the social insurance would simply become the funder agnostic of provider. So that's probably some comments to open up with, and look forward to further discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Robin. That's great. And thank you for your comprehensive suggestions too, throwing the social insurance on the table so early in the session. I'm very impressed with that. Now, we do have a late apology, unfortunately. Des, we've just heard, has been called away to deal urgently with a patient matter, which of course does happen to our medical professionals, and we have to obviously respect that. So I'm aware a bit of some of Des's feedback on the topic, so perhaps I'll introduce that afterwards briefly. But of course we accept his apology and hope everything goes well there. And we move on immediately to the primary care end of the spectrum. And Ranjana Patel, thank you very much for joining us this morning. And Ranjana, as I said, is co-founder and director of Tamaki Health, and has a range of perspectives, not just on the current health reforms, but also what's going right and what's going wrong with the COVID response. Ranjana.
Ina mana, ina rio, ina karangatanga maha, ina koto katoa. As I'm speaking at an economic forum, I need to put a qualifier in. I'm not qualified in economics in any way. I'm not a doctor, but have been at the coalface of general practice since 1977, starting in Otara. I am now retired from the business, and am working in the community with police, creating a different model for family harm in New Zealand, our biggest shame. As you can imagine, 45 years being in the most vulnerable community, my views on recovery and reinvigoration are many. And thank you, Robin. You have covered off the health forum very adequately of my views. Colonoscopy, we decided back, must be 10, 11 years ago, building a whole medical centre in Otara to cope with secondary care. But the funding just couldn't move from secondary to primary. So it's deja vu for me, these health reforms. We've been there, done that, hasn't worked. But as we have limited time today, I will talk on the challenges we faced in COVID and perhaps a few views on recovery. Workforce has been our biggest issue. We have over 1,100 staff, and over the past 2 years, they have lived up to our values and their profession of here to serve. But they are exhausted and they are tired of being scared. COVID is here to stay. Let's just get on with the work. Our pipeline of overseas doctors has completely shut down. And with the vulnerability of our ageing workforce, our able staff have had to step up to cover. But there are 47 doctors I know of that have passed their NZRX exam part 1 and are unable to get placements in hospitals or in general practice to get their registration. And general practice isn't allowed to take them. When 42% of our doctors are overseas trained and we don't have enough here, we need to create a pathways for the ones already sitting in New Zealand to help with our healthcare system. A bit of background on this. My husband arrived in New Zealand in 1974 from India, and no one would give him a pathway to registrations. Hospitals would say, get your registration, we'll give you a job. And medical council will say, get a job and we'll give you registration. It took 6 months for someone to sit this American ECFMG exam and we'll give you your registration. At least he had a pathway, but we don't have a pathway in 2022. Since the mid-80s, immigration changed their laws. And we have a lot of overseas doctors and nurses coming into New Zealand that are not registered in New Zealand. Majority because, especially nurses from the islands, cannot pass the English exam, which my nurse leader on several occasions said she would have trouble passing. These people we've employed, they are the unemployable because they are not doctors, they are not nurses, they are not project managers, but we employed them to be our diabetes educators, recalling and talking to patients about preventative health. They have come from an environment when they have done outreach clinics in remote areas with little diagnostic support. They have delivered babies, they have done diabetes education, they've done immunization, they've done minor surgery. So even though they are only using a fraction of their knowledge, they got to know the New Zealand health system. By building their confidence and then shadowing doctors, many have got their registrations to being nurses and doctors. Another example is a Tongan health practitioner that we employed. She could not get recognised as a doctor or a nurse because she didn't fit into any category. She could just not move forward. She has worked with us for 20 years as clinical family navigator, visiting homes, educating patients on self-management, has put 3 children through private schools, through scholarships, and seeing them graduate at university. We need to see people's strengths, not what they are not. That's how you provide equity. My second point is the mode of delivery. We need to be patient-centric, not Wellington-centric and not PC-centric if we want to make a difference. We started in Otara and we realised 9 to 5 appointment-based service wasn't going to work and wasn't going to pay our mortgage with the population that we were serving. We needed to increase access, time-wise and financially. In those days, phones and cars were luxury in Otara, so we made it walk-in and opened longer hours. Totally against our profession. Must be a dodgy Indian couple. And then we introduced computers in 1984, so patients could go anywhere and their notes would be there. Patients own their notes, not the doctors. Patient-centric. Majority of our clinics across Auckland are on one database. We need to let primary care come up with what works for their patients. It doesn't fit into one box. If telehealth works, and it did during COVID, let's see if we can extrapolate that to do self-management, preventative health, and mental health. We have to look at what mode works for today and for your population, and not be suspicious of a different way of working. Regarding increasing access to healthcare for Māori and Pacific, while we applaud the good work that Pacific for Pacific and Māori for Māori general practice do for their whānau, it needs to be acknowledged that the majority of the Pacifica and Māori are actually enrolled in what is deemed to be mainstream general practice. For example, our practices in Auckland have 80,000 Pacific patients enrolled. 53,000 of those are in counties Manukau practices, making us the largest provider of Pacific and South Auckland. However, deemed being mainstream and not a Pacific providers means the practices serving them don't have any additional resources offered to Pacific providers. Yet our patients don't attend anywhere else, as the practice endeavours to lower all barriers, such as cost, extended hours, and placement of the practice within a high needs communities. We have 4 generations coming through our doors. This highlights that inequality in the distribution of the health dollar. The dollar has to follow the patients, not who you are and what you are in primary health care. COVID has highlighted we are the poor cousins in healthcare general practice. The trust and confidence in GPs from patients has been broken over the 2 years. We are just the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff. History showed GPs could manage outbreaks by getting their patients vaccinated and seen. The first point of contact was taken away from the patients. We look after 80% of healthcare needs and get less than 20% of the healthcare budget. If we do not address this issue, we will be filling the hospitals very quickly. Our chronic disease patients, diabetes, obesity, cancers, are all going unchecked. We have to remove the scare tactics in the community and start to empower people to look after their health conditions. Prevention is better than cure. We have seen a big difference in the new way of managing chronic disease with health coaches, peer supports, self-management, and getting off the couch working with people over 200 kgs. Doctors cannot do everything, but they know what works for their patients and need to be able to let the other professionals and community workers do a lot more of the educating. Mental health will be a big issue. We've seen that in the household, family harm has increased so much. Patients presenting with unknown symptoms have underlying issues with mental health, and we're just not dealing with it. Our in-house psychiatrist, David, says what's been seen in the homes during lockdown is going to take 3 generations to be stamped out of people's head. We do what we see, not what we're told. It would be amiss of me not to highlight the issue general practice has faced over the past 2 years. And yesterday, it was revealed by the MP, just announced on TV that GPs can do the RAT test from tomorrow. It took all of us by surprise. My CE had to act quickly as people started to demand the RAT test. Stefan said, I messaged Ashley, letting him know that we received only enough for testing staff for 1 exposure event each, and we would have to make an announcement due to the high volume of calls demands from patients. Rapid tests are not publicly available. We had to put this on our website. We have had a very high number of requests for these tests from our patients. However, although they are on order from the Ministry of Health Supply, none of our clinics have been provided their necessary allocations for general public supply or use. We regret we have no visibility of when sufficient supply of RATs will be made available to us. Now, this is not serving our patients. This is not patient-centric. We had this happen with testing. We had this happen with vaccines. And once again, the poor cousins are the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Ranjana. And sadly, the story that you've just relayed about RAT tests, unfortunately, does appear to have been symptomatic of some of the things through the pandemic between the ministry and the providers, I suppose, and the people that are with are looking after the patients. I want to cover 3 things in the time remaining, if I can, and we'll start perhaps with that mode of delivery or point of delivery, and then I wanted to go into the reforms and finally a little bit on workforce and perhaps a comment from each of you on those 3 things. If we start with mode of delivery, Robin, I think we're probably hearing symptoms of this issue with funding and that inability to move easily, funding between different modes of delivery, experienced there firsthand with Ranjana and the team at Tamaki Health. And you picked that up with this whole issue of hospital funding or private funding. And I think it's fair to say the DHB model has definitely meant that it's much more hospital-centric than probably because that's where all the risk is, right? Running a hospital is expensive. But that doesn't solve it from a patient perspective. So I suppose my question to you is, how can we make it work better? Do you agree with Ranjana that the funding actually has to follow the patient? Where the patient wants to be is where the funding should be.
No, I do. And, this is actually a critical component of research and policy and health policy globally now is the patient perspective. And you can bring real power to conversations around health systems through bringing in the patient voice. I mean, we've had quite a long history of trying to work in this way in New Zealand, but I don't think that we've been able to articulate it as strongly as it could have been, or brought the patient voice into the health system and policy discussions in ways in which we should have done. And again, if I come back to the social insurance, and I don't want to sound like too much of a loud drum, but with social insurance, I mean, a patient decides whether they want to go to the private hospital or the public one or a general practitioner. You know, you can still have gatekeeping with a GP, but it actually gives the patient quite a lot of choice within that context. And you think about ACC, which is, for want of a better term, a form of social insurance, albeit just covering accidents and injuries. So, that funding model would give a bit more power to the patient voice, I think. So, no, I completely agree. It's absolutely important. We haven't done a good enough job of it.
And there's almost two parts to that, isn't there? There's the funding itself, and then there's how you fund it. So the insurance part is how you fund it. Then the equity part is the part that Ranjana's been talking about. Ranjana, do you see anything in these current reforms that will make it easier for Tamaki Health to do its job for its 300,000 patients compared to now at this point?
No, we've been through localities, 18 years ago, it didn't work. Assuming all Indians want to go to Indian doctors, all Pacific want to go to Pacific doctors is very limited in its thought. We don't have enough doctors and nurses to cover every ethnicity in New Zealand. We do need to look at, I like your social insurance. It is so important that everybody is able to have service, as you say, with any kind of hip operation, or if you go to private, you can go and do it next week. If you go to public, you're not that bad, you can wait 6 weeks. We saw over COVID that our platform, Better, worked very well with patients, but it worked with patients in rural areas where they couldn't get to GPs. And because we made children free, a lot of parents were ringing to use that service for children so that they could get health care. Our funding model doesn't allow any creativity. And so over COVID, we set up this Better platform, but we couldn't charge the patients. And because we've never, ever made patients not to be seen even if they have large accounts, it's always been my husband and my philosophy that everybody deserves health care. If you have patient loyalty, and as I said, 4th generations of people coming through us, to us, is patient loyalty. It's important we do the best for them. When we're seen to be ineffectual, like this RATS testing, no one believes that. No, the Prime Minister said you can have a vaccine, but we don't have vaccines. You can have a RAT test, no, but we don't have RAT tests. Our credibility as primary care has really deteriorated with our patients. Our trust and confidence, saying, well, you know, someone's telling us you can, and you can't really. So if we just allowed more people to be able to deliver different types of health service to what is needed, self-management, peer support is invaluable to a lot of our patients. Deterring from health a little bit, when we talk about mode of delivery, I've started a family harm project with the help of partnering with police, where you look at the perpetrators and you reform the perpetrators, because they are 95% of the offenders. Now, if you don't change the core problem or address the core problem, our family harm statistics are going to stay the same. And I was criticised for working with the scum of the earth, the perpetrators, but majority of the women take the men back, and we're giving them no tools to deal with the next episode. So massive research has been done on our program, with 60% over a 5-year period did not reoffend again. Internationally unheard of in family harm projects, but it's still seen as something suspicious. I started it for Indian men, and now it's majority Pacific and Māori. And so if you do it with patient-centric, it works for everyone. And I think the mode of delivery has to focus on being patient-centric, what will benefit the New Zealand health system if we work with the core need of the patients.
So what I'm hearing from Ranjana and Robin, and you can both correct me if I'm wrong, is you're not convinced, and Des was the same, by the way, in the notes that he and I discussed ahead of time, that the health reforms are in many ways just rearranging the bureaucracy, to put it perhaps less than charitably. I mean, the people work hard, but nevertheless, there's a rearranging of the bureaucracy. Until we get to a much more patient-centred, money follows the patient and their needs, then we're not really going to change things too much. Okay. I'll take that as we're at, because I want to move on to one further thing, and that is the workforce challenges. And we've had a couple of questions here. We've got our own nurses and doctors still leaving the country. People want to know why that is, when we're bringing in 40-odd% of our doctors and nurses from offshore. And they also want to know, with 2 years of the borders closed, how big is the hole? How desperately are we in regards to the health workforce? And are we going to be able to solve it using our normal training methods? So perhaps if I go with you, Robin, first, and then Ranjana. We've only got a few minutes, but a quick comment from each.
Yeah, look, no, thanks. This is a really important question. I'm of course not at the front line, but we historically have been the highest importer in terms of total doctor percentage of foreign-born and trained doctors in the OECD. 46% of our doctors, one in 4 doctors from the UK, and nurses is not far behind, and it's a revolving door. About half of those doctors will only stay here 2 years, and this is pre-COVID, and then go back overseas again. They might come here and then go to Australia or go back to the UK or wherever they've come from. So it's a historic, very pressing and very real problem. Part of it's to do with the training, I think. We have been increasing the number of certainly medical trainees and nurse trainees and other professions. But part of it also, I think, relates to scope of practice, the point I was making about gastroenterologists undertaking colonoscopies. And if we were able to have, and I know that Des has been very involved in these conversations with Health Workforce NZ, they're really challenging because of the strong protection of interests within, for example, the medical colleges. So as I said, elsewhere in the world, nurses are trained to work under the supervision of a gastroenterologist to do the procedures. So they can spend all day doing the procedures and free up the gastroenterologist to do other work. But there's a private component to this as well. And I'm not going to make accusations. You can have your own thoughts about this, people here today. But private gastroenterologists, do a lot of work privately. So there are really important conversations to be had around all of this again. And this is why I come back to the social insurance concept, because it's agnostic of where you provide the service. The funder has a fee schedule and a method for sort of funding the different services. So you don't have to dig into these really difficult questions. But I think the scope of practice one's a really important one.
Thanks, Ranjana. 2 things then. One is the how big a problem are we dealing with right now? What's on the front line? What's the shortage like? Are we likely to recover from it in the next year or 2? And then secondly, the scope of practice question. Should we, for example, be letting practice nurses do more? Should we be letting radiographers do more, for example, rather than relying always on those relatively small number of specialists at the top of the system?
From a general practice point of view, first of all, the workforce, we are at critical stages. We have the added problem of people going back home to UK and Australia. Our doctors, especially our 24/7 centres, we run 2 in Auckland. Our local doctors don't want to work the evening shifts or night shifts. And so it's usually the overseas doctors that are manning them. UK and Australia, you're right, Robin, most of them do go back. The money's a lot better over there. The 47 doctors I'm talking about are all ethnic doctors that would be wanting to stay in New Zealand, and yet we're not letting them. The nurses, we have the added problems of the nurses being attracted to the DHB on much higher pay scale than general practice can offer. And so we've lost quite a few nurses to hospitals who have come back again. You earn more being a vaccinator for the DHB than you do in general practice. So yes, economics has played such a big part to the doctors and nurses moving, and job security and longevity. Scope of practice, yes, it's such a limiting thing in patch protection for the Medical Council and the Nursing Council, that they do not recognise anybody's capability of doing it. And we, as general practice, see the benefit in peer support and self-management from people that have lived the disease. And mental health, people that have gone through it are much more able to communicate with people that are suffering from it. And so the scope of practice, it limits so much of what the professionals can do, what lay people can build up to do. And so we need pathways of doing it. We don't have enough doctors in New Zealand that are going to qualify. And everyone's ambitious. The Kiwi way is to have 2-3 years overseas. And that's going to happen, even though we've got more doctors in the system at the moment. Most of them will be going overseas for their OE. And so, we're in the same dire situation, that either we increase it dramatically and allow overseas doctors in from accredited universities that can get registration, a pathway into general practice, because the hospitals can't cope with them. These 47 doctors need to get hospital space, and no one's giving them jobs in hospitals. So the scope of practice and who's doing what is so important. And let general practice decide who does what. The college can say, scope of practices. We just, I can't put this on the government. This is the governing bodies of the different institutions that are limiting what is able to be done in New Zealand.
Feels like scope of practice needs looking at. It feels like the method of training needs looking at. I'll throw a plug in for the host university here. They're pretty keen on a third medical school. I know in your neck of the woods, Robin, they probably wouldn't be quite so keen. But it's something that it feels like its time has come. I mean, we need to get on, not necessarily the same as the other two medical schools, but perhaps one focused particularly on general practice or something like that, which just provides those opportunities, greater opportunities for people domestically to increase the supply, but also we're going to have to be working pretty hard to bring people in, because I imagine we're in a very competitive world at the moment for doctors and nurses of all specialties and generalities. Look, can I thank you both very much for your time this morning and also stepping up in Des's absence. I think you've represented very similar views to what Des would have offered in terms of the views on the reforms. I think that hopefully there's something there for Minister Little to think about. It'd be a terrible travesty if we do all this reform and we end up having the same conversations in 3 years' time, which sadly looks possible, at least at this point. So thank you both. And I now cross back to Matt, who I think is a former Prime Minister with us.
Kia ora. Welcome back to the other side of the studio, and we're very happy now for this next session to be welcoming the Right Honourable Helen Clark. Now, of course, we know Helen is our former Prime Minister of New Zealand, but also has led the massive United Nations Development Programme and more recently has co-chaired the independent panel on pandemic preparedness and response. So given these roles, she has a unique perspective on the theme of this conference, dealing with COVID's long tail. Kia ora, Helen, welcome to the forum. Very much looking forward to hearing your views, and of course for those watching, please do send in through some questions and we'll have time for a little Q&A with Helen shortly. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Matt, and good morning, everyone. I've mostly, focused since leaving for the UN all those years ago on global issues, but of course, you always keep an eye out for your own country and how it's navigating through those. Sorry I haven't been able to join earlier, but my conference calls went to 4:30 a.m. this morning, so I didn't think I'd be particularly onto it if I turned on the conference at 10 o'clock. But I thought I'd just make some opening remarks and really invite people to come in and exchange views. The topic I know is major opportunities and challenges for New Zealand, following COVID, and I wish we were following COVID, and that's part of the point of what I want to say. We don't seem to be able to get this off our back globally. And I think really complicating the whole scene is we're not just dealing with COVID, we're dealing with, as a world, a syndemic of issues, a whole lot of major issues coming at us simultaneously. This is without doubt the worst health emergency in a century. That's in the lifetimes of almost everyone living in New Zealand. My father's about to celebrate his 100th birthday. He wasn't here for the Great Flu epidemic in 1918. Yes, AIDS is described as a pandemic by UNAIDS and took a huge toll of lives, but we haven't seen anything like this global impact of a pathogen since 1918. And we weren't ready for it, which was, of course, a key finding of the independent panel for pandemic preparedness and response, which I co-chaired, and on which we built recommendations to try to do better when a future threat emerges. Because you can't stop these kinds of events arising, a zoonotic spillover, which is usually the cause, but you can stop them becoming a pandemic, and that's what the world dismally fails to do. But then you put alongside this extraordinary challenge, which has wrecked economies, challenged societies, shaken some to their roots, the fact that we're living through an era of the worst relations between the major powers since the Cold War ended some 30 plus years ago, and a world where New Zealand is pressured to take sides, which threatens the rather careful balancing act we have had, particularly with respect to China. And then we have the other existential threat, what's happening to the climate, highly relevant to New Zealand with its enormous agricultural and horticultural base. I retain very close family farming connections in the South Waikato area. The seasons are more unpredictable, the rain's unreliable. When it comes in amounts we can't deal with. How many times in the last year has Westport been told to evacuate? I mean, this is a crisis. And so not just for our rural communities, and still very much the backbone of New Zealand, but also because we've always traditionally built around our river mouths and coastlines, our settlements are threatened time and time again. So these are a huge set of risks put together, something that doesn't impact so directly on New Zealand, but the world is facing its worst forced displacement crises ever. We could say since the end of the Second World War, but over 1% of the world's population is now forcibly displaced from its home by war, conflict, repression, and so on. And that puts quite a burden on the international humanitarian system, which it isn't coping with. And of course, the more money that has to be diverted to that from plain, ordinary mainstream development, the more you can't address the underlying issues of these conflicts. So we live in a pretty vexed and troubled world. That leads me to say that everyone is in the business of making decisions, which we all are, from the level of the individual family, what they buy and invest in, social policy developers, the business community, our economists, our political decision makers. We're all making decisions in times of huge volatility, uncertainty, and risk. And this is the new normal. There's not going to be any return to perhaps the sort of cozy days of 2000 where we worried about the Y2 whatever bug in our computer systems. these are new times. No return to the status quo ante. And for all countries, including ours, how you try to build resilience and the strength to ride through these kinds of events, minimise the impact on populations, economies, societies is really a critical issue. On COVID, I think you may have just had a session with health people. I see the Herald reporting today that globally the cases have been falling for the last 3 weeks. Clearly, we're counter-cyclical in this because we have breathless headlines every day about the growing numbers, and we're now at the point where I think everyone in New Zealand knows someone who's had it, which hasn't necessarily been the case here in the past. Again, huge uncertainty about predicting the path of this, but it is most likely to keep coming in waves and surges with the possibility of something worse than Omicron coming along, because we're giving globally the virus the opportunities to change the way it behaves. That's because we are not on top of transmission. And while some have hailed Omicron as perhaps the beginning of the end, it may not be, because of this virus continually surprising us. The problem is that if you let transmission run unhindered because of substantial unvaccinated populations in the world, or because countries which, in my opinion, like the United Kingdom, should know better, you remove all controls and let it rip to the point where your very elderly monarch is among those affected. You are creating opportunities for the virus. South Africa, I see, is now reporting more concern about the variant of Omicron, which is more transmissible again. We're not, on the current trends, expecting much of Africa to get anything like even 70% vaccination until 2024. This is 2 years away for a virus running wild. And as I say, it's not just Africa. It's Myanmar, it's Afghanistan, the failed states where you can't conceivably roll out a vaccination program. And then this propensity in the Northern Hemisphere to declare victory before the job is done. Look, I understand people are completely fed up and over this virus. I'm completely over it. As a global citizen who travelled a lot, I haven't left the country since March 2020. I mean, of course, it's infuriating. We can't just get on with life, but we're going to have to get on with life in different ways from what we did before. We may be over COVID, but it's not over us. With the work that our panel did, we charted the opportunities that this outbreak had to get away from being a fairly low number event in a province in China to become a global pandemic. There were many opportunities missed. The WHO was underpowered to deal with the challenge, and it didn't have the degree of cooperation it needed from the source country. Notwithstanding that, and the fact that there were lost weeks in dealing with it in January 2020, I think February 2020 will also go down in the history books as the huge missed opportunity, because the world, despite having a declaration of a public health emergency of international concern from the World Health Organization, kind of sat back, thought, oh, well, it'll be SARS, it'll be Ebola, it won't affect us. And how wrong that was. I had occasion in recent months to dig out again when the first press statement from the Health Ministry here was about a case of COVID in New Zealand, 28th of February 2020. And the press statement ended with words something like, this is not expected to lead to widespread community transmission. I mean, we were out to lunch, and much of the world was out to lunch in predicting what this could do, and the rest is history. So we're going to be troubled by this for some time. I'm still very much advocating for the recommendations of our panel. There are also other good panels from G20, etc., which have good recommendations on the table, and we're working to see if the UN General Assembly will pick up the issue of a special session and give momentum to the reforms that are needed to try to stop something this bad happening again. But if it happened again tomorrow, the world would not be ready, is our guess. Now, just perhaps to come to a few words on the challenges at home. I mean, when we took the measures which, for the health and well-being of New Zealand and New Zealanders were absolutely necessary, it actually turned out, in the bigger picture, to probably be the best economic response to the circumstances, because we have not only had the lowest death rate per capita in the OECD through the pandemic, we've also been about the fifth best economic performer. And again, the primary sectors have played an enormous part in bringing New Zealand through. We ended up writing off international tourism, writing off international education. But clearly the days are coming when we will manage some kind of rebuild in these sectors. But I think the challenge really is to do it differently and to always be looking to the value and the productivity and the innovation in these sectors, not just treating them as commodities where they have maximum numbers with a low yield. It's easy to say and hard to do, but I think that's where the smart thinking has to be, and right across the economy. It's always a challenge for the primary sectors as well. We need a huge focus on innovation. I recall launching a government strategy 2 decades ago on growth by innovation. You'd probably issue the same today. We can never stop innovating. We're in a race to the future, and if we get off that treadmill, others pass us by pretty fast. We have had opportunities to have skilled and talented New Zealanders back here through the pandemic. Very important to create the environment where they feel that they can thrive here. Otherwise, as circumstances relax, particularly in Australia, we run the risk of the big brain drain again. One last point perhaps I'd make before stopping is that globally the pandemic has been exacerbated by pre-existing inequalities and marginalisation between countries and within countries. We're not an exception to that. This has exposed our fractures. And I think the smart minds need to very much be turned to how do we build social cohesion? How do we build an economy and society where everyone really feels they do have a stake and we don't leave people behind? We have had opportunities to move more New Zealanders into work because of the lack of immigrant labour. Can we make this a permanent feature, that the Kiwis are doing more of the jobs and we're consciously rehabilitating those who've fallen too far through the cracks to rise into the labour market before? There are opportunities here to deal with some of our longer standing issues. So that's probably all from me for an opening on the kind of reset that we need. But this issue of the global reset has been very much on the minds of World Economic Forum and others. The problem is that we never quite get the clear air for the reset because the pandemic keeps coming at us and offering us more surprises. And then, as I say, it's immensely complicated now by the worsening relationships between the West and China, and obviously devastating developments in Ukraine. And all of these issues have threats for us of one kind or another, whether it's supply chain disruption, market disruption, and so on. Back to you, Matt.
Kia ora, thank you, Helen. And there are a few topics that I'm very keen to pick up there, both on the pandemic and looking more broadly at the geopolitical situation, as I know you're still very well connected and in the thick of things on many levels there. First, the panel that you co-chaired, and you've touched on some of these themes now, was highly critical about the missteps in the early days, also about inequities in vaccination rates across the world. hearing you just now talk about that critical period of February 2 years ago, what do you think? This sounds like a systemic issue. It's hard to see the way forward. What do you think has changed, or what have we learned that could prepare us? Because you'd have to say the money would be on not being another 100 years before an event of this size. We've got more people, we've got different interactions with animals, people are moving around the world, all of those things. What do you think we've learned and what needs to change?
There's nothing to say that a zoonotic spillover event can't happen tomorrow, next week. You know, I mean, in a way, we've been lucky to dodge a bullet like this for a century. You know, what if SARS had come to us? What if Ebola had come to us? But this pathogen, respiratory pathogen, just took off when it wasn't contained at an early stage. Now, what we said was this: China was not transparent, and Jim McClay, Peter Gluckman, probably Alex Gillespie, Waikato, if he's on the line from law school, some very smart minds in New Zealand linked up offshore with what is needed by means of a new set of legal arrangements around pandemics. This will be hard because member states, you know, will stand on the pinhead of sovereignty. You know, you can't tell us what to do. But what the WHO needs is, when word of a pandemic threat emerges, it's got to get to the site immediately. Automatic access to visas and entry. This didn't happen. Quite a while before the WHO actually got to Wuhan. Also, there was not an official notification from the government of China. The WHO and its networks are scanning the social media chatter, the news networks globally, hour by hour, minute by minute, looking at where there is news of some event. And what was picked up from Wuhan at the very end of December 2019 was that the Wuhan health system issued a communication to its hospitals about a pneumonia of unknown provenance. That's what was picked up. And that's when the WHO, I think on the 1st of January 2020, picked up the phone to China, you know, radio silence. There was not proper information. They couldn't get access. Also, under the international health regulations, they couldn't publish the information that they had without the permission of the member states. They seemed to feel very constrained by the international health regulations about taking a precautionary approach. And what our panel said was, when a respiratory pathogen with pandemic potential is on the move, and there's a high likelihood of human-to-human transmission, which was denied for a while, you need to act in a precautionary fashion. Now, the International Health Regulations 2005 were drawn up as a response to SARS. The Director General of the time, Gro Harlem Brundtland, former Norwegian Prime Minister, says to us, if I had had to operate then under SARS, under the international health regulations you have today, I couldn't have done my job. That's pretty stunning, isn't it? Those regulations were supposed to be an improvement. Actually, they tied the WHO's hands even more. And before declaring a public health emergency of international concern, they have to tick so many boxes. They have to convene an emergency committee. The emergency committee is of experts from around the world. Clearly, some of these come from states where experts are not particularly free to run an independent view. The emergency committee, when called around the 22nd of January, refused to recommend that the international declaration be issued. So you lose another week while Dr. Tedros goes to China to persuade them, I need help here. I need to declare this emergency. All of this is nonsense. He needs access to the site. He needs to publish whatever information he's got. He's got to be able to act in a precautionary way, and he should have the authority of his own volition, backed by his internal expert processes, to declare a pandemic. That's how we lost the first month. Lack of cooperation and underpowered WHO. But as I said, February, when he issued the declaration, everyone sort of sat back and said, oh, kind of interesting what's happening in Wuhan. That's when it got away. So the big lesson, I think, to countries like ours is when a declaration like this is made, you wake up fast. Now, to the extent that we did act, we put the travel ban on China and then Iran, and then eventually it became the rest of the world for a long time. But at least we did that. Heaven knows what had happened if the 9 flights a day had kept coming into New Zealand right through February. That would have been disastrous. But we need change to the international health regulations. We probably need, and our panel recommended, an overarching new pandemic framework treaty, which sets out the obligations of member states to notify, to cooperate with the WHO. That isn't in practice at the moment.
No, and it sounds incredibly challenging to get the change that from the outside looks so obviously needed. I'm going to shift gears a little bit, but obviously the pandemic affects every element of society and geopolitics at the moment. This week, look at a TV screen at your news app. There's a shadow over Europe. There's a lot of tension, obviously, around Ukraine. Things are happening by the day, by the hour. But pull the lens back a little bit, and from your time in leadership at the UN, from the longer perspective of the last few decades, there's a sense that the global order is changing. Some of those relationships between the superpowers and, in fact, the power balances are probably changing. How do you see the situation between some of the big players at a geopolitical level evolving over not just the next week or the next two, particularly around the Ukraine, but those bigger forces? How do you see those evolving over the next 5 years?
Well, the Ukraine situation is catastrophic. I mean, bold prediction as things move by the day. I'm not yet convinced that President Putin's going to try a sort of total Anschluss, rolling the tanks right through Ukraine to Kiev. But he's created the ground, obviously with the annexation of Crimea 8 years ago, and he's in effect controlled those other two regions of Ukraine since 2014. These separatists are, they're his people. The Russian military have been in there one way or another. That is now explicit. So what he's doing is he's testing the boundaries. He's testing how much will the West do if I do this. And then, he's the sort of guy, if you give him an inch, he takes a mile. One of the big issues, I think, is whether in his definition of recognising the independence of these two statelets, which is very much what he did with those breakaway areas of Georgia back in, 2008-9, South Ossetia and Abkhazia. He's basically made them, for all intents and purposes, part of a larger Soviet Union, and he's trying to now formalise those borders. But how big is that border? How much over that line of control has been of the conflict? Never a frozen conflict in the last 8 years. A lot of people have died. Well, how far over that line will he go? That's what he's testing. Now, some maps that they're issuing are suggesting that the port of Mariupol is within the areas that he's recognising as part of these statelets. And the port of Mariupol is not currently under separatist control. So if there's a battle for Mariupol, this will be pretty shattering. But I think his assessment has been that currently the West is weak and divided. He will have looked at the Afghanistan debacle. He will look at a world distracted by COVID. President Biden, US president now, always distracted by the major lack of political cohesion and shared purpose in the United States. He will look at a US also somewhat distracted by China, and he'll think, I'll buddy up with China and, I can, start recreating the Soviet Union, the demise of which I said was the greatest tragedy of the 20th century. That's the mindset. So he'll just keep nibbling. And the US has got US and NATO have got their sort of escalating sanctions, but at the moment they're a slap over the wrist with a wet hanky. They're not going to deter him, at least going to the formalisation of the borders on the line of control. I had a long conversation with Kevin Rudd 2 or 3 weeks ago, and Kevin had a very interesting phrase about the challenge being how can we try to return to some kind of managed strategic competition. Look, we know there's all the difference in the world between the political system of New Zealand and China, New Zealand and Russia, the West and China, the West and Russia. But does that have to be the first roadblock every time we have any kind of interaction? Or can we sort of more pragmatically scope out where we need to work together and where we're going to continue to have differences? Can we try to manage this better? Actually, we managed it better during the Cold War when you come to think of it, but we've never really found the balance. Since then, China's been on the rise. Russia's felt that it's been on the decline and is trying to build itself up again. These are very challenging times. What I found really interesting was when there was the special meeting of the Security Council on Ukraine under Russia's chairmanship, because they have the chair this month. They didn't get support from a single member, not from any of the usual suspects, not from China. Chinese foreign minister is making statements about the sovereignty of Ukraine needing to be respected. So that they're kind of out on their own there, but I'm not sure that's any concern to President Putin. So in the heat of this crisis, it's hard to see how you get to sort of manage strategic competition with Russia in its present mood, but could it be possible with China? Because you need cooperation at the greatest geopolitical level to end the pandemic, to tackle the climate issues, to try to stop some of the intractable conflicts, all of which have proxy powers standing behind them, whether it's Russia, China, the Gulf, whatever. If you just have a lack of cooperation, a lack of dialogue, we can't tackle any of these issues effectively.
No, it's as you said at the start, it's a troubled world. Look, I'm going to wrap us up now. We could obviously talk for several hours more, although it sounds like you'll be soon on to your next bank of conference calls to different parts of the world. Helen, thank you for your time and thank you for your perspective. It's great to have the chance to connect, and I wish you well in your continuing work. There's a lot on your plate, obviously, so thank you for today. Kia ora.
Thanks very much. Kia ora.
Kia ora. And to all of our team, we're about to go into a break. We will be back on at 12:30, time for a cup of tea and a rest, a pause. Back after the lunch break, we've got a fantastic afternoon ahead. First session will be facilitated again by Stephen Joyce, a session on the business environment, then moving into a panel on the Māori economy. In the afternoon, we'll then have a session on economic disparity, as Professor Neil Quigley outlined right at the start of the day, one of the most important topics we're dealing with, into a really interesting session given the current stage around labour, migration and productivity. And then joined by one of Helen Clark's old sparring partners, another former Prime Minister, Jim Bolger, who will close out the day for us later this afternoon. So a lot to look forward to. Enjoy the break and we'll see you at 12:30.
Wharehuia Mulroy gifted the name Raupapa, Te Raupapa, to the management school. And for me, Te Raupapa just fits this space. Raupapa as a single word means to arrange things and put things in their place so that they make sense. But that doesn't mean that they stay there. They can be rearranged and they can be reworked. So as a simple word, that management in that word it fits.
It's amazing to look at the management school and its achievements over the last 50 years, to imagine this place as a couple of small prefab buildings on the side of a hill in Hillcrest, to all of the achievements since, right from its founding. The Waikato Management School Te Raupapa has been focused on innovative management and business education. That started with the innovative 4-year Bachelor of Management Studies, the BMS degree, right through to being the first management business school to launch a digital business qualification, the first in New Zealand and one of the leaders in the world in incorporating sustainability right at the centre of our strategy, through to the first in New Zealand to achieve the Triple Crown accreditation, which places us in the top 1% of business schools globally. And then even more recently in the last 6 months, named as number 1 in New Zealand for business and economics and in the top 125 in the world in Times Higher Education rankings. So when you look at that and then look at the impact our research has had and look at the impact our alumni have had, more than 24,000 students, from Prime Ministers to CEOs to iwi leaders to community leaders to just fantastic people going out and making a difference in the community. It's something to be so proud of. Kia ora and welcome back to the 2022 New Zealand Economics Forum hosted by the University of Waikato. Had a great morning so far and we're heading into a big afternoon. First up, we will be having a session on the business environment, a panel discussion on that, followed by a session on the Māori economy. Through the afternoon, we're going to be looking at economic disparity, going to be looking at labour, immigration and productivity, such a critical issue at the moment, coming off an incredible 2 years with the border closures, followed by the Right Honourable Jim Bolger, who will close us out for some reflections on leading in times of change. So another big afternoon with a lot of territory to cover. I'm going to hand over to you now, Stephen, to lead us through the session on the business environment.
Thanks, Matt. Yes, the business environment. Well, it has been a game of many halves, if you like, for businesses around the country. If you're in the primary sector, your prices are gangbusters, and the hardest thing you've got to do is find the people to do the work to get your product to market. Similar story in construction, although that may change with the Reserve Bank's efforts this last day or so, and their signalling of a 3.4% OCR. Then you have the tech sector, who are struggling to bring what we might have used to call manufacturing in a way, but it's now very much high-tech IT and so on, struggling to get the people to continue their growth. And then the sector that's done it toughest at all, and that's the services sector, and in particular people providing human services, tourism, education, getting a haircut, hospitality, and they are absolutely struggling, some to the point of closing their businesses either permanently or temporarily. And that's the nature of this pandemic. Lay it over the top though, the government has its own regulatory reform agenda, particularly in the resource industries sector and climate change and the environment and so on, and also in the labour market, where they have planned significant changes to unfold in the next couple of years. To help us navigate this in this next session, I have three guests who know exactly what they're talking about, very knowledgeable and right in this wheelhouse. Firstly, Craig Rennie, who's economist and Director of Public Policy at the New Zealand Council of Trade Unions. We have Mike Burrell, who's the Executive Director of the Sustainable Business Council, and we'll follow them up with Brian Chappell, who's the Deputy Secretary, Macroeconomics and Growth at New Zealand Treasury. So welcome, gentlemen, and we'll start with you if we can, Craig. I think you're there. Yes, there he is. And g'day to you. What we'd like is from everybody is just sort of 5 to 7 minutes of laying out your stall, the key points you want to make, and then we'll get to the conversations and the questions where we get to talk it about amongst ourselves, which I think is probably the highest value part of the session. So Craig, welcome, and fire into it.
Thank you, Stephen, for that introduction. I hope you'll continue to be as kind at the end of my speech. And I'd also like to thank Waikato University for providing with me the opportunity to talk with you today. We've been asked to talk about navigating a changing regulatory environment for businesses. And for me, let's be clear, all governments regulate. They regulate because they perceive a problem in the economy or society that requires rules. They regulate to correct the balance. As Professor van der Heijden, the chair in regulatory practice at Victoria University, states, proper regulation is not about restrictions or limitations, but rather about providing equal opportunity and protecting individuals from harm. Sometimes this works. The creation of ACC was essentially the creation of a set of regulations. It means that those who have accidents receive support, and we don't have ambulance chasing lawyers on TV. New Zealand is arguably much better off as a consequence. Sometimes it doesn't work. The leaky homes crisis was caused by regulation failure. As Mr. Joyce will tell you, it's cost the government $12.5 billion to fix and will continue to cost more in the future. Poor regulation or the poor application of regulations can cause real harm. And there are few areas of life that regulation does not touch. From the quality of the air we breathe, to the nutrition of the food we eat, to the slightly more terminal 1973 crematorium regulations, they are ubiquitous. But they are necessary. I haven't heard what my fellow panelist Mike Burrell is going to say today, but I would be astonished if he didn't say that further government action was necessary on climate change. Action is necessary because for too long, we thought that our atmosphere was just a free good that didn't require regulation. The concern that some of you may hold is that now is not the time to be making further changes to regulations, that our recovery from COVID will be freshened up if we just pared back rules, that we should be cognizant of the overall burden of regulation. As my former boss Brian Chappell used to tell me, we should take a system-wide view of regulation. Whilst doing so, we should not forget that according to the World Bank, New Zealand is the best country in the world to be a business, with the most business-friendly regulations. In my view, regulation is a tool. It's a tool to help you deliver the kind of economy you want to see and to manage poor behaviours. The government's economic plan calls for the building of a more productive, sustainable and inclusive economy. And its overall aim is to improve the well-being of New Zealanders and their families. The CTU backs that aspiration, as I hope many of you here today. The volume of regulation or the level of regulatory change provided is actually pretty unimportant. What is important is that regulation effectively implemented helps to deliver on that policy aim. That's why it's right for the government to be delivering on its agenda for regulatory change in industrial relations. Even with unemployment at record lows, we can still point to sectors where job insecurity, low wages, poor terms and conditions are rife, where the costs of competition are loaded onto workers, and where health and safety is not the priority it should be. That's why fair pay agreements are essential to deliver both better workplaces and sectors more focused on product innovation and higher productivity. That's what we see now in both Australia and Germany that already have sector-level bargaining. That's why social and employment insurance is essential. Both the CTU and Business Union have endorsed the proposals because there's an opportunity to build a better way. Much like we did with ACC. According to Motu, wage scoring costs workers $15 billion in a recession year. According to NZIER, employers' #1 problem right now is a lack of access to skills. We have a skills mismatching problem that the current system creates and entrenches. Social insurance will provide better opportunities for upskilling and career transition, and it will encourage the sort of equitable structural change missing from New Zealand's economic history. It's exactly the more dynamic labour market many economists have called for. This is why the government's reform to regulations around worker exploitation are essential. Some workers operate in a grey area where they're treated like employees but considered self-employed. Misclassified workers miss out on basic employment rights, payment of at least the minimum wage, holidays, paid leave, and the right to a proper process if fired or made redundant. This harms workers. It also puts at a disadvantage those businesses doing the right thing. The race to the bottom just creates an environment in which product and service levels are of second-order importance to cost, and it passes on the cost of that lack of regulatory clarity to others in the form of higher in-work welfare and tax credits. Now, reasonable people can disagree about what the government is doing, but it's been elected to deliver on its agenda, and that also means the delivery of regulation that it believes will deliver on that outcome. In my view, the business community and workers in New Zealand have nothing to fear and plenty to gain from these changes. So how can businesses best navigate these changes? My answer is engage. Engage with workers and their representatives to make the most of the opportunities these changes will bring. An example here would be the high-performance, high-engagement work commenced by Christopher Luxon at Air New Zealand, now being rolled out elsewhere. Working together with unions, it delivered higher output, lower cost, and a safer company. As Mr. Luxon called it, it was about ending the Punch and Judy show between workers and management. Leading firms recognise that understanding their regulatory environment is as much a part of their business as their product or service. And according to the 2020 New Zealand Consumer Survey, it's also increasingly part of what customers and clients want too. That survey said it was becoming increasingly important for businesses to ensure they are meeting their legal employment standards and to have the appropriate systems in place to ensure worker well-being. But let's go back to Professor van der Heijden to end. As he said, regulation is not about restrictions or limitations. It's about providing equal opportunities and protecting individuals from harm. The proposed changes to industrial relations in New Zealand help level the playing field. They're also about reducing the harms and rebalancing the costs that we see from the current regulatory systems that we have in place today. More importantly, they're also about delivering on the government's economic goal of that more productive, that more sustainable, and that more inclusive economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Craig. I'm sure there's much for discussion there. One thing I do think we can probably all agree on is the aspiration. I've never doubted the aspiration on both the left and right of the political spectrum to deliver a more productive and equitable economy for this country. The challenge is, of course, the method by which it's done, which we will discuss over the course of the next 30 odd minutes, 35. Let's go then to Mike Burrell, who's the Executive Director of the Sustainable Business Council, and that, of course, related to Business New Zealand. Mike, I'm sure will have a few things to say on what Craig's said, but also is particularly interested in the whole resource area, environmental concerns and climate change. So, Mike, g'day.
G'day, thanks, Stephen. Well, look, I think it won't come as any surprise to anyone who's listening to that today that I'll be looking at this through a sustainable business lens to start with at least. And I just really want to make 4 points. The first one is that in many countries, including New Zealand, businesses are leading the way on sustainability and climate action. So sustainable businesses like the ones I represent in the Sustainable Business Council have been moving from seeing sustainability as a bolt-on, something that you do in addition to your core business, to seeing it as something that should be built into your core business strategy over the last 5 years. And we're seeing more of that turn up in those business strategies. So these businesses see that it's just good practice, since sustainable business is about foresight. It's about looking ahead to anticipate risk and opportunity, and then responding to those elements that are material to your business. So this mainstreaming of sustainability is evident both internationally and here domestically, and we see it across a broad range of sectors. But we're also seeing pressure coming from within the private sector as investors like BlackRock begin to signal that they'll disinvest from companies that aren't sustainable, as customers and clients begin to demand more sustainable businesses, as credit rating agencies like Moody's and Standard & Poor's now front-load their conversations with companies with a session on sustainability and climate risk. You see banks like Westpac and others who are developing sustainable finance products, and insurance companies like IAG and others who are beginning to focus on climate adaptation. So a lot of the pressure on companies is coming actually from within the private sector itself. And as we've seen in countries like the UK, it is the action from the private sector that's having the most significant impact on climate emissions reduction. And this is largely being led by businesses themselves, because they see both the risk of not taking action and, of course, the opportunity of adapting to that new reality, and the risk of not taking action and their competitors taking it for them. The second point I wanted to make is that we're currently in the midst of a very major policy shift on climate action, a point that Craig just made before, both globally and also here in New Zealand. And it's an enormous amount that's happening in terms of climate and sustainability-related regulation and government policy. And really what I wanted to do is just list a few of those things to give you an idea, a flavour of just the scale of it. So we've got the reform of the RMA. We've got the outcomes of the Climate Change Commission's report, which came out last year, and the government's response to that through the draft emissions reduction plan. And that includes, of course, finalising emissions budgets for the next 15 years, which, of course, are critical because they set the trajectory and determine whether or not we'll meet our climate goals or not. And for that reason, of course, they need to endure across governments, and so need to have bipartisan support so that they're based on independent advice and science and don't go backwards and forwards. The work that's emerging from the He-Waka Eke Noa work that's to reduce agricultural emissions is another big piece of work that's coming down the pipe. There's the introduction of mandatory climate-related financial disclosures led by the ERB, and of course there's the development of the National Adaptation Plan, which is, I think, coming out in a couple of months' time. Now, in other like-minded countries like the UK and many other countries in the EU, that work unfolded over quite a long time frame. But here in New Zealand, it's happening in a very short time frame, largely because we're playing catch-up, and across a wide range of areas against the backdrop of the global pandemic and the associated economic challenges that were outlined earlier. Which is why, my third point, is why partnering with business and the development and implementation of all of that policy is critical if we want to avoid the kinds of economic and social shocks that we saw in the 1980s and 1990s when we didn't anticipate what the intended and unintended consequences might be of those reforms. So our view is that it's really important that this work is sequenced and that we work at a pace that New Zealanders can adapt to. Otherwise, we risk harming New Zealanders in the process or triggering a backlash because we've not brought the public along with us. So we think that government has a critical role in setting a regulatory environment that encourages businesses to make those investments necessary for low carbon transition. They also have a role for making some investments themselves, particularly when it comes to the just transition, R&D and other infrastructure. But what we've seen in other countries like the UK is where the enabling role of government is there, you see a massive investment by businesses in decarbonisation. And in fact, well over 70% of the reduction in emissions in the UK has actually come out of the private sector. We see a just transition starting with a conversation about where the impacts are most likely to be felt and ensuring that government is working in partnership with businesses and communities to mitigate those impacts so that we don't see what we saw happen back in the 80s and 90s. So this is a climate emergency, and so urgent actions needed, but we need to ensure that the unintended consequences of those actions aren't harmful, and we think the way to do that is to learn from those who are ahead of us, like the UK and others, and to work across government, business and communities. My fourth point is that when it comes to climate action, we need to learn how to walk and chew gum at the same time. We already live in a world that's a 1.1 degrees warmer than it was at the start of the Industrial Revolution. So climate change is already here. And even if we take the action necessary to limit warming, it's likely that by the end of the century, we'll be living in a 1.5 degree world for a period of time until the impacts of our actions are felt in global cooling. This means that we need to work on both climate mitigation, that's reducing emissions, and climate adaptation at the same time. And many businesses are just getting their head around reducing their emissions, and now they've got to get their head around how they adapt to this climate that's going to continue to change for at least the next 50 years or more. So we've kicked off some work in this area in the anticipation of the draft National Adaptation Plan, and we anticipate that the impacts on climate adaptation will be every bit as significant for New Zealand businesses as climate mitigation has been. And so being able to take action on both mitigation and adaptation is going to be really important for business. But that's all I'm going to kick off with today, Stephen, and looking forward to the questions and answers that come after this.
Thanks very much, Mike. Comprehensive view on the impact, particularly of climate change, in a very short space of time, so well done. Now, Brian Chappell from the Treasury, our second Treasury Speaker of the day. We had the Secretary Carolee in earlier, Brian. I suppose, interested from a Treasury perspective, you've just heard sort of two passionate discussions about firstly the labour market and then climate change from two different perspectives. What's Treasury keeping an eye on in all this environment?
Cool. Thanks, Stephen, and kia ora koutou. And I'll try not to contradict my boss, as you've helpfully pointed out. She spoke earlier. Look, I'm not going to presume to tell businesses how to navigate the environment, but I do think there's a few kind of themes that are going on here, and it's kind of useful to think about the types of regulation that are happening differently. But first, I do just want to pick up on something you said at the beginning, Stephen, about COVID, and just acknowledge that it's having very different impacts on different types of businesses. And I don't think I've seen as a sort of such extreme heterogeneity in different parts of the economy in my career. So I think we do have to be really cognizant of that when we're thinking about regulation and the way in which it's going to land, right? It's not, we can't go back to some of these kind of one-size-fits-all type approaches and kind of think that because on average the cost benefit says it's positive, it's kind of positive, because the impacts are going to be really quite different. Just thinking about the two areas that Craig and Mike have talked about, I think they're quite different in nature. So the labour market ones, and I'd include immigration in there, they're sort of one-off. I think of them as one-off. There's a whole lot of them, but they're kind of a big set of changes, maybe a shift in the pendulum, if you like. And, you know, then business can kind of, you know, whether they like it or not, can kind of get on and operate in that new environment. And there's kind of certainty about what that is, right? As I say, whether or not you agree with them, there's kind of certainty. I think the key thing we've been thinking about there is just the scale of those changes at once, and how do we make sure that they don't undermine, you know, the ends that they're trying to achieve, which I think, as you said as well, you know, we all kind of agree with the ends, the aims, but, you know, with a lot of things happening all at once, it's quite difficult to work out what that end impact is going to be and how all this is going to play out. So that's the way we're approaching those issues. I think the resources and climate ones are different in that they are the start of a longer term trend. I think we're going to see ongoing change in those areas as we get to grip with the kind of transition that we're going to see. And I think in part that, you know, that's kind of about ensuring our economic model is sustainable for the long term. And I think of it as pricing externalities and just getting those underlying incentives right for the economy. That's the sort of basic approach I take. The other kind of point I'd make about that is for both climate and adaptation, climate mitigation and adaptation, you've got to think about both the transition costs and what the endpoint's going to be like. So the Climate Commission modelling suggested that the endpoint for the economy won't be all that different from what it would have been without this transition. Yep, there's a bit of a negative impact, but it's not, it's well within the margins of error of any kind of economic forecast going up to 2050, let's put it that way. But what we haven't really focused on or talked about is how are we going to share the burden of the transition cost across the private sector, both business and individuals, and also across the government. Clearly, government's going to fund some of it, and some of it is going to be both incentivising the change and compensating some of the people who are losers on the way through or who are adversely impacted on the way through. But I think most of the burden is going to fall on the private sector via a mix of both kind of relative price changes and regulation. But importantly, even where the government does fund some of these things, it's really important that we are altering relative prices so that those, to support that underlying investment. Otherwise, you're really like King Canute, kind of standing there trying to fund something, and the underlying forces in the economy are pushing you in a different direction, and kind of that way lies madness. So I think it is really important. My biggest I guess, piece of context or way of thinking about this massive climate and resourcing change we're undergoing is to think really hard about the underlying relative prices and sort of incentives and economic signals that we need to be sending for the long term, and get those clear so that then people can start operating in a coherent way. And although I said we're not really going to get certainty about how all this looks, at least you can start getting some sense of direction from that. The final sort of kind of observation I'd make about the regulatory changes is, as Craig pointed out, governments are elected and have a mandate to make changes in particular areas they want to do. And my job is to give them some really good advice and then enthusiastically help them do whatever it is they decide to do. And that's the nature of the role. But I think, for people like me, it's really important we have a really good understanding of the impacts on business, and more so than usual, the impacts on different types of business and how that's going to vary across, given the COVID context, and then communicate that clearly to ministers so they make their decisions. I think the other kind of observation I'd make is that within the, within that regulatory change, there's often a lot of tiny little details, decisions that get taken that make quite a difference to the actual costs on the ground for businesses. And often we can make quite a difference to those without, even while going in the direction the government's chosen to do and achieving its broader objectives, you can make things much more simpler and straightforward for business to do that if we can work together on some of those implementation details better. And there's any number of examples where we don't get that done well, and some where we do. So I think that is, just echoing Mike's plea for business stakeholders and government to work together to make it work. And just finally, a point on the broader business environment. Clearly, free flow of people is going to be very important too, and no doubt that's something that will be touched on throughout the rest of the 2 days. But I'll stop there, Stephen, and let you lead us through a discussion.
Thanks very much, Brian. That was great. And to all our speakers. Just before I go back to the other panel members, one of the things Carolee was asked about this morning was this whole question of who measures the costs and benefits of different regulatory initiatives and who's there looking at the cumulative effect. And you mentioned it in relation to the labour market. As you and I would both know, relying on individual agencies to come up with robust cost-benefit analyses and so on is variable, if we could put it that way. And so there is a role for Treasury, but I've also realised that Treasury is got to be a mile wide and an inch deep, really, because you're covering the whole of government activity. Have you thought and have you considered, for example, on labour market reforms, immigration and so on, of perhaps putting together a more sort of, given that that's a big area of government activity, a more sort of robust group of people with a specific, whether you call it a task force or whatever, with a specific mindset of understanding those cumulative effects better before they all happen?
No, but I think that is something we need to think about. I think that I mean, one area where I've seen government try to do it is on the agricultural sector, where again, a lot of these environmental changes are kind of hitting. But we have kind of thought about it in the slight abstract way in the labour market, but not in that kind of comprehensive way. I mean, part of the challenge of doing it is that the way in which even the labour market regulations will affect businesses will vary quite a lot between businesses. So, you know, if you're a minimum wage or sit close to that retail business, for example, it's going to be very different than if you're a, you know, a tech business kind of thing. So it's hard to do.
Okay, great, thanks. Let's stay with the labour market then for the moment. And Craig, obviously as a representative of workers in terms of CTU and so on, you'll obviously be keen to ensure that everybody still has lots of work. There's a theme running around in some business circles, which is that, you know, we could be careful, we could break the sector a little bit if we rush too hard. And I know you did address that a bit, but I think it is a concern, and also potentially a concern about the competitiveness of international facing businesses. And I suppose the unique aspect of this country is just how small and thinly spread we are. And I think of regional businesses, you know, where you're the local pub or whatever, and you really are, you know, you're struggling to just make a buck. And I suppose from the CTU's perspective, understanding the direction you want to head down and what the government wants to do, but do you think about these potential externalities and potential risks to perhaps particularly regional areas and so on from such things as the fair pay agreements?
Thanks, David. Yeah, certainly. You know, the CTU wants as many people to be employed in good work as is possible. So we want a minimum wage which supports the aspiration of having as many people to be in good work as is possible, and that applies equally across the country. Fortunately for us, the evidence on things like the minimum wage from overseas and from other jurisdictions is that for every 10% increase in the minimum wage, general prices rise by 0.4%. So, you know, the evidence on things like the minimum wage increases is quite small in terms of price rises, but it's certainly one of the things we take into consideration. In terms of fair pay agreements, and the proposal that's on, as I understand it, that's being discussed, has the possibility of providing for regional or local variations, and as a, you know, they will be sector-led agreements, which will be freely bargained between employers and employees to commence with. So they'll be dealt with from bargaining sides on both sides. So, you know, and clearly the employment impacts of whatever goes into a fair pay agreement will clearly one of the things that we'll be talking to the bargaining sides for trade unions on. But I'm sure it's one of the considerations that unions will be considering in helping to set a fair pay agreement for an occupation or a sector.
Okay, thanks. Mike, what's your feedback from members? I mean, obviously your direct interest is Sustainable Business Council, but you also have an involvement in the wider Business New Zealand setup. What's your feedback from members at the moment in terms of the pace of regulation? And I appreciate it might be different from the big end of town to the little guys, you know, your chambers of commerce and EMAs and so on. Not so little, the EMA, but anyway, but all that. What's your read of the temperature check of businesses at the moment?
Yeah, maybe I'll start with the area that I just talked about. I think the sense on the sustainability side of regulation is that there was a lot of catching up to do, and that some of that stuff had been on agendas for quite some time. The RMA reform was one of them that was on the to-do list, I think, of a range of governments over the years. And so, you know, that's accepted that that's going to be some pain for hopefully a good outcome. And same with the work on emissions, you know, that there was a bit of catching up to do. We'd fallen well behind our peer group, particularly the UK and others, and there was some catching up to do there. I think the concern is just with the breadth of it. It's happening all at the same time and at a really challenging time. You know, this is a time where companies are, you know, fearful for their own survival in many cases. And so one of the things that we've talked to the government about is the Be Kind strategy, you know, which is we're really keen for this to happen. We've done not a lot for the previous 30 years. We're now trying to cram 30 years worth of work into 2. We would rather see that happen at a slightly slower pace. Now, we're not saying don't don't do it, and we're not saying don't lose the momentum. We're just saying make sure that you do it at a pace that people can keep up with, that the companies can keep up with, particularly the small end of town, because the larger companies have a bit more to go on, come and go on this. I think the question that you asked, Brian, earlier is a really important one, which is what is the cumulative effect of what we're doing here? And I think the answer is I'm not sure any of us really know, because we're doing a lot of quite significant reform all at the same time, with the backdrop of the largest crisis that the planet's seen probably since certainly the oil crisis in the 70s. Possibly you'd have to go back to World War II to see something that's as significant. So the truth is we don't know, and I would like to see some work done on what the cumulative impact of this will be, because I think then we can make some choices about sequencing. What do we do and at what time? I worry that what we'll do is we will do a classic New Zealand thing of trying to rush it all through, and then we will spend years trying to unpick some of that and do it better. And what I would rather do is we do it, my father's adage, measure twice, cut once. And I'm not talking about years here. I'm just talking about, the next, year, 2 years. I'd like to see some sequencing there. The other thing that we are seeing is that the issue of, when we ask our members what the biggest issue on their mind at the moment is, in fact, we go out to New Zealanders generally and ask them about that. In the top 10, 5 of them are about standard of living. They're about affordability. It's interesting. They're really crowding out. In fact, of the top 5, 4 of them are economic. And that's a huge difference from 2 years ago. And so what we're having to do as an organisation is kind of tilt into that area around, if you like, the social part of ESG. Normally we're more focused on the environmental. Now we're realising that actually the impact on people's lives of just the last 2 years really has been really significant. So what we're hearing from our members, and I see it as being part of the broader Business New Zealand network, is just that the social and economic cost of this crisis hasn't really come to bear yet. Let's be honest, we've been shadowboxing COVID up until now. It hasn't actually been here. Now we're about to experience the real thing. And so we're watching that carefully and making sure that we go at a pace that our businesses can adapt to.
Thanks very much, Mike. A couple of our questioners have come up with questions which I might introduce at the moment, which reflect a theme that a couple of you have raised already, which is the quality of implementation of policy. One particular question about the current credit legislation, which suggests that in implementation it hasn't been that stellar, I think is probably the term. And I think there's certainly some appearances that that's indeed the case. And you'd have to say, looking at that one, there were plenty of people saying ahead of time, hey, pull up, there's going to be a problem here if you proceed on this basis. And so there was no shortage of people prepared to offer a view, but for whatever reason it didn't quite make it through to the minister's table. And therefore, and probably using that as an example of the wider question of implementation, how good are we at it really, and what could we do better, beyond just talking to each other? Because sometimes people talk, and I've been at select committee, submissions arrive, they're very good submissions, well argued, and they sort of go into a big box, and the minister charges on regardless, and that's on both sides of politics, he said quickly. So how do we do that bit better? Because with a lot going on, the risk has got to be pretty high. Let's start with Brian as the man in the hot seat, and then we'll go to Craig.
Yeah, so I'm not going to talk about the CCCFA in any detail and just let that play out for the time being, but I agree with the general point. If I think about recent regulatory failures we've had around health and safety, the leaky building, the finance company one, that I was involved in some of the aftermath of in the past, and the GFC. A lot of those are actually not so much about the frameworks we've had, but about the way we've ended up doing kind of enforcement and kind of the back end, the frontline stuff. I think we have actually got a lot better at that. So there's been some stuff that actually was probably started when you were involved in this, Stephen, like GREG, professionalising some of the frontline regulators, giving them qualifications and things like that. So I think there are things that are happening there, but it has been a bit of a weak spot where we've tended to concentrate, people like me do the framework stuff, and then both ministers and the policymakers move on to the next thing, and we don't think about how it's actually going to happen and play out on the ground enough.
Craig, what about you? You must be concerned about access to credit and things for businesses as part of your remit. That's a particular example, but also more broadly in the area of implementation.
Sure. I mean, I'm first of all shocked, Stephen, that you suggest that politicians don't listen to people. I'm appalled at that statement. However, what I would say is that, in terms, again, like Brian, there's a process underway with the review of the triple CFA, and I won't talk to that now. But what I would say is that the triple CFA reforms were probably in themselves an attempt to regulate a regulatory failure, because we had a lot of situations in which we had predatory lending, we had poor forms of lending going on to households who couldn't afford to actually pay the lending in the first place. And, we're doing a lot of work with FinCap and with households who, have clearly had mis-selling of financial services delivered to them and to our members. And that's really, so what we shouldn't do is seek to throw the baby out with the bathwater by saying our regulation didn't work, therefore we should stop that regulation and deliver a completely different regulation. What we should recognise is that many of the problems that we have are actually the consequence of previous regulatory failings. Arguably, one of the biggest regulatory failings we have right now is the housing crisis in New Zealand, and 30 to 40 years of failure to regulate land supply, failure to regulate building demand, failure to regulate the number of construction firms that we have in the sector properly, and so to deliver the kinds of outcomes that we actually want to see. That's why I said at the beginning of it, in my speech, it's not about the number of regulations. It's about making sure that the regulations that you have are delivering on your goal. And for me, certainly, the ability to implement the regulations that we've got in New Zealand, we should learn from what we've done in the past. And I think that's where sometimes we fail a little bit in New Zealand, is we seek to regulate without seeking to learn properly why we're needing to regulate and what's failed in the past in the first place.
Yep. Sort of increased thoughtfulness. I wonder sometimes too, this will be heresy to my former colleagues, the idea of having the select committees a little bit more independent of the executive, I think would be a very worthwhile exercise. Unfortunately in our country, well, fortunately in some ways, but unfortunately in others, because everybody's aspiring to get into the executive, you don't have what we have in the UK, which is often a much more independent backbench and much more focused on scrutiny of pieces of legislation. Mike, you any views in this particular area?
I do, Stephen. Having worked both sides of the fence, of course, I've got some views on this. I suppose my first thing would be to say that what I observe is that when the private sector wants to go about doing something, it really throws a lot of resource into it. And what I've observed, having worked in government and worked as a consultant to government and now working alongside them as a partner, is a chronic under-resourcing on big projects, but big policy projects, I mean. The sense is once the policy's signed off, it's done. Whereas, in fact, the hard work begins at that stage. So I would say that we're not great at execution as a country. I think we wing it. And as a result, I think a lot of our work is not as good as it should be. The exception to that was some of the work that we did, I think, in the late 80s and early 90s, when we did throw the kitchen sink at it in terms of resources, and we attracted a lot of talent in to do that work. I would say that we haven't done that in quite some time. So that's my comment on that one. My other comment would just be to say that we don't learn from overseas. Again and again, our parochialism is legendary globally. I've worked in foreign affairs for a while, and we are known as being hyper-parochial. People won't say it to our faces, but if they think you're an Australian, they'll tell you. We really are an island, a little group of islanders, and we don't like to learn from others, even if there's a model we can grab. And my classic, I could give you hundreds of examples of this, but I've seen it happen half a dozen times where there was a piece of technology we could have grabbed from somewhere for very little money, or an idea that we could have ripped off and implemented in New Zealand, but no we have to come up with something from the ground up that makes no sense. I say to people, it's kind of like developing your own word processor. Fun, but stupid. And we do that, I think we do that far too often. And then my final point on this, I suppose, would just be around the rate of change. You know, we love to fiddle, we love to meddle. And to your point, there was a little book written back in the late 70s, wasn't it, by Geoffrey Palmer, that originally had a question mark, and then he got rid of the question mark, unbridled power. The reforms that were done around our voting system were actually a proxy for dealing with executive overreach in the 70s. But we didn't actually address that. So what we have is a situation now where effectively we have, as Geoffrey Palmer used to refer to it, as elected dictatorships. You know, governments come in, there's no regulatory check there really. And I think that leads to suboptimal outcomes on the quality of our work. So to your point, I do think that if there was a greater independence with that scrutiny, we'd end up with a better product. Because in the end, that's the benefit of a liberal democracy, isn't it? Is that's actual scrutiny of legislation is the critical piece. So there you go, there's my views.
Thank you very much. Look, I just want to change tack before we finish, because there's a big elephant in the room which is probably troubling for everybody here, and that is inflation now. And what seems to be, as an outsider looking in, and I'm not being critical of the New Zealand Reserve Bank at this point, because I think it's a worldwide phenomenon, where central banks feel like they've been dovish for too long, and now we're fighting inflation from behind the eight ball. How worried are the three of you about that from a business perspective? And I'd be worried about a wage price spiral, and that's not to pick on people going for wage increases, because I certainly would, but more a case of that's the logical outcome of this, at least in the short term, particularly with a closed off labour market from the rest of the world. We've got some real challenges ahead of us. So interested in your views. Let's start perhaps with Craig and then Mike and Brian, and then we'll wrap it up.
Thanks, Stephen. I mean, in terms of to answer your second question first, if there's going to be, is there evidence of a wage price spiral? We've got evidence of the price spiral. We have 5.9% inflation. We don't necessarily have evidence of the wage spiral to accompany it. LCI, so labour cost inflation, from memory, is 2.8% in the latest data set. And even if you take our ordinary hourly, meaning wages, it's nowhere near the current level of inflation. And similarly, when none of the forecasts see that the level of wages reaching the level of inflation in any short run scenario. I also think we also have a very bifurcated labour market. The recovery that we've seen to date in COVID is, if you have skills, if you're in demand, you're doing well, and you may well be benefiting from the recovery and from the growth that we genuinely have seen post-COVID. If you're not doing so well, if perhaps you don't have the skills that are needed in the economy, or you were in a sector that was suffering to date, then you're probably continuing to see your relative quality of life in comparison to others decline. And that K-shaped recovery that some economists talk about, I can see that certainly continuing over the time period. That's why lifts to the minimum wage are quite important, in order to create a floor for that, to make sure that doesn't get as worse than it positively could be. So I don't see the wage price spiral yet. I certainly see the prices rising, but I don't necessarily see the wages rising on the other side. Do I think it's a real problem for businesses going forward? Well, to be honest, there's a bunch of economists who tell me that it's permanent, that it's here, and that inflation's out of control, and we need to lift the OCR regularly because it's a permanent issue now in the economy. And there's a bunch of economists who tell me that, frankly, this is a transient issue. This is about oil. This is about shipping costs. This is about a bunch of other things, and they'll go away once the bottlenecks ease. One of them will be right. For my money, I'm still more in team transient than I am in team permanent. But it will create real issues for businesses, even in the short run, in terms of managing costs. But right now, that doesn't seem to be having a depressing effect on economic activity. And so, it may be that one of the things you want to look at does the Reserve Bank, with its current OCR track, see that having a depressing effect on economic activity? And from memory, the last MPS continues to see economic growth going forward. So I don't think it's don't think it's a fantastic. I don't think it's the most important issue yet. I think skills, access to workers is probably the most important issue, and that's what the surveys tell us for businesses right now. But if inflation became permanent, then clearly it would be a very important issue for businesses.
Thank you, Craig. Mike, just a quick comment from you.
It'll come as no surprise that I'm very worried about it. And all you need to do is, I've got a background in development economics, and so all you need to do is look at developing countries and see that, why are they still developing? Because they've let inflation run away time and time and time again. I agree with Craig. It's one of a set of things that we need to be concerned about. It's not just one of them, but it is something we need to be concerned about. I'm confident that we've got the tools to manage it. I'd be interested in, how long is transient? I think it could be a year or two, but I am confident that we can get on top of it using the tools that we have. But I think you'd be a fool not to be focused on it, because we haven't been in a situation with such high inflation for a very long time. But I'm confident we can get on top of it. It is an indicator, though, of just how different these times are from the last 30 years. We are in something that feels a bit more like the 70s to me than it does the 80s or 90s. And that means that we're going to have to use some reasonably big tools in our toolbox to manage that, get things back on track, and then and go from there.
And before I go to Brian, I can report from a number of companies that I work with that they're dusting off all their price escalation clauses and everything else. So it doesn't feel transitory to me at this point. Everybody's trying to relearn things that they haven't had to know since the 70s to ensure they don't get underwater with what they sell. Brian, how big a problem?
Yep, I think it's definitely an issue, partly because we haven't seen it for a while, although I share Mike's view that we have got the tools, but it could be a bumpy road. And then 3 other observations. I think while I don't regret any of the decisions we took over the last couple of years, I think this turned out to be more of a supply side event than a demand side event. And our initial response was, what we do in the demand side thing. So that's a mea culpa, a bit of a lesson there for us. 2, on wages. Interestingly, if you disaggregate the LCI by skill level, it's the lowest and the second lowest skill levels that are seeing most of the big increases coming through in wages. So that's kind of just interesting, seeing where that pressure is coming through. And 3rd, how this ultimately plays out is going to be dependent on the housing market, just given that's such a big part of our macro transmission mechanism here in New Zealand. So I'll leave it there, and a big thanks to you, Stephen, and to my fellow panellists.
Thank you, Brian. And we had this last-minute disagreement between Brian and Craig that we have no time to actually go back and delve into, which is, never mind, we can do that later at some point in the future. Look, thanks very much to the 3 of you for being with us today and for your insights. I highly appreciate it. As I said at one point, I'm sure everybody agrees on the outcome. There's just difference of opinions on how we might get there, which is the nature of political economy. Thank you very much for your time, and look forward to seeing you again at some point soon. And that is our session on the business environment. The inflation discussion at the end is probably a good lead into tomorrow, where we have the Reserve Bank Governor in the morning, followed by a panel of macroeconomists. That's always bad to pronounce that wrongly when you're at an economic forum. But that's tomorrow morning, and we'll get to that. Right now we have another excellent panel, and Matt Bolger to introduce it. Thank you, Matt.
Kia ora, thank you, Stephen, and really interesting discussions there. We are switching gears. We've got a couple of great sessions before we have another break. Before the break, we'll have a panel on education, of course, hugely disrupted during the pandemic. But right now, I'd like to cut across to our panel on the Māori economy. And facilitating, moderating, driving us for this session is Professor Shelley Spiller. Shelley is a Professor of Leadership within the Waikato Management School, Te Raupapa, a global leader in her field, and she's joined by a couple of fantastic panellists. So, kia ora, Shelley, great to see you up in Auckland, and welcome, and in your hands.
Kia ora, Matt, thank you. O kei te mihi mahana kia koutou, kei te mihi nui kia korua o te kaupapa whairawa o te rānei. Welcome to our session on the Māori economy, and in particular we're going to be looking at dealing with COVID's long tail. As Matt mentioned, I'm a professor at the Waikato Management School, and I whakapapa to Ngāi Tahu Matawhāiti on the East Coast, just out of Wairoa. So we hear glittering headlines about the size of the Māori economy. Pre-pandemic in 2018, the asset base of the Māori economy was 68.7 billion, which is a phenomenal 60% growth since 2013. But actually, what's in a number? That number, 68.7 billion, tells a particular story of an economy that is underpinned by Māori values, an intergenerational outlook, stakeholders in perpetuity, well-being as a purpose, and profit as a means to an end. So amidst the surge of COVID and the long tail that we are all collectively facing, we have two expert economic matakete, so visionaries who are working in the Māori economy at the interface between worldviews. So it's a great pleasure to welcome Liz Tiamo and Wayne Tainui. Liz and Wayne will speak for about 5 minutes each on our session topic, and then we will open up to questions from the audience. I really encourage you to put your questions through Slido. So I'll briefly introduce each speaker and then I'll hand over to you first, Liz. So Wayne, first, you are very well known to us here at the Waikato Management School. You've been on our business advisory board for a number of years now, and you've been a key contributor to our amazing new strategy. Wayne is PwC's Manukura Māori business leader, responsible for developing and leading the firm's strategy for the Māori sector, and he has considerable knowledge on the Māori economy and New Zealand commercial landscape. And Liz, as I recall, we last met when you were awarded a Māori Business Leader Award for the incredible work that you were doing as Executive Director at MB, responsible for leading the National Crown Māori Economic Development Strategy and Partnership. You've been CEO at Middleberries and Tauranga since, I think, 2018, and it's one of those businesses that puts Māori ideals into practice as a collective, and as the website says, combines ancient traditions and values handed down by the ancestors with modern technology and science. So welcome, Liz. We'll kick off with you. And you need to unmute.
Tēnā koe, Shelley, and tēnā koutou katoa. Nei rā te mihi mahana ki a koutou e rangatira mā, ko Liz Tiamo ahau, he uri ahau no Te Aroa Waka, ko Tapuika, ko Waitaha, ko Tūhaurangi, oku iwi, tēnā koutou katoa. Real privilege to be here today. That was a bit of a trip down memory lane. My background, I spent about 16 years with New Zealand Trade and Enterprise, half of that offshore, half onshore, so representing New Zealand and exporters in trade. 10 years in the private sector, and then 2 years with MB, as Shelley said, working closely with ministers, including Stephen Joyce, on the Māori economic development strategy for the country. And so I'm very grateful for that career and that perspective and that lens, and where that took me to was a place where it was time for me to go home. So coming back to where I whakapapa to in and around Te Puke, where my whānau is. And what I understood and knew was that for Māori, I wanted to go right from this helicopter view of talking about the $70 billion Māori economy to actually growing Māori businesses, because that was going to be the job creator, that was going to change the lives of our people in our rural communities, our rural Māori communities. And so I joined this little company called Middle, it means berry in Māori, and as we try to wrangle a horticultural startup, an Indigenous business model against some very commercial drivers. That's the mission. Certainly I joined for 4 years ago now. And so at the heart of Middle, what are we? We're 30 Māori shareholders, starting with blueberries, growing high value crops. We grow in a hydroponic styled growing system. So that's tunnels, it's a substrate, it's a fertigation system. So it's at the high-tech end of growing. And our shareholders joined up with a view to understanding they had investments in farming, in dairy, in fish, in forestry, in tourism. They wanted to understand what horticulture could offer them as well. That's why they joined, but they joined together to be part of a Māori collective, one that was very much underpinned by tikanga, by our values of kotahitanga, working collectively, kaitiakitanga, sustainability, manaakitanga, care of people in place. So that was critical to them when they joined up. They had aspirations of owning IP, but didn't necessarily know what that might mean, the investment required, very much Horizon 3 activity, and also building a global Māori brand, one that they could see themselves in, but also it had to resonate with global consumers. So that's the journey we've been on. And if I think about what we are today, over the last 4 years, we now have 10 orchards just finished harvesting, 11 orchards in our network. We start with Ngāti Kuri, right up in Hauhora, come down to Ngāti Hoa in Morrinsville, out to Matakana Island for Tauranga Moana, Ngāti Porou and Tolaga Bay, along with Hoiti Incorporation, Wipere Trust in Gisborne, biggest orchards in Te Tepo, Meihana Kuata Trust there, Te Hau, Atiho in Bulls, and then Ngāti Ruanui out with 6 hectares in Taranaki, South Taranaki there. So we're spread around the North Island in terms of our orchards. And what the ambitious task we took on was growing these varieties of blueberries in a system that were new to New Zealand, and a system that was new to New Zealand, with all the other parts of the ambition. Why it's important, because it took me from a macro level right down to a very micro level of what these communities, and I'll settle on Te Teko because that's where our biggest orchards are, what they look like. The 10 people in a household, which we've all become a little bit more familiar with in these COVID times, the intergenerational nature, the patience required, the lack of capital available to help Māori land development. And so if they hold 2 kaupapa dear to their hearts in my shareholders, it's that we must grow over our own land, we must grow over Māori land. So that means most of the developments are leasehold, and that we are focused on jobs and skills for our people. And when we started this, we weren't in this somewhat more closed economy of COVID, where the horticulture industry had access to RSEs, it had access to a lot of backpackers. And so we started with this notion of, no, we're here for our own, we're going to be, above 90% local Māori employed. And so if I think about that vision and those challenges and how we've been wrangling that, there's been many challenges on the way. But where I go to, I guess, is, and the Reserve Bank Governor, this is Adrian Orr's favourite little triangle, which he gave us, is that triangle of thinking about the key issues: capital, capability, and connectivity or connection. So when you are doing developments over Māori leasehold land, that is very hard to sell at retail. It's very hard to sell to anyone but the landowners and their friends, basically. So I know Reserve Bank people are thinking about how you might unlock lending to Māori land, but that's a real constraint about how we get the potential of Māori land moving. Second is our capability, and I see it both as an opportunity and a challenge. We need to invest probably 2 to 3 times more effort in getting our own local Māori people who have never had the opportunities of an education, of regular income, 3-4 generations of entrenched poverty in their households. So we're working in some of the poorest communities in the country, how we lift them not only in confidence and spirit and Māori and Wairua, but in basic day-to-day capability of get up, go to work 5 days a week, 6 days a week and harvest, and then the skills to grow hydroponically, work as teams, all of that. And then the connectivity to me is a bit easier to talk about. So I'm just going to pick a couple of things out that really are highlights for us. And I've come onto this call because we're in a shareholder meeting on a Teams call at the moment. is our two highlights this year is we are building a Māori brand, and we've just presented that to our shareholders, and they are elated at how it's resonating with particularly our Asian consumers, but how it is very much about us as Māori and Aotearoa New Zealand. And the second thing we're super proud of is we're now 50 hectares of hydroponic growing, and having created well over 500 jobs across the network while we built these orchards. So it lands us as a collective now the largest grower of substrate berries in New Zealand. And I think I'll just stop there with the Miro story and hand over to you, Wayne.
Thanks, Liz. Yes, Wayne, would you like to comment on our kaupapa?
Tēnā koe, Shelley. Tēnā tātou katoa. Ko tānui te tupunu waka, ko Ngāti Minapata me waka te tānui te iwi, ko Wayne tānui taku ingo. So tēnā tātou katoa. So hello everyone, my name's Wayne. So yeah, I guess my experience in terms of just growing and having experience in the Māori economy is a little bit different to Liz. So my journey has been, the upbringing from down at the grassroots in terms of marae, so of Ngāti Minapata descent, so I'm in Tikawiti o Trahonga Kawhi, that type of thing as a boy, but learning in terms of our, cultural imperatives, our tikanga, our te reo, etc. And then, got the opportunity to study at the Waikato Management School, and then went into the corporate setting, joined PricewaterhouseCoopers just over 20 years ago. So probably give you some perspectives in terms of working through, that pathway. Quite different, very, very, very kind of non-Māori kind of environment, if I can express it that way. So the challenge for me personally was, how do I balance, my values and my upbringing in a corporate setting? And it'd be fair to say it's been quite a journey from coming from what's quite a conventional corporate kind of setting to where we are today. So the group I have today, just to give you a sense of the journey that we've had, there's 80 of us across this country in our Manukura group, and we've got approximately 6 partners with Māori heritage within the corporate setting. Quite a journey from working with pre and post settlement groups. 10 years ago when I came back from offshore, having worked also in the United Kingdom and Australia, and seeing the transition and the journey and the impact that's had obviously for Māori and for Aotearoa in terms of working through that process and the issues and the challenges there. But the Māori economy has always been at the heart of it. It's always been about how do we unlock it. Lots of literature and stories, and love what Liz just shared with you in terms of ambition around, how we take this and make it real in terms of productivity, in terms of opportunity for Māori across the landscape. What's been kind of some of the key definers for me personally, one is around embedding a stronger knowledge of things te ao Māori, embedding tikanga, embedding matapono, our values, embedding te reo in organisations like this one, and corporate one, and being able to use their size and scale to work with Māori, such as Miro, such as many organisations, iwi hapora throughout the country, to support them to enable their ambitions, commercial, social, environmental, or otherwise. And so some of the things that we've been focused on as a group through our experiences with our people on the ground have been, a number of things. We've looked at mana treaty, the treaty o Waitangi. One of the things that we did in terms of setting our strategy is we built our Rautaki, our strategy, based on the principles of treaty o Waitangi. And so one of the challenges, I guess, today for both Māori-focused entities and non-Māori entities is, what does a good treaty partner look like? What does that mean? And how do you embrace that in terms of the things you want to do, whether you're non-Māori or Māori, but you're still making a contribution, or you are working in the Māori economy to get the outcomes that Māori seek, and obviously, what that means for Aotearoa at large. So that's a big one. The other one is equity, just, what's happening and what do we need to do around some of the challenges that are out there in equity, and they're pretty obvious when you think about it in a social perspective, from health that we've got in the pandemic at the moment, and just looking at our vaccine rates, to education, to justice, to a range of issues that are real for us as a people in our households and amongst our whānau. So technology, what do we look like in the digital space? Got some challenges there. We need to see what solutions and how we introduce those solutions from a Te Ao Māori perspective as we travel in a digital world. That's quite real. Maybe one of the other areas that are significant is just around the whole agribusiness environment, Māori landowners, the use of Māori land, and again, reference point in terms of Elizabeth Metal, and how we get outcomes that are going to be relevant for us in terms of the utilisation of Māori land. There are many others, what's happening with the water reforms, for example, and just the kinds of things that are going to be the catalyst for change that is positive for us as Māori. The last one probably I'll share is just around wealth management. What do we need to do to enter into a new chapter that's going to embed for us in terms of intergenerational perspectives, and how do we do that with a mindset for wealth management and some of the challenges that are associated with that. So I think that's just a lead in. That's some of my thinking in terms of my experiences within the corporate. Looking from a different lens, I suppose, from Liz, but nonetheless real. And probably the final thing I'll comment on is, how do we get it right, living in a real world where ultimately it's Te Ao Pākehā, and I'm not just talking in terms of this territory, but I'm talking globally as well, and from Indigenous perspective. So how do we get the balance right in terms of Te Ao Māori, which is what we live and breathe in terms of our culture, and making sure we've got the right balance in terms of Te Ao Pākehā and the tensions that are involved there. So I'll leave it at that, Shelley, as my kind of opening remarks.
Oh, kia ora, Wayne, thank you. So we'll turn to the questions now. There's lots of questions coming through. So first of all, one for you, Liz, and this will be really drawing on your background with NZTE and MB. But to what extent does the Māori economy need to be considered separately from the overall economy, including for government policy purposes?
Really have to rattle my brains back into that MB space. As a separate economy, I guess at the top level, I go to treaty partnership. And so I think not joined up, but what does a real partnership look like? It's not a subset. It should be a joined up, in my view, a totally joined up economy where both partners are true partners, they understand each other, and are respectful of each other. And to me, that was, I always used to think of the phrase of we're growing Aotearoa New Zealand, and that's the kind of ahua that we took offshore. This is, we're Aotearoa New Zealand, we're a partnership of these two peoples. From a policy perspective, what would I say? If I reflected on previous ministers, if you focus on the greatest areas of need and the greatest people of need, then you don't have to put a badge on it like the Māori economy or the Pacifica economy or the anything else economy. You're just trying to lift all New Zealanders up to a better level, a better living standard, a better life, sort of thing. So in some ways I understand that, but what I saw across policy in general was that it was very general and it was sort of a one size fits all. And so for Māori, because we do have the worst health stats, housing stats, income stats, all of that, you can either say the Māoris need to get up more, we need to catch up to be a partner, or you can just say really focus our effort and our policies where it's needed and required, and that will naturally attract to and attach to Māori. And also other vulnerable people in the economy, whether they are disabled or what have you.
Thanks, Liz. And our previous speaker, Brian from Treasury, did mention that, particularly now in COVID, there's these different impacts on different parts of the economy, and we can't have a one-size-fits-all. So that also reflects what you're saying here, and that, Māori do have a different way of looking at things in the sense of oftentimes a different purpose. It's intergenerational, it's underpinned by Māori values, and sometimes those differences force businesses such as yourself into making conscious compromises. So it's not necessarily a one-size-fits-all economy. So that working those tensions. Wayne, a question for you, and you might want to comment on the previous one and segue into this question. The Māori economy is pretty heavily skewed to the primary sector. So do you see this continuing, or do you see more of a move into technology?
I think you've got to realise that, from a Māori perspective, the whenua and the awa will always be very significant for us. So when we talk in terms of, fishing, forestry, farming, we're always going to be, in that space, and it'll always be significant for us in my view. But yeah, as we're moving into, a world that's quite, challenging and diverse, then, we've got food, we've got fashion, we've got fibre, and we're starting to see other things kind of come to the fold in terms of, the opportunities for Māori and that. Will agribusiness play a big part going forward? I believe so. In my view, I think it will. I think there's a significant amount of interest being shown in whenua Māori from diverse backgrounds. There's a greater appetite for probably land use, alternative land uses, and that's been driven by sustainability as well. But there's a lack of basic and core infrastructure, in my view, to enable, whenua development. It's getting better, but still there's a long way to go. And then you've got to take into account, some of the other elements in terms of the changes to Ture Whenua Act, Māori Act, and reforms to provide access to capital for whenua Māori as well. I think those things will have an impact as well. So my answer is, you're still going to see a component of what we understand those traditional sectors, particularly in, at the agribusiness space. But nonetheless, you're starting to see an appetite for diversity and going into the areas where we believe are real opportunities for us, given, our background. And that I think we can play a significant role in those areas as well.
Great, thank you. And a question for both of you, Wayne, but we'll start with you and then hand over to you, Liz. How do we grow more partnerships between Māori and non-Māori organisations, and what advice would you give firms wanting to do business with Māori?
From my experience in recent years, it's quite interesting. I think the appetite is a lot higher now than probably would have been a decade ago, for sure. I think the greatest challenge there is how do non-Māori organisations go about that? What's their understanding? How do we help them with their understanding around what a good treaty partner looks like? And across the corporate environment in recent, in the last year or so, I've seen a huge change in attitude and appetite for that. Some big brands really putting their hands up and saying, can you help us out? We're not quite sure how. And I think they just, need to actually just take the measures and steps that are necessary to position themselves to be treated as, or to be seen as good treaty partners from a mana whenua perspective. I think it's really important that they build those relationships with mana whenua. They get them strong, or haupara, or those Māori-focused organisations. I think that's really, really important to see some success there. And I'm probably going to also comment in terms of Crown agencies. I think that they probably now are starting to have a change in mindset around what that looks like, in some of those Crown agencies, MB, MPI, NZTE. You're seeing a shift in that attitude as well. But I think relationships with mana whenua are quite key to get the shift that I believe needs to happen.
Thank you, Wayne. Liz, would you like to comment on good partnering and advice to businesses wanting to work with Māori?
Sure, I'll take a slightly different angle and pick up on the last question actually around how do you partner with Māori. So if I think about the government and big government agencies in particular, it is not about having a Māori policy or sticking a little Māori team or person in the corner in your big agency. Any kind of commitment to partnership or learning more about Māori needs to start at the highest level. So it starts with your governance, and then it starts with your CEO and your leadership team, and it filters down through the agency. So on the government side, and the same thing happens in the private sector. And so I'll mention Te Hono, the primary sector network, has been an amazing catalyst for bringing Māori and mainstream, I'll call them primary sector leaders, together over a period of 8 or 9 years, bringing CEOs, bringing directors together, taking them away together. And what we have seen is that far more connectivity in the primary sector between Māori and non-Māori. You've seen a lot of cross-boards happening, and that really just comes back to diversity of thought, diversity of thinking. And so in the primary sector, a lot of companies said, we actually need to know our people, we need to get closer to Māori, understand what their aspirations are. So you saw them taking directors onto their board. My own board, I have 5 amazing shareholder directors, and we've brought on 3 non-Māori friends with very high and very specific capability that we need. And together we work as a whānau and bring all those perspectives to us. And then we sort of drop down from there. So Wayne mentioned NZTE. I was part of that, and it was a year-on-year growing with commitment of the top to go from 1 Māori executive to about 40 when I left, and the culture of tikanga and te ao Māori underpinning and creating the glue of NZTE. And it was very visible and very relevant and very easy to reach out and touch for the 45 offices around the world who all wanted to tap into that. Who are we and what do we look like? And so, yep, diversity starts at the top. Don't stick a little unit in the corner. You actually have to be it. And aspire to it. And I would say pick up the phone and figure out who your local iwi is the best place to start, and go and have a cup of tea with them.
Great, thank you both very much. We do have other questions here, and I apologise we didn't get to them. There was a final question which I really liked, because it was very much about that matakete futurist vision of a future, and would we even have a term like the Māori economy? And I like to think that we will have a wellbeing economy based on the principles of kaitiakitanga, a sustainable world, and a world where we're all well, including our environment. And I really appreciate the rich insight that you have both brought to our session. It's insight based on grounded practical experience. Thank you both for sharing your knowledge in service of a better, more sustainable world. And I really want to thank our audience for the great questions and for engaging, and also to the organisers and the tech support. So ka kite koutou, thank you.
Kia ora Shelley, kia ora Liz and Wayne, a fantastic session. Strikes me, listening to some of our sessions during the day today, we are facing a challenging world, and it was lovely to hear the discussion there. And I think one of the greatest areas of opportunity is, of course, the growth of the Māori economy, whether we use that term off into the future, as you've just said, Shelley, or not. So thank you for the discussion just now. All right, on with our next topic. We are going to move into a session on education. Of course, any of us, I know as a parent, education of the kids in my house has been pretty disrupted over the last couple of years. Many people are going through changes and challenges. It's always a fascinating topic here at a university. Anyway, I'm going to hand over to the moderator for this session, Professor Eva Collins, another member of the Waikato Management School team. Eva, we're in your hands.
Thanks, Matt. Tēnā koutou katoa. As Matt said, this forum is being hosted by an educational institution, so you can imagine the interest in what this next panel has to say. Keeping to the now familiar format, after introducing the panel and giving them a chance to make some opening comments, we'll take questions from Slido, and also we're letting and encouraging the panelists to ask each other questions. We have until 2:30 to explore educational issues in COVID. So on to our panel. Our panel includes Alex Fernandez de Oliveira, Chief Investment Officer at the International Finance Corporation, Professor Don Klinger, Pro Vice Chancellor, Division of Education, University of Waikato, and Dr. Michael Johnston, Senior Fellow at the New Zealand Initiative and Senior Lecturer in Education at Victoria University of Wellington. So over to you, Alex, to get us started.
Thank you, Eva. And first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity and the invitation. It's my first time attending the forum. Little disappointed that we're not in person in Hamilton, but hopefully for the next one. I thought I'd use these initial minutes to talk a little bit about IFC. I realize that many people in attendance might not be familiar with whom we are and what we do. Talk a little bit about my role at IFC, and then sort of leave a high-level message that is hopefully useful in starting the panel discussion. So IFC is the private sector arm of the World Bank Group. We share the same development objectives as the World Bank itself, but we work exclusively with private sector. So all of the investments we make, all of the projects we engage with are driven by private sector, no government interference. We are active across a whole range of industries. Our last fiscal year, we did about $30 billion worth of investments, and we do sort of a full range of financial investments, from senior loans to straight equity. And I think the other feature is, or two important features. One is we only work in emerging markets. So we work with companies from all over the world, but the projects they are investing in have to be in emerging markets. And the second angle, we are a development institution. So way before sort of the concept of impact investing was developed, we had already been doing it. So all of our investments, we have to justify the financial return, but also some measure of broader good to the economy, to a society, a particular country. That's sort of part of our role. I lead our health and education investments across Asia. The theme that binds health and education together is, for us, development of human capital. Our view is countries cannot develop unless they're able to accumulate human capital. And health and education are both critical pillars in stimulating, helping countries, I guess, develop human capital. We do, in education, which is this afternoon's topic, we have today a portfolio of about $1 billion, most of it out to higher education institutions. That's been typically our focus, more than primary and secondary education, although we have invested in primary and secondary education schools. Fairly well diversified portfolio, significant in Latin America, significant in Asia, but also Middle East and in Africa. So a fairly balanced, geographically very balanced education portfolio. And I think the key sort of message, as I mentioned, we work with private sector. And in emerging markets, what we have seen, I think our experience has been that the private sector actually contributes quite a bit to strengthening local education systems. At one level, it's just the sheer additional resources. Fiscal situation in many of the countries we work in is challenging. COVID has not helped. And private sector, brings additional resources which tend to strengthen education systems in these countries. I think the other angle is, I would say, if I had to summarize our strategy for investing in education, in private education in emerging markets, we're trying to support institutions that provide relevant education and typically help young people obtain relevant jobs. I think that is at the core, what we see as sort of our strategy, what we see as our objective, help especially young people develop the skills that are relevant in the job market, and as a result, obtain relevant employment. And I think in our experience, private sector plays an important role establishing, I would say, better links to labor markets, tailoring education that is more relevant to the job market. And as a result, I would say helps this transition from school to the workplace. We don't see it as one or the other. It's not public versus private. Our experience has been, I would say, that private sector complements very well in many of the countries we work in, sort of public sector efforts in promoting education. That was a lot. I hope it was clear, but I'll stop here in terms of opening remarks and pass it over to the panel.
Thank you, Alex. That was very clear and helpful to hear about IFC's role and your discussion about the opportunity for private sector investment in education. Let's now turn it over to Don for his opening comments. Don.
Tēnā koutou katoa. And as Eva mentioned, I'm Professor Don Klinger. I'm the PBC for Te Wānanga Toi Tangaita Division of Education at the University of Waikato. You may have also quickly surmised that my own story did not begin in New Zealand. Prior to coming to the University of Waikato, I was in Canada with experience as an educator and an academic researcher in the field of educational measurement. I've long been interested in the uses and misuses of large-scale testing and also the factors that impact student success. And I've looked at, however we define success. I mean, I think there's lots of ways we can talk about what success really looks like. I think what you'll see from the panelists, I mean, there's a lot we agree on. And, I've actually done some work with the Aga Khan Foundation, which is also a private organization that funds educational initiatives. So we've worked as a panel to try to really highlight where we're coming at this from different perspectives. So with that, what I'm going to talk about here is my central argument is that the challenges of COVID and what its impact has been on education is the solution to it has to be in the ways we support and help public education. I don't think the solutions are going to be in the private sector the same way that the other panelists are going to talk about. Now, before you dismiss me as just another one of those left-wing socialists that has no understanding of finances or economics, please know I've long argued that education does have to be more like a business. Too often, educators talk about, they're different than business. They don't have to worry about finances. I've never bought into that argument. We are a resource-intense industry, and therefore we have responsibility to really think about how we use those resources effectively. I have a background in finance and business. I also worked in a school system where we had school-based decision-making. And so I saw when schools can become what I call resource pits, and we just can't have that. So as I said, I've always had that position. I used to get in big debates with colleagues around this whole position, around, are schools a business? I would argue they're not a business, but they have to be business-like, as I've just said. Where I do struggle with some of the economic philosophies in education is when it's centered around the notion of competitive structure rather than of what I would call a fundamental social responsibility framework. And I think this is where I'm going to push some of my work. And I'll talk about this from the work I do on statistical modeling in education. And over the past several years, I've really looked at models of educational outcomes, what predicts them, what are the things that seem to impact student achievement or student outcomes, whether it be health and well-being, physical education, belongingness, all sorts of issues, success outcomes like that. And what I've what I've been telling people, and I've said this a lot, if you want to see the best education system in the world, go to the USA. Just look to the US. There's a reason the US has got more Nobel Prize winners than the next 6 countries combined. At the same time, I've also said, if you want to see the worst education in the world, go to the US. The US is a really strong model. It's a competitive model where you have massive educational equities. And so the work I do is called HLM, hierarchical linear modeling. And if you can see, what we typically see is the US has a growth curve like this. The top performing schools are right up top, and the lower performing schools are quite low. There's a big difference. In the US, the school you go to, the schools that you go to really matter on your educational outcomes. Now, in contrast to that, we look at countries such as Finland and Canada, and they have very high educational standards. They do extremely well on PISA assessment and any of the other kind of assessments that are out there. But you also find much greater equity. So if I show the graph like the US is there, the graph for Canada is basically like that. Now what you will see is that in Canada, the peak is typically not as high. We just don't have the same high top-end schools that the US has. We have 1 or 2. But what we don't have are big differences at the bottom. In fact, in Canada, and the same in Finland, the school you go to doesn't really matter. You'll get a high-quality education in whichever school you go to. Now, there are issues that we talk about in Canada about raising that bar so that you do get everything higher. And the reason I talk about this is the second reason. Both Canada and Finland do not have a large private school system. They're very much a public system. Now, statistically, Aotearoa, New Zealand looks more like the US than either Canada or Finland. Now, I'm painting I don't want to say an artificial picture, but I'm highlighting some big differences. But I have to be open and honest here. Even in Canada and Finland, there's massive inequities. Regardless of the educational outcomes we measure, there's a large proportion of students who are not meeting the standards we want for children. They feel they don't belong, their academic achievement is below, their connectedness to school is missing. So we get between about 15 and 30% of our children just don't feel connected to schools or don't succeed. It's, like I said, it's less in Canada, but it's still there. Now, it's these inequities are not random. They're systemic. We see them across certain population groups and certain communities and regions. You can imagine some of them already, if you think about New Zealand itself. And I think it's not hard to argue that COVID and its long tail will really likely exacerbate these existing inequities. There's a long list of factors that contribute to these inequities under COVID. Teacher readiness and their own skills in dealing with online learning. Home learning resources that children have access to, whether it be books, computers, iPads, Chromebooks, broadband, internet. Dedicated learning spaces, either in the community or in the home. Family and community supports. I mean, many of us here, we're well versed in how to support our children under a number of different challenging circumstances. That's not equally distributed across our populations. And these are all critical factors, but also they're ones that are largely out of the control of the students themselves. It's not their fault. And yet they're the ones that have to struggle with the implications of these inequities. So what I'm arguing is we have to differentially distribute resources to our schools in order to address these inequities, especially as a result of COVID. And this is where the competitive education models are really challenging. These models tend to reward prior success. And it's a classic case of the rich get richer. Not a bad model for businesses, perhaps, but it's not really a strong model in education. What we actually need to do is to direct the resources in research-supported professional learning as well to those educators in the public system who are best situated to address these inequities. Where are the problems? How do we get support into those schools, into those communities? We already have evidence that this kind of model works. The province of Ontario in Canada did use something called the OFIP project. It was called the Ontario Focused Intervention Partnership. And what they did is they identified the lowest performing schools, and they directed research-based professional learning to their teaching staff and other resources community to support the performance of students, in this case in literacy and numeracy, on critical outcomes in those areas. And as a result, what they found was that those schools that, and it wasn't universal by any means, this is not a simple solution, but what they did find that in many of those schools, they were able to move themselves well out of that bottom, what they call quartile range, into the, they still weren't above average, but they were moving up towards average performing schools. And I think this is the same kind of structure we have to think about as we deal with the COVID tail. We've got 15 to 30% of our students that are really going to struggle. And these are the ones that are going to have the biggest challenges catching up and meeting the standards we need for employment and future education. So there's my quick overview. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. And what I like about a panel, and particularly an afternoon panel, is one that represents a broad range of perspectives on the important issues. So, Don, I appreciate the view that was quite different from what Alex just presented. Our final speaker in the panel is Michael. So over to you, Michael, for your comments.
Thank you very much, Ava. I'm really going to, I think, build largely on what Don has said. And on the issue of public sector and private sector involvement in education, I probably sit somewhere between the first two speakers. I certainly take on board Don's point about the risks of a system which has a private sector within the public domain exacerbating educational inequality. I saw it in action when I was at University of Melbourne lecturing there nearly 20 years ago. Most of the students who got into that university were private school educated, and certainly the private sector is much more involved in education there than it is in New Zealand. And in general, I would like to see a public school system that is well funded and that does a good job of teaching children what they need to thrive in the world. I think if it's working well, it's a very good way of overcoming intergenerational poverty. However, there is the crux of it. Is it working well? Is it delivering those outcomes? And at the moment, there's a great deal of evidence in New Zealand that our system is not. As Don said, we resemble the American system in some ways, and that is a very large gap between the students who are doing the best and the students who are doing the poorest. We have some large socioeconomic and ethnic gaps in our educational data, and this is something that ought to concern us. And as Don also said, this inequity has its sources beyond the control of the students themselves, but also, in fact, beyond the direct control of schools a lot of the time. There's socioeconomic factors that play into things. And as Don also said, I think that it's almost inevitable that the COVID lockdowns will have exacerbated educational inequality for almost obvious reasons. Despite the fact that we haven't seen any hard data on it yet, I think that's going to turn out to be so. So what can we do about it? Well, one thing, that we need to be aware of, and where I think the private sector may keep the public sector honest to an extent, is in the provision of high quality teaching and learning. So if the public school system can provide teaching and learning of equal quality to what you can get in a private school, why would anybody spend $25,000 a year to use a private school? Well, maybe for snob reasons, but not many people, have so much money they can afford to spend it on that. So if we can equip the public school system with what it needs to do as well as those private schools, then there shouldn't be an issue. And to that extent, I think it's good that there are private schools there as an element of competition, if you will, so that we can measure something against what the public schools are capable of. So there are some problems in the system, and they're not all related to money. That's the thing. We could spend a huge amount of money on the public school system and have better teacher-student ratios and better resources, and these wouldn't be a bad thing. But however, there's some things that we can do that are not going to cost all that much in comparison that could improve things markedly. And a lot of that has to do with just following evidence. So I think, for one thing, we need to look at what is taught in schools. So I'm quite a fan of the critical realist educational school of thought, which perhaps the biggest thinker in the world was Michael F.D. Young, who's a British educational philosopher and sociologist. And he had an insight that really what we need to do to overcome a lot of the socioeconomic inequality that affects education is to make sure that all students, but especially those from disadvantaged communities, have access to powerful knowledge. And powerful knowledge, he said, are things like mathematics and science and literacy, and as well, things like English and history. So the disciplines of our cultures that ground us in where we've come from, and also in what we need to do to test ideas. So things like science, for example, obviously is about testing ideas using evidence. And these are the things that I think we need to emphasise as coherent bodies of knowledge. And we can get into perhaps in question time where some of that is lacking. But the other thing that we need to focus on is the pedagogy, the teaching itself, and make sure that we're doing it in the most effective possible way. And at the moment, we're just not. There is at least 2 decades, maybe 3 decades, for which we've been teaching literacy in a way that really doesn't work optimally well, in spite of having an enormous amount of evidence from cognitive psychology and related disciplines about how to teach reading effectively. And that creates these socioeconomic gaps in learners, because those who have home resources will still do all right, but those who really need the sound science of learning behind the pedagogy they experience in schools will often struggle. So that may be a good place to conclude my opening remarks, and we can start to have some discussion.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. So each of you touched on this topic, and looking through the Slido questions, it's the one that comes up most of all, and I encourage participants to keep those questions coming through. The worry that I'm seeing through the questions is about the exacerbation of inequalities through COVID, especially for our most vulnerable. So, Michael, you said something a little controversial there about it takes more than money, but I'd like to just unpack this a little bit more from each of you about how are we going to address these growing inequalities?
Shall I comment there? Yeah, so I mean, it will take some money. It takes money to do just about anything, of course. But I don't think it takes the sort of massive resources that parents put into private schools, say, when they buy a place for their child in a private school. It takes a Ministry of Education that will use an evidence-based approach to advice to teachers. It takes faculties of education who will train teachers according to that advice and according to the evidence. And that actually, doesn't cost very much at all. It's just a change of tack in terms of how we approach preparing teachers to teach and what actually happens in schools when we teach things like literacy and numeracy. So that's why I say that it needn't be, we could get a lot of bang for not that many bucks, put it that way.
Alex or Don, would you like to come in on this?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, I mean, I agree. It's not purely a money situation in terms of throwing cash at the system, especially depends on what the nature of the problem is. If it's still a problem of students living or trying to learn online, I think that needs money. We've got to get systems to them, broadband, and that's an infrastructure issue. I think if we've got students that need to be schools catching up, what we actually need is exactly what Michael's talking about, and that's an influx of really strong professional development for our teachers that they can use while working with students. So it can't be a one-off type of professional learning. It's got to be something that's going to last for the next 2 years to help work with their students. You know, COVID's been impacting us for 2.5 years. Well, 2 years now. It's going to be for longer. It's going to take that long to fix it as well. So I think we've got to play the long game, and that is work with schools that have seen these real inequities surface, and then get some good teaching science behind them, and working with those teachers to implement those kinds of structures to help their students succeed. You know, we talked about resilience. I don't like that term, but you know, children are able to learn, and they can learn effectively with good teaching. So I think it's really about solving that problem, making sure they get the best teaching possible in those situations. And it might look different than what they're used to. Probably, in fact, it will.
Okay.
Eva, I'll come in, I guess, from a slightly different angle. But first, you know, not wanting people to walk away with the sense that, you know, IFC were unscrupulous, you know, capitalists. Not at all. I think this issue of equity in education is front and center in our thinking, in all of our investments, without exception. They are, relatively speaking, accessible. Perhaps not to the very, very base of the pyramid, to the extent that we, the companies we support, charge tuition. But don't think of the institutions we support as sort of accessible only to the elite of a particular country. We strive and help these companies actually reach as far as they can down the pyramid. Look, I think we're all still learning about this. A little bit of the evidence that I've seen, studies done by the World Bank itself, I think the impact is significant. The past couple of years have not been kind to primary and secondary students all over the world. In my sense, that makes sense, the less resources a particular system had, the worse their kids have been hit. And I don't know, I mean, Dawn and Michael are the education experts. I come at this from a different point, but in my mind, you can't make up for lost time without investing more time. So there's no magic bullet that you can get these kids and just, you know, do something and recoup the past couple of years, unless they stay, you know, twice as long in school, which then for a number of other reasons is unlikely to happen. One area, and we might not be in full agreement, technology can help. I think short sometimes of being able to afford a private education, what we have seen in many of the countries we operate in is sort of remedial services, tutoring services that leverage technology and make that available to kids at scale. It's not an ideal solution by any stretch of the imagination, but to the extent that you know, your kids are more or less forced to attend an underperforming system, and you're short of alternatives, this is better than nothing. And I say this with caveats and reservation, but I think the gap that's been created these past couple of years will not magically disapprove. And I think the only way to address this is remedial services. And there, I think technology has a role to play.
So that's a good segue, because probably the second most common theme in the questions on Slido is about technology, and specifically about online learning, with one questioner controversially suggesting that with the disruptions, maybe we should just go completely online. Maybe not going that far, but it would be interesting to hear Michael and Don, because Alex has just talked about this, about what your views about technology, specifically online learning, and what's the role there.
Yeah. Well, of course. Sorry, you go, Don.
Go ahead. I think it's an interesting one. I don't think online learning is a solution to all of our problems. I think it's a good technical resource. I think it has some real value. I think, let's talk about industry and what our industries need and what our commercial enterprises need. And I don't think we want a world where everybody's working online either. There's a real skill set. I mean, when we look at graduate profiles, what industries and businesses want from our graduates, it's communication skills, it's ability to work in groups and teams. I think online learning really struggles to create those kind of atmospheres to do that, again, especially for some groups of students. So I think we have to be careful on that. One thing that will be important is, as Alex said, it's going to take time to fix it. There's going to be a requirement for tertiary education and businesses to provide some of the opportunities for learning also now, how to work in these different kinds of environments as well. So, technology on its own won't solve it unless we have really good systems in place to help people integrate that into the everyday workplace and learning in higher ed.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think we have to distinguish between technology in general and, kids learning on Zoom or something. I think, Zoom, it's been a necessary evil. I mean, look at us. We're here today on Zoom. We probably couldn't have this conference without it. So it's certainly better than nothing. But I think it's one of the main reasons why we will see an exacerbation of inequality as a result of COVID. And I do not want to see my children or other children learning on Zoom or in these kinds of environments. Schools are social places, and we mustn't ever forget the huge importance of social learning. I feel immensely sorry for both the primary and secondary students who are at different stages of their social learning, and I've had that badly disrupted. And I agree with Alex that we will not see the legacy of this disappear quickly. Unfortunately, it's going to be with us for a while. The worst thing we could do is carry on as if this was a good thing, because while some people, I think it goes to the whole experience of lockdown itself. There are people here in Wellington who have secure jobs in academia or the public service, sitting at home in their nice houses, working away quite comfortably. There are others in crowded accommodation, losing their jobs, losing their livelihoods, losing their minds, and it's no way to live, and it's no way to learn. So, but yes, technology can certainly help. So, I mean, literacy as a technology has been with us for thousands of years, and a massively important one for education. So, of course, we should be looking at new technology and what it can offer us, but not at the expense of being together as people and the relationship that is absolutely at the heart of teaching and learning. So I don't want to see us perpetuate anything that comes from the COVID era. I want us to see us try to put it behind us. And as Alex said, it will take a while. I do think that if we focus hard on some of the things that we haven't been doing as well as we might, like, effective teaching based on the science of learning, if we started to really put that into place with gusto and enthusiasm, then we could catch up somewhat, because tragically for some time we have not been as effective as we could be by any means in some of the basics of education. So we could accelerate things if we started to do that.
Yeah, agreed.
Thank you, Michael. And you touched on the social fabric and the importance of the social fabric. And I want to switch gears a little bit and cover another important aspect of education that's come through on the Slido. And that's about the query is, what insights does the panel have on teachers' mental health and workload issues? And is there a crisis around losing teachers, which relates to the immigration panel from the Economics Forum? And then importantly, what are the solutions? So going to the staffing side of the equation. Alex, do you want to start? Or Don, go ahead. Go ahead.
Certainly, New Zealand, with its mandates, has certainly had a sudden loss of the teaching force due to the current mandates. I mean, it's an interesting profession. I think people that go into teaching learn, or the ones that survive learn early on. It's a stressful profession that takes a lot of time and effort. So, you know, I think they're ready for that and they've done well. Where the real struggles have come has certainly been, it's the uncertainty that comes across, as many of us have experienced, and having to then teach also both in online and in-person environments. I think that's challenging. If any of us have tried it, have really found that as well. And I think it just, that extra additional time that teachers are facing. There's another hidden one that's out there, and you see this, again, we're a caring profession, you know, to our strength and to our weakness at times. There's many, again, the research isn't great on this, but there's lots of anecdotal evidence of teachers spending time in the evenings with their students and trying to support them and families in crisis as well. So they're giving up their own health and well-being for their families to support other families in crisis. So I think this is where the unknowns are there, and we have to really watch for that. I think principals are doing a good job monitoring it, but many of us don't say much until it's too late.
I have a PhD student who's commencing a project on burnout in teachers, and you know, she's been in schools for a while. She teaches yoga, actually, is one of her things, and so she's coming at it from a perspective of what can be done to mitigate, as Don says, what is intrinsically quite a stressful profession. I do think that there's been an issue for a long time, which has again been exacerbated by the COVID situation, of the amount of pressure that teachers work with. And while I think there is inevitably, because you're dealing with young people, inevitably there are social problems that come into your life that your students are having because of things that are happening in their households or in their communities. Those issues are hard to deal with by their nature. I'm not sure that we do enough to support teachers in what they're expected to do. I think schools are now, you know, becoming more and more almost social work centres as well as educational centres. To an extent, perhaps they always have been, but, you know, we're seeing schools feeding children who don't have breakfast, these kinds of things. And, you know, these are good things to do, but we have to recognise the amount of pressure that puts on education workers and the extent to which burnout is a danger. And then we do lose people from the system, and that's terrible, because you lose experienced people, and it's terrible for them because, first of all, they lose their profession because they can't cope with it anymore, and also they've got a legacy of anxiety and depression to deal with. So I don't know what the answers are to this, but it's a problem that we need to recognise and try to grapple with.
Thank you, Michael. Alex, we have just a few minutes left, and I'm keen to hear your views on this topic.
So very, very briefly, look, and this is more anecdotal from the experience of some of the education institutions that we've invested in. So we monitor and talk to them often, right? And remember that we work in emerging markets, so countries with much more challenging environments than New Zealand or the US, Europe, etc. And I think that in these countries where there's virtually no safety nets, unfortunately, what we saw are schools closing, because, you know, if the teacher, him or herself, or somebody in the family is ill, or there's just no alternative, and so he or she cannot show up. That happens to a few people, the schools are closed. And we have seen So again, anecdotal, but evidence, but schools in India shut down for months on end. And that's, as I said, that there's no, there's not, and connectivity is an issue. So as bad as the Zoom class that my kids had to sit through, that's not available. It's a real loss. I think it is a huge issue. In general, it is not, unfortunately, a profession that is better remunerated across the world, certainly in emerging markets. And in countries with very little safety net, not in a bad way, but the students pay the price because the school has to shut down.
Yeah, I just want to agree with what Alex is saying as well. I mean, I have worked in Pakistan and in Tanzania, and certainly in those areas, the challenges are so much greater for all those reasons. So all the problems we're talking about are even bigger there.
And so we end this conversation on the inequities that we started with COVID. And we've covered a lot of ground. I really appreciate and want to thank our panelists for their input and has given us lots to think about. So thank you very much. Back over to you, Matt.
Kia ora, Eva, and thank you to Michael, to Alex, and to Don for that panel. When we look at the wider theme, dealing with COVID's long tail, but also that range of issues that we're facing, of course, the people that are going through some of these education systems and therefore the challenges that you've just described, also the people who are inheriting the challenging world that we're grappling with now. So it's an absolutely critical topic. We are going to go to a break. We'll have a 15-minute break now. We'll be back at 2:45. Next two sessions, we have the first on economic disparity. Be a very interesting session there, and then on to labour, productivity and migration settings, very topical. And last, we'll have the wrap with former Prime Minister Jim Bolger joining us at the end of the day. Look forward to seeing you in 15 minutes. Kia ora, welcome back to the 2022 New Zealand Economics Forum. We're going now into a session that I've been particularly looking forward to. We're going to be getting views on economic disparity. It's been a theme that's run through many of the discussions today, and one that I think the wider society is grappling with. We've got a couple of fantastic panellists here who are going to be bringing different takes on this, and hopefully we'll have some lively debate, I'm sure. So I will hand over to my colleague, Professor Anna Strutt, also from the Waikato Management School, and looking forward to this discussion. In your hands, Anna.
Thank you very much, Matt, and I've been particularly looking forward to this session too. Neil started right out in his intro comments talking about the importance of inequality. Helen Clark mentioned that COVID has globally increased inequality, and New Zealand is no exception. That certainly came through in the last session on education. So, I'm really looking forward to the insights that our panellists today will bring. Our two distinguished panellists that we have with us today, we have Professor Jonathan Boston from the School of Government at Victoria University of Wellington. And we have Matt Burgess from the New Zealand Initiative. Very, very much looking forward to the insights that each of the panellists are going to bring, but I'm also looking forward to the probing questions that the audience will bring that will really draw on the expertise of our panellists. So keep those Slido questions rolling in. And with that, I'd like to pass straight over to you, Jonathan. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Anna. Tēnā koutou katoa, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to contribute to this forum. Currently, New Zealand has significant disparities in income and wealth. These include both intra- and intergenerational disparities, along with ethnic, gender, and geographic disparities. Our attitude to these disparities is inevitably shaped by our philosophical, ideological, and religious convictions. There is no moral neutrality in this space. The territory is inherently value-laden and deeply contested. People disagree about both the ends and the means, and of course there's much complexity. For multiple ethical reasons, I believe that a just or fair society requires a broadly egalitarian approach. And this entails at least four things. First, a strong commitment to the equal value, worth, and dignity of every person, supported by a comprehensive set of equal citizenship rights. Second, a requirement to satisfy every person's basic needs, which in turn means minimizing income-based poverty and material hardship. Third, a commitment to intergenerational justice, which includes protecting ecological integrity and sustainability. And fourth, support for the principle of fair equality of opportunity applied broadly, but also to specific goods and services like education, which was the subject of a previous discussion. Our current relatively high rates of income and wealth inequality, with Gini coefficients in this country for both well above 30%, are not consistent, in my view, with these principles of justice. Moreover, there is reliable international evidence that higher rates of income and wealth inequality tend, other things being equal, to reduce social cohesion and trust, increase corruption, weaken democratic institutions, and exacerbate ecological degradation. There was a good case, in my view, for reducing income and wealth inequality in New Zealand well before the COVID-19 pandemic. But the pandemic has almost certainly increased wealth inequality and worsened intergenerational inequality, given the massive increase in house prices. The current ecological crises, climate, biodiversity loss, and so on, will ultimately impose vast additional costs on future generations unjustly. The pandemic has not, however, worsened poverty. Stats New Zealand released their latest poverty data this morning for the year ended June 2021. And in brief, across the three key primary poverty measures, child poverty rates, which essentially measure family poverty, these rates remained broadly stable over recent years or declined slightly. As a result, 2 of the 3 intermediate targets that the government set for child poverty reduction have been met. Nevertheless, significant rates of poverty remain, and there has been little change to the rates of severe material hardship over recent years, which is particularly concerning. I had expected material hardship rates to increase in the year to June 2021 because of the pandemic, but it did not. Perhaps for 2 reasons. First, the government's multiple COVID response measures appear to have been relatively successful. For example, median household disposable incomes were up around 4.5% in the year to June 2021. Second, Stats New Zealand doesn't interview destitute people or those in emergency housing. And it is quite likely that the COVID pandemic increased the number of such people. For those who accept the case for lower rates of income and wealth inequality, including less poverty, the fundamental question is how to do so in the most cost-effective and sustainable manner. And there's no simple answer. Unfortunately, there is a powerful political asymmetry at work. It is much easier politically to increase inequality than to reduce it. Also, in a globalized world, there are constraints on what individual nations can do. Broadly speaking, the key to reducing economic inequality is enhancing the redistributive impact of the tax and welfare system or the transfer system. On the tax side, there are obviously various options, but they're all problematic for one reason or another. The options include capital gains taxes, land taxes, wealth taxes, inheritance or wealth transfer taxes like the lifetime gifts tax in Ireland, and more progressive income taxes. And I note that at least some OECD economists favour a combination of a capital gains tax and an inheritance tax. On the income transfer side, the current options in New Zealand include more generous welfare benefits, more generous tax credits, such as the family tax credit, linking core benefit rates to prices as well as wages, as they are now, and increasing the age of eligibility for New Zealand super, say, to 70 years. In relation to housing, which Matt will probably speak more about, housing is critical to wealth inequality, and it's interesting that New Zealand successfully increased home ownership rates very substantially during the immediate post-war period, and significantly increased the social housing stock as a proportion of the total housing stock. And ideally, we need to do both these things again because we went backwards for the last 40 years. I realise that will be difficult, not least fiscally. So to conclude, as an egalitarian, I lament the current levels of income and wealth inequality, locally and globally. I think they're thoroughly bad. I accept, however, that there's no optimal level of economic inequality, but I would prefer less for the reasons I've indicated. There is, however, no easy way to achieve this goal, but in my view, we should at least try. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Jonathan, for those rich insights and your perspective, and including some very, very fresh data. So that was great to keep us up to date with the latest data that's been released there. So thank you very much, Jonathan. Matt, let's turn to your insights, please. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the invitation to speak. Helen Clark was right. Wealth inequality has increased in this country over the last 2 years. Our Gini Wealth Index has increased from 67 2 years ago to 69 or 70, depending on which source you look at. Our wealth inequality is about double on the Gini measure of income inequality. It's substantially higher, but that's in line with most, if not all, other countries around the world. Wealth is just less equal when you look around the world compared to income. The good news is that New Zealand is at the bottom end of the wealth inequality when you look across countries. We're in the, I guess you'd say, the best or the least unequal 20% of countries around the world. And we're actually moving down that scale towards more inequality in relative terms compared to other countries. So that's the good news of the story. Now, of course, the reason we're talking about wealth distribution is because over the last 2 years in particular, asset prices have essentially gone vertical. And in New Zealand, of course, it's housing of all assets that matters the most. Housing is about half our net wealth of the average household in this country. It's a big deal. And of course, prices have gone not quite vertical, but not too far from it. The average house in New Zealand is now $1 million. The average house price in Auckland City, $1.7 million. These numbers are shocking, in my view. New Zealand has the worst performing housing market in the OECD over the last 30 years in terms of real increase in prices. So we've got a serious problem. In terms of wealth distribution, housing has actually had a negative impact on inequality. A really interesting study from Treasury recently showed that the increase in house prices has improved or reduced inequality within the group of homeowners, which is a large group. 64% of houses are owner-occupied in this country. It's increased inequality between non-homeowners and homeowners, but that's a small enough group that the within homeowner group effect dominates. So surprisingly, housing has actually had a negative impact on wealth inequality, even though wealth inequality overall has increased in the last 2 years. Treasury 10% increase in house prices reduces wealth inequality by 0.7%, which is quite a substantial effect. So look, why does wealth inequality matter? And I think there's at least two reasons why we need to think about it, or it's worth considering. The first is, what's the relationship between wealth distribution and social outcomes that we care about? Do changes in wealth distribution tell us something about outcomes for people on the ground? And the second, I think, particularly with respect to housing, is the increase in housing telling us something or leading to exclusion, which for such an important asset class. So looking at the literature on wealth inequality, it's not a huge literature because I think in part wealth is hard to measure, particularly in this country where we don't tax it. The relationship between wealth distribution and social outcomes like life expectancy, education outcomes, infant mortality is surprisingly ambiguous. Essentially, there is no consistent relationship with wealth distribution and those outcomes in the way there is with that other measure of inequality, income inequality. So in terms of a metric that you can look at and infer bad things are happening on the ground for real people, wealth distribution and changes in wealth distribution isn't a particularly good measure. Income inequality is much more interesting and arguably important compared to wealth, even though wealth, of course, has been on the news over the last couple of years. In terms of house prices, home ownership rates have fallen substantially, I think, as Jonathan mentioned. 73% home ownership rate 30 years ago, all the way down to 64% today. The change, who's won and lost from that fall in home ownership? 20 and 30-year-olds have lost by more than other age categories, but not by that much. Another interesting thing, share of first home buyers of all home sales has been roughly static over the last 20 years. There hasn't been a collapse in first home buyers. They're still buying about a quarter of all home purchases. So on its face, the picture in terms of exclusion, despite this massive increase in house prices, is that not too many people are being locked out of the market in the way we might have expected. But one final data point on this, which comes from Australia, I couldn't find an equivalent number for New Zealand. What percentage of first home buyers are getting help from their parents? In 2010, 12 years ago, in Australia, that number was 3%. Today, it's 60%. And if it's anything like something similar going on here in New Zealand, that could be a serious question. For those whose parents don't own homes, aren't in the market, they may well be excluded, and that's potentially a very serious issue. So look, I'll wrap it up there, but I think, in terms of the outlook, it's been an interesting picture statistically. It hasn't yet turned into serious outcomes at the front line on social outcomes. But ahead of us, now we've got inflation, we've got interest rate rises on the horizon, we've got rents going up by 10% in the last year. Rents have been a safety valve in the New Zealand housing market. We've had persistent increases in house prices over the last 3 decades, more than anywhere else in the OECD. Rents have been pretty stable in this country, and now they're taking off. So it's potentially we're in uncharted territory and potentially interesting and dangerous territory, I think, over the next 2 years potentially. Back to you, Anna.
Thanks very much, Matt. Thanks for very sharply reminding us of the importance of housing to equality issues, and my kids will certainly be hoping that the Australian data applies to New Zealand as well. Thanks also for, sharply reminding us of the importance of looking at income versus wealth inequality, because there are some significant differences there. What I'd like to do now is move on to a few questions. The first question is actually going to be addressed to both of you, and that is, let's say you've got a magic policy wand. Both of you express some desire to reduce inequality, perhaps in different forms, but what's the number one policy intervention with this magic policy wand? What's the number one policy intervention that you would make to reduce inequality?
Do you want me to start, Anna?
Go ahead, Jonathan.
Yes. Okay. So I don't think there's one magic wand here. We need a combination of measures, and those measures would need to be applied over a significant period of time to make a substantive and sustained difference. So I would be, as I was sort of indicating in my remarks, trying to pull both the tax levers and the income transfer levers. There may be also labour market levers one could move as well, but I would focus on the tax transfer system. I'm not a tax policy expert, but from what I've read, I think there is a reasonably convincing case for a capital gains tax, a reasonably comprehensive capital gains tax, and I certainly think there's a case for some kind of inheritance tax or a lifetime gift tax. On the transfer side, I would argue, as I have over many years, for a further increase in core welfare benefits and for more generous tax credits, particularly the family tax credit. And I would also argue for increasing the age of eligibility for New Zealand super. We now have a situation where an ever-increasing number of people aged 65 plus are working, and yet they're eligible for universal, relatively low-taxed income transfer. And I don't think that is either fair or reasonable in the kind of circumstances we're in. So a raft of measures, many of which would be politically very difficult to introduce.
So lots of policy ones is what you would like, Matt?
Fix the housing market. I might be a broken record on this, I'm afraid, but look, housing really matters. When you look at the before and after housing costs data, particularly Brian Perry at MSD, housing's enormous. I mean, it really is. New Zealand, we're pretty good on a lot of things, but we're terrible at housing, and it affects everybody. It affects those at the bottom the most, actually. Higher proportion of income goes on housing if you're in the bottom end of income, and it's a big number. So, and if you want to get really specific about the thing to fix in housing, it is that housing supply. That's not more subsidies, and it's convincing councils to release more land and build more water infrastructure in particular. And so the very specific measure, if I had a magic wand, it would be to improve councils' ability to fund water infrastructure, get the pricing right, get their access to finance right, get the incentives right, and maybe that's already happened with recent policy changes, and then watch 1,000 flowers bloom. And I think you'll see, the basic model in all of this is that good policy that works, policy that targets the right areas is going to fix, or it's going to raise all boats, and you're going to see inequality, among lots of other things, moving in the right direction.
Anna, could I quickly respond? Please. Just simply to say, I agree with Matt that housing is absolutely pivotal, but it's not enough. So it's necessary but not sufficient. And I, for one, don't support the idea of just simply paving ever more green fields with concrete. However the water infrastructure is funded, I'd much prefer we increase our housing density and go up. But I appreciate the problem there is NIMBYism, and that's a political problem. But from an environmental point of view, I think we need to ensure we keep our green belts around our cities and we protect valuable agricultural land from ever greater sort of increases from urban sprawl, which also has big implications for transport and so forth. Anyway, that's enough from me.
Can I respond to that, if you don't mind? Look, I don't necessarily disagree, at least in gross terms, with Jonathan, but let's just get serious about the trade-offs here. You know, productive agricultural land, human consequences from having a persistent, severe undersupply of housing. That means you've got overcrowding in damp homes, people getting sick, high share of their incomes going on housing as opposed to everything else they'd like to enjoy in life. You know, that's the trade-off, and I think it's pretty steep. And as nice as, you know, potatoes growing in productive land immediately outside Auckland might be, I'm much more concerned about the thousands, tens of thousands of people that are effectively locked out of the housing market right now. So, you know, the trade-off's very steep here.
But we can go up as well as out.
Indeed, and we should do both.
A policy that I don't recall either of you mentioning is the proposed income insurance scheme. What do you think this would do to income inequality?
Not much.
Oh, Matt, do you want to go first?
I don't think it's going to do much. Actually, it's workers that are paying into the pool. It's workers that are drawing out from the pool, you know, compared to other things, you know, superannuation, other transfers, tax, housing. Look, I don't think the scheme's, I think it's going to be pretty much a wash in terms of distribution.
Yes, I would tend to agree with that, but I would add two other elements. The first is what impact might an unemployment and health insurance scheme have on core benefit rates and the benefit system generally. There are concerns that some people I know that it would result in a less generous benefit system, which would then impact particularly on disadvantaged people. I'm not sure that the international evidence is consistent with that view. In fact, I think it's not. The second aspect, which I think we need to think about, is what impact would increasing the amount of social insurance in our system, moving beyond ACC and into unemployment and health, what will that do to the political economy of the welfare state and the way which people, ordinary voters, think about the welfare state? My reading of the international evidence is that social insurance tends to enhance support for the welfare state as an overall kind of entity. And it does that because when people are paying into schemes and getting earnings-related benefits if they need it because they become unemployed, there's a sense of reciprocity. People contribute and then they get assistance if they need it, in a way that a tax-funded, flat-rate, means-tested system of the kind that we have doesn't generate that kind of perspective. So very simply, I think there's a possibility that enhancing social insurance could actually help strengthen the welfare state, and to that extent actually help reduce inequality long run. But I may be wrong.
Jonathan, there's a specific question that's come through for you. You mentioned that income inequality is influenced in part by the people who are voting. Is there a case for reforming the way we vote to reduce the influence of older people and wealthier people?
Well, having said in my remarks that I believe in equal citizenship rights, I certainly have no desire to reduce the political rights of particular sections of the community. There is a case for reducing the voting age from 18 to 16. I happen to support that, but I don't think it would make a huge difference. But it might, if we did, ensure that younger people are more likely to vote, because it would mean that people would start voting at school, and it would get them familiar with the whole process of being a citizen and contributing to public life. But no, I don't think changing the electoral system is going to make any difference in the overall scheme of things to income and wealth inequality.
And a question that will take you both into some slightly different space: why does the toolbox to reduce income inequality not reach beyond tax transfer, maybe even housing, Matt, and include investment in healthy early child development and skills? Matt, would you like to start with that one?
Well, look, I think it does. I mean, the whole idea of the social investment program under the previous government was to do exactly that, to find opportunities to invest early and make a huge difference. With data, you need data to find these opportunities, and it's really hard to do, especially from the centre. That was the whole idea. So that absolutely is part of the toolkit. The problem is the technical difficulty of actually achieving it. In a system from the centre, it's just hard to do, but I think it's going to happen.
And I'd completely agree with Matt. We only had 5 minutes, so it's not possible to kind of cover the whole raft of policies that influence income and wealth distribution, which obviously vast range of policies have some impact, covering health, housing, education, tertiary education and so forth.
So that would certainly be another one that you might look at adding to the toolkit there. Let's move on to...
We already can spend quite a lot on early childhood education. Right. There is certainly a case, I think, for giving more weight to the early years relative to perhaps the later years of education. But we already invest quite heavily in that field.
Thanks. Let's perhaps take you to a broader question. There's been quite a theme of the impact of COVID, including on inequality, through a number of the presentations during the day. I wonder your views about whether COVID has permanently changed the dynamics of inequality in New Zealand. Has it done something permanent that's changed the dynamics, or is it just another transitory impact that doesn't fundamentally change anything about the inequality situation in New Zealand?
I can have a go at that.
Go ahead, Matt.
So I've thought of, maybe this is oversimplifying it, but I've thought of COVID as an exogenous shock that's come not as the product of economic malaise or malinvestment within the economy, but it's just come from the outside. It's hit us pretty hard, and it's caused disruption while it's here. But I've long thought that ultimately the fundamental dynamics within the economy don't need to change in response. And we can have this sort of bullish view that we can bounce back rapidly, re-establish the networks that have been lost. They're still there. They may not be connected right now, but they can be re-established quickly because there isn't that normal thing you get in a recession of having to reorganise the economy, shut down businesses, free up capital, shift it to somewhere else and all of that. I've always felt that the recovery from COVID will be faster than it will be from other recessions. The thing that gives me pause, though, is that policy settings may not go back to what they were. Now we've got inflation and a lot of fiscal impulse still in the pipeline, and also Zoom. Just the fact that people might be keep working from home after all of this. Those are potential longer-lasting structural changes. None of it seems to have any obvious direct implication for inequality. You've got, the one thing you would say is you've got a bigger government coming out on the other side of this, and that may have consequences for inequality. But in terms of COVID per se, I can't see anything for inequality in that.
Jonathan, do you share that view?
Can I say I broadly agree with Matt, but I would add two things. First, that if you think about this globally, many countries have experienced significant increase in their levels of public debt. And that runs the risk of exacerbating intergenerational inequality, particularly given that many of the people who have suffered quite a lot from COVID have been young people in school or in early years of work or in tertiary education. The second thing, though, is this, and this is, we will take years to find out, but I'm sitting in an office across the road from an encampment of thousands of people, most of whom are probably low income or unemployed or retired or semi-retired. Many of them, I think, are quite sort of marginalised from the mainstream of New Zealand society. And many of them are very aggrieved by what COVID has done to them. Some of them have lost their jobs because they've refused to be vaccinated and so on. My sense is that COVID has, among other things, exposed and heightened some significant tensions and dislocations within our society. And that concerns me. And the effects of that could be quite long-lasting. I hope not, but I guess we'll find out.
One of the other, sorry, just to pick up on something Jonathan said, inflation, of course. What we are getting out of COVID is inflation, not just us, right around the world. That does have consequences for inequality. That will tend to hurt people at the bottom end. That's what inflation does. The good news is that certainly I think for New Zealand, it will be transitory. In 18 months, we will be back within 1 to 3%. That's substantially because well, you know, I've actually looked at the history of inflations and they are about 2 years long on average. And actually New Zealand's pretty well placed to recover from inflation. The institutions are sound, got an independent central bank, nice clean legislation. It's a good setup, and we've got low public debt, and that really counts. It makes the promise credible when the Reserve Bank says we're getting back to target. Now consider the situation in Europe. Christine Lagarde, the president of the European Central Bank, has got 1 or 2 or 3 members that are going to exit rather in a disorderly way if interest rates rise too much further. Italy's sitting 160% public debt. Greece is more than 200%. It's a serious problem when interest rates go up when it's time to fight inflation. So they're sitting there hoping that their inflation really is transitory and just COVID, nothing to do with all zero interest rates and spending. We'll wait and see. But for Europe, where debt is high, inflation is a serious problem. So, you know, as a funny reminder, we needed the value of fiscal prudence and a clean balance sheet. New Zealand's going to win relative, certainly to Europe and a lot of other countries in the OECD coming out of this.
Well, I agree with that, Matt, but just one, I guess, question mark, and that is what Russia does over the coming weeks and months, and then what the response might be. That could potentially have profound implications for oil markets and gas markets with long-term increases in fossil fuel prices, which may be good for climate change in the long run, but won't be good for global inflation.
Well, isn't it wonderful to be in a country that's crown debt of 40% and not 150?
Absolutely.
My gosh, at nervous times in Italy, I would have thought.
And I think we're going to have to wrap this session up now, but of course these topics, including inflation, will be picked up again tomorrow when we have Adrian Orr presenting to us. Huge topics. I know we've only had time to scratch the surface of some of these, and we certainly haven't got into the data issues, and we've really focused more on New Zealand than global inequality, and that's a whole story in its own right as well. And I'm not sure whether your response to the COVID question would have been the same if the question had been on global inequality. But, you know, thank you so much for your very, very rich insights, the expertise that you brought, the reminding us of this new data that's just out, Jonathan, and Matt reminding us not to take our eye off that housing market, because that really matters greatly for income disparities in New Zealand. So thank you so much. Thanks also to our audience, you guys who've been sending the questions through Slido. Really appreciate those, and with much gratitude, thank you very much to our panellists.
Thanks, Anna. Thank you.
Kia ora. Fantastic session, and foreshadowed much of tomorrow's program, where we will be touching on inflation, we'll be touching on fiscal policy, and touching on housing infrastructure. And the last comments there about the geopolitical scene, we've got a session tomorrow late in the morning on geopolitics as well. So I guess it goes to show the interlinked nature of some of these topics. We're moving now to another session, the last panel session of today, before we welcome Jim Bolger back in to do the last session. So this one is going to be really interesting. Productivity, immigration and labour, critical issues. The borders have been closed. New Zealand's had a long history of struggling to shift the dial on productivity. And I will hand back across to Stephen Joyce, who's going to facilitate this discussion for the next panel. Stephen, over to you.
Thanks very much, Matt. And a very good previous panel. No challenge to our new panellists to get the discussion going as strongly as that, but we will definitely give it a decent crack. We have two, I would say, voluble participants in this debate. Firstly, We have John Gibson, Professor of Economics at the Waikato Management School, and Simon Chappell, who's the Director of Institute for Governance and Policy Studies at Victoria University of Wellington. The subject is the labour market, immigration policy to enhance productivity. And the labour market has already become quite a strong theme through this conference forum to date. And the reason for that is there's so much change going on. Certainly COVID has caused a fair bit of it in terms of closing the New Zealand labour market off from the rest of the world for the last 2 years. But we also have a government that has made absolutely no secret that it wants to change immigration policy, and quite significantly. And we have labour market policies internally which also signal quite significant changes. And depending on your perspective, they're either long overdue or a worrying return to rigidity in the labour markets, take your pick. And so to try and make sense of this for us, we have John Gibson and Simon Chappell. I should note that Simon unfortunately has a technology issue in Wellington, hopefully unrelated to what's been going down there with the protest. So he'll be coming to us in audio only. Meanwhile, John Gibson looks like he's actually orbiting the planet at this point with his backdrop. So John, welcome to you with your excellent perspective from above us all. Could you launch into it? And by the way, gentlemen, about 7 minutes each to lay out your stall, and then let's do the discussion. Thanks very much, John.
Perfect. Thanks very much, Stephen. So Ukraine's actually just at the back of my shoulder, if you can see there, and we might talk about that in a moment. So over the last 4 censuses in New Zealand, the foreign-born share has gone from roughly 1 in 6 people, 18%, to now more than 1 in 4 people, 26%. And it's worth thinking about how unusual that is. If we compare ourselves with small OECD countries, and so countries of around about between 2 million and 6 million, 8 million, it doesn't really matter, almost all of whom are right behind me in this picture of Europe at night, they've seen almost no change in the foreign-born share. And so in New Zealand, we've now got twice as large of a foreign-born share as our comparator countries. If we compare ourselves with Australia, Australia's always had a larger foreign-born share, but we've basically very rapidly closed the gap. And so the foreign-born share in New Zealand proportionately rose 44%, while in Australia it only rose 26%. And if you think about it for a moment, then it's pretty clear this is almost entirely policy-driven rather than being driven by economic fundamentals. And so the distance or the time it takes someone to fly from New Zealand to Sydney, 3 hours, once we can do it again, within Europe, someone deciding to move to Europe to a small OECD country there can cover 750 million people. And so you've got a large market. You've got a market which is much richer and which actually has seen much faster productivity growth. And so it's surprising that we've got such a strong inward growth in migration from the stocks. I prefer working with the census compared with comparators. And at the same time, as you know, and as many people watching will know, our productivity record has been pretty dismal. So we hide that partly by working longer hours. And so the correct way to look at this is in real GDP per hour worked. And compared to the top half of the OECD, which is something we once aspired to rejoin, we're working about 67% as productively. And so real GDP per hour worked in New Zealand is only about 2/3 as high as it is for the top half of the OECD. If we compare ourselves with the bottom half, and the bottom half includes a lot of these small countries in Europe, which up until 30 years ago faced really bad incentives under central planning, well, they've got far, far higher productivity growth. And so it's only Greece and Mexico for whom our productivity growth has been better. And so we've had this massive growth in immigration. We've had this largely stagnant productivity growth. And what growth we have had in productivity has been primarily in the primary sector, and it primarily occurred in the 1980s and the 1990s in the early post-reform era, not in the period since 2000. And the other symptom, and I talked about this last year, is that we're an increasingly inward-looking economy. And so the share of foreign trade to GDP in New Zealand is far lower than it is for other small OECD countries, and it's going down rather than up. And so we're getting more and more inward-looking. We're focusing much more on the non-tradeds, particularly on housing, real estate, and that's again a sign of an economy which isn't terribly productive and isn't terribly competitive in some sense. And so again, it makes it surprising that we would have such strong inward migration compared with places which are doing much better. Now, the problem is, and the hypothesis that the inward migration is raising the real exchange rate, which is skewing incentives towards the non-tradable sector, is very closely associated with Michael Riddell, former Reserve Bank economist. I'm a microeconomist rather than a macroeconomist, and so it's difficult for microeconomists to look at macro evidence and say, well, you know, am I fully convinced by this, because the standard of proof is quite different between things. And so I'm going to talk about two micro bits of information which people may or may not know and which might be relevant to this. So the first one relates to housing. And so what we've seen is that for a standard deviation higher foreign born share in New Zealand at the very small level, at the area unit level, which is the suburb level, then we see the native born home ownership rate go down by 1/6 of a standard deviation. And much of it occurs not directly, but through spillover effects. And so if we're going to have a big inward migration push, then having really restrictive land market settings in urban areas, as Matt Burgess just talked about, was really inconsistent with that. And so we got the worst of both worlds. The second little bit of micro information I'll talk about, because it's not all doom and gloom on migration programs, and they're not all cut of the same cloth. From the get-go of the RSE, the Recognised Seasonal Employment Scheme, then I've been involved along with the World Bank, along with David McKenzie, along with people in Wellington in analysing it. And so we do see pretty big productivity effects of that particular migration scheme. And so when we were able to look at physical productivity, how many apples or how many grapefruit or other things that people were picking, the foreign workers were picking 50% more or more productive than the New Zealand contract labour, and about 80% more than the casual labour backpackers. And so there was a really big micro level productivity shock. And that showed up at the sectoral level because we have about $1 billion per year pre-COVID extra exports from kiwi fruit, apple and wine, which are the three big sectors affected by RSE. And last year, or late 2020, there was a report by NZIER which fed into the Productivity Commission, which emphasized the idea of substitution. But actually, when we look at this particular example, then it's much more a story about complementarity, because most of the employers who had now a guaranteed source of labor from the RSE workers from Vanuatu, Tonga, and so forth, then expanded and actually were employing more New Zealand workers as well. And so it's a rather more complicated picture than we typically get. So, because you asked me to speculate or contemplate on the issue, is this a good time for us to keep the door shut? And I would argue that actually, despite the macro level productivity story, it's not necessarily a terribly good time to keep the door shut. And there's a kind of smugness, if I'm going to put it there, and last year Alan Bollard used the kind hermit kingdom. It might now be the smug hermit kingdom rather than kind hermit kingdom, where people in New Zealand assume that we can just turn the tap on or off because of course people want to come here. And it's not clear to me that that's true. It's not clear it was ever true, and it's certainly not clear that it is true currently. And so just even thinking about seasonal migration for the moment, when New Zealand first set this scheme up, Australia struggled to get theirs going, and Dick Bedford, emeritus professor here at the university, pointed out that once Australia got their scheme up and running, they would be a preferred destination for many Pacific Island workers. And indeed, that proved to be true, and the disruptions to COVID is going to make that even more so. But the big picture here is that starting 3 decades ago, the world economy basically absorbed a huge meal of opening up a new frontier of labor, which was 1 billion workers who were stuck previously behind the Iron Curtain and behind really bad incentives of central planning in China and Eastern Europe. And certainly with some disruption, it absorbed them, brought about this era of globalization, brought about a really big fall in absolute inequality across countries, but very disruptive within countries. And now it's looking for more labor. So it's no surprise that China is very, very active in Africa, and it's not just there for raw materials, it's there for youthful labor markets because it's run out of labor. The East Asia region of the Asia Development Bank is going to see the working age population fall by 200 million people between now and 2050. And so there's a huge competition for labor. It used to be just at the skilled level, but it's increasingly at the less skilled level as well. And it's just not at all clear that we're as well positioned as we think we are to just automatically turn on the tap and find that there's this willing supply. And so with that, I'll leave it for Simon to pick up.
Great work. Thank you, John. And a lot there to digest. I've written down about 4 things I want to come back to, which we'll see if we manage in the time available. Simon, you've been listening to John there. It'd be interesting in your perspective at this point. Let's try and keep it to the 7. I think John almost got to 10 minutes, but try and keep it to the 7. And then we'll get time for some discussion at the end. Simon.
Great. Thank you, Stephen, and thank you, John. I guess my starting point is to say that New Zealand has a long-run history of relatively poor productivity that probably dates back to the Second World War. And in the biggest picture, we've had 2 broad explanations for this. One is we've basically had poor government policy, be that spend, tax, regulate. The second explanation is the tyranny of distance argument that John has touched on in terms of the small economies in Europe and their distance from major markets. We also need to be aware that productivity here is not the be-all and end-all of well-being. It's important, but policy doesn't start or stop there. So if we're thinking of policy behind poor productivity, to what extent can we conceive of immigration as a policy solution? Economic theory says the simplest model of immigration says that there's a relatively small immediate gain from immigration. There is a big redistribution from the factor that's becoming less scarce to the scarce factor. But in the longer term, with constant returns, we're simply replicating production processes ad infinitum with immigration. So no gains in the long term. The minute you complexify it, the conclusion gets more complicated. But your best bet for a productivity impact from immigration is if people who come in bust up production functions. They come in with new ideas, new ways of doing things, and they innovate. The challenge, of course, is that we have great difficulty in identifying those people in the first instance, and in the second instance, ensuring that they come to New Zealand. In terms of the evidence we have, John's touched on some of the recent relationship between very high rates of immigration and a lack of a productivity response. And this is not really very surprising, because if we look at the income survey data from the Household Labour Force survey, we find that on average immigrants earn pretty much the same or slightly lower wages than New Zealanders as a whole. So that suggests on average they're about as productive as the average New Zealander. We're not going to get a big immigration gain there. All the evidence suggests if you're going to run an immigration policy, you want to get people who are not like the average. You either want people at the bottom end of the labour market who are very different from the average, or the top end of the labour market. Obviously, they have very different implications for inequality. Now, the further issue, sorry, is if we don't have access to the sorts of scale economies that Europe has because we don't have the population, can we get there through a big New Zealand strategy? Well, if we had 3 times our population, we had 15 million people, we would still be 15 million people miles from anywhere. So the short answer is no, it's highly unlikely that big New Zealand is going to overcome the tyranny of distance. In terms of a couple of the issues raised by John, in terms of census data, we need to be aware that in addition to more people coming over the border as citizens or as residents, we've had enormous growth in people coming to New Zealand temporarily with a right to work. And in fact, the growth here has in some cases been larger. Working holiday visas have exploded. Students who have the right to work in New Zealand, those numbers have exploded. In some ways, it almost seems like we're selling the right to work in New Zealand rather than the right to study. So numbers have been very large. In terms of what's happened through the COVID lockdown, which is a really interesting experiment, we observe ourselves with a rate of unemployment that it's historically at its lowest level since we first started collecting the data in 1986. Correlation, of course, is not causation. And the Reserve Bank indeed has argued that the structural unemployment rate has risen as a consequence of no longer being able to use migrants to fill skill shortages. Now, if that was the case, we would anticipate in the current environment seeing a lot more wage pressure if structural unemployment's gone up. But we've got wage inflation at the moment, massively lagging consumer price inflation in a very low unemployment environment. So it's not a plausible story. Where I get to overall on this is that, broadly speaking, migration is very second order in terms of our productivity. Yes, we do need people, and I would argue we need people who are at the high skilled end of the distribution. We probably could do with fewer people than we've had in recent times. The issue here is, in terms of productivity, do we buy the smarts from overseas or do we build it in New Zealand? And I think historically we have seen buying the smarts as a reason for not doing building well in this country. We need to focus much more on building the skill sets of people in New Zealand and doing that effectively, rather than trying, in effect, the last vestige of central planning in New Zealand is picking winners in terms of immigrants. We've tried it. It hasn't worked particularly well. We need to focus on the real things, building people. Thanks, Stephen. Thanks, John.
Thank you, Simon. Great start, everybody. Just want to pick up on one thing, because it's happened already today. Somebody else has said that we're not seeing any wage inflation yet. Isn't it possible that we're just not measuring it yet? Certainly anecdotally, and maybe it's just in the industries I walk in, but wage inflation is about to hit us fairly hard, I think, going on the construction sector, going on the professional services sector, the farming sector. You know, we're starting to rack it up. So maybe it's just not showing in the numbers yet. Would you say that potentially?
I'm uncertain about that. I think you can tell a plausible story along those lines. Every time new wage data comes out, though, I'm struggling to see it in the data. So one story is the sort of the long and variable lag story, which the Reserve Bank is running with, and it's possibly true. A second story is that, and this is one I've recently started running, is the new Public Sector Act effectively gives massive monopoly power to the Public Sector Commission and is therefore very effective in screwing down public servants' wages, which effectively are frozen. And this has spilled over into the private sector, since the private sector don't need to compete with the public sector. And so, in fact, the Public Sector Act has been very good in terms of lowering the rate of unemployment at which we can comfortably operate. So that's one possible story there. But I mean, I guess, Stephen, the proof of the pudding there is going to be in the eating over the next year to 18 months, whether that wage pressure genuinely starts coming through, and the Reserve Bank have indicated in their position. Okay,
well, let's leave that there at the moment, because I don't think we can answer it. We could trade anecdote for anecdote, I'm sure, for some time. Gentlemen, what does good look like? I mean, how real is this isolation argument? Because I've been grappling with it, you know, in the time that I was in government, and there's no doubt about it, this country is a long way from markets. Some would say that our high levels of productivity historically post-World War II and leading up to Britain joining the EEC was really because we were located right next door to the UK. We were Britain's farm, and there was effectively, as soon as they joined the EEC, we were shunted off to the South Pacific in geographical terms, and haven't been back since. Is it realistic even? What are the tools that we can pull to defeat this, geographic isolation? I mean, or is it a case of we are where we are? John first.
Yeah. So. It's true that certain costs have fallen dramatically for spatially transacting, what we're doing at the moment, right? So we've got some people in Wellington and so forth. But the paradoxical argument is that because of that, then what we demand becomes ever more complex. And so many of the things which require actual face-to-face have put more of a premium. And so rather than being the case that, the Thomas Friedman, the world has become flat, the argument is very much that actually the world became more and more curved, and location became much more important. And of course, we were in the wrong place. You raise the point, what levers can policymakers pull? So a few years ago, David McKenzie, who's a New Zealander at the World Bank, and I surveyed the best and brightest from New Zealand and a few other countries. And so these are people that all central planners in immigration would love to have as inward immigrants. You know, they were math Olympians, chemistry Olympians, duxers of good schools, and so on and so forth. And by age 40 for the New Zealanders, it's about a three-way split. So a third of them are overseas and are pretty much going to stay overseas, and that included David. About a third of them have been overseas but have come back, and about a third of them have never been overseas for long-term work or study. So they've stayed in New Zealand throughout. And the people who came back, which are really the target market for some of these questions, leave a lot of money on the table. And so they could be earning around about $100,000 per year more overseas than they earn in New Zealand. And so we asked them, you know, what was it that attracted you back? And none of it was things that you in your former role or your successors could do anything about, because it was a chance to have the growing up experience that they experienced, connecting with family and so forth. Now, what's happened for 2 years is all of those things, if they're overseas, have really been unavailable to them. And indeed, again, this sort of smugness almost of saying, well, you deserved it because you went overseas, you betrayed us. And so, you know, this is the basis of the grounded Kiwis case and so forth. There's really very little that policymakers can do to attract and alter these flows. And so I think we've just got to be a lot more realistic about how undesirable in some ways we are. And obviously people are going to say, oh, look at that guy, he's just talking us down. But it's just the reality of where we are compared with where the rest of the world has moved.
Okay. Now, what about you, Simon? On the issue of how real is this isolationism, and what policy levers can be pulled to counter, not isolationism, sorry, isolation?
Yeah, I mean, really interesting. I've got kids who are in their mid to late teens, and obviously as a parent, I'd love to have them still in New Zealand. They perceive massive opportunities overseas compared to New Zealand, which of course I did too, and I took advantage of those opportunities. But there's another push factor, and it harks back to the previous session. My kids are utterly convinced that they will never be able to afford a house in this country, and the only way that they will be able to afford to own a house will be going abroad. And these are a 16-year-old and an 18-year-old. So, you know, even as simple things as getting the housing market right are really important. Now, I'd like to chuck in an anecdote that in some respects beefs up John's one. I worked for a portion of my academic career on the Dunedin Child Longitudinal Study, and it tracks all the children born in a cohort of about 1,000 kids wherever they go around the world. And we thought that these people would go overseas in their 20s and then they would bounce back in their late 20s. Well, that didn't happen. They stayed overseas. The interesting thing, however, as they got older, they relocated, and they relocated from the Northern Hemisphere to the Southern Hemisphere. So you might be working in London and New York, but you don't come back to Auckland or Wellington or Dunedin. You come back to a major Australian city. And so the other reason that people go overseas is for the amenity value of lots of other concentrated numbers of people around. There are the arts, there's listening to interesting people talk, there is the whole big city vibe. Auckland is an overgrown, medium-sized city. Australia offers, Sydney and Melbourne are truly international cities. So those are all challenges we as a country have to overcome. I think John's right. The principal attraction is to get New Zealanders back is, the chance to grow up in, this society and this culture. I'm a pessimist on this one. Generally speaking, I think there's probably relatively little we can do as a country to permanently shift our productivity growth rate. We can do things that improve our productivity level, but I do not see a higher long-term growth rate arising out of anything policymakers in Wellington can do.
Okay, that's sobering. I would note too that, of course, Auckland, the city that I live in, often thinks of itself as pretty big, but it's the 5th largest city in Australasia and doesn't like to be reminded of that. Because you're making an exactly right point. I've got a brother who's just returned to Sydney, and so many people do exactly that. Well, one of the questions from our audience is what would here's a chance for you guys to write the policy. What do you think, given your comments about the limitations of public policy? Nevertheless, politicians have to do things, right? So in terms of designing an immigration policy post-COVID, because we are in this rather unique position where it's been stopped and now gets to start again, and obviously in Wellington they're talking about pulling the levers. They're very excited about the opportunity to construct a new immigration policy. So what would you two do, and what would be your approach to attracting that high-skilled labour force, but also ensuring local skill upgrading, and the comments that Simon was making earlier about grow your own as well. And I think we can definitely take that as a desirable thing. I know from years as Minister of Tertiary Education that just doubling the number of engineering graduates took a huge amount of heavy lifting. But nevertheless, there's definitely a need to do that. So what would you do? Let's start with Simon.
What would I do? Well, first of all, I would get rid of any rights that students have to work in New Zealand. So if you're coming to New Zealand, you're not going to be operating in the low-skilled end of the labour market to the detriment of others who operate in that labour market. And equally, the right to work. Working holiday visas, I think, tend to create a dynamic at the bottom of the labour market where we've got 300,000 New Zealanders who are on a welfare benefit, which we need to provide as much incentive as possible to get work. We need to think about why it is that we get so many migrants in the middle of the income distribution. And we need to think much harder about exactly who do we want to buy in, what are the set of skills in New Zealand where it is not worth our while spending money educating people. And I'd like to finish, Stephen, by picking up on your politicians have to do things. Well, no, they don't have to do things. Doing nothing is always an option. So again, there are limitations here about what politicians can actually do. And sometimes it's worth not pulling on a lever because, in effect, the negatives overwhelm the positives of punting a ball into the dark. We've punted a lot of balls into the dark in New Zealand in the last 30 years in search of the chimera which will unlock the treasure trove of productivity, and we've been incredibly unsuccessful in unlocking that. So maybe there isn't that treasure trove out there.
I was being slightly mischievous in that comment, but nevertheless, it's interesting because I think your comments there sounded quite central planning in terms of who we should train and in what areas. I mean, isn't that the difficulty here? That it's the individual choice we have to cater to, and it seems that the reality of, for example, fruit picking in our fruit picking regions is such that, unfortunately, a lot of young Kiwis don't want to do it.
Yep, that's absolutely true. They don't. And so the question arises, is it better that we reallocate the resources that are currently in the fruit industry and put them elsewhere where there may be longer term options for productivity? I think there's very much a mentality amongst New Zealand employers, which has only grown in the last decade or so, that they have a right to what Arthur Lewis called unlimited supplies of labour at the going real wage. And what that does is encourages a employer mindset and a strategy that focuses on replication as opposed to innovation. Because there's no induced innovation by saying, oh my God, it's costing me a lot more to hire workers. What are new, smart and different ways of doing things? As opposed to, I've got a business model that works, and if it stops working, I'll knock on the government's door and they'll let more workers in.
Right, let John respond to that. Thank you, Simon. And also those questions I asked Simon as well, John. So you've got your magic wand. What would you do?
Sure, thanks. So I think the first thing that needs to be done is to raise the standard of what counts as evaluation in Wellington, but more generally, right? So we've got some migration programs, which I think we can make a plausible argument for, that they enhance our comparative advantage. They're sensible things to do. They don't necessarily put terribly large strain on resources in central cities, and I'm thinking particularly of the RSE. But what's required to evaluate and make that claim is far beyond what typically passes for evaluation. We think of, Provincial Growth Fund or all sorts of things, and it's frankly terrible, right? So the Nobel Prize in Economics in 2021 and in 2019 both went to what we would call better ways of working out, did X cause Y? Well, so much of what politicians want to do is, first of all, they want to play with the X's, as you and Simon have pointed out, but they would like some evidence that, well, did X actually cause Y? Okay, and what counts as evidence in New Zealand has often been pretty weak. And so we need to first raise the standard of that. Now, of course, an academic would say that because we think that's going to be more work for us. But once we've done that, then we can say, okay, let's go through all of these various types of migration. Let's go through student migration. Let's go through family reunification migration. Let's go through lower skilled seasonal work. Let's go through top talent. Which one of these seem to be ones which are actually having an impact and which ones don't? That would be the basis of building. And unfortunately, we've got into an equilibrium where we really are almost evaluation free. Where major changes are done, and there's some not terribly rigorous ex post. Well, it looks like it improved well-being. Well, I'm not convinced. So yeah.
Can I respond very briefly to that, Stephen, and go and say that I 100% agree with what John's said. The quality of our feedback loops in this country is incredibly poor.
And that's actually become a theme through the day. We were discussing this in the business session earlier, same sort of discussion about the quality of, in that case, the quality of implementation, which I think also comes to real question. Look, thank you very much for your time. We're out of time. I know we've only just scratched the surface, but you've certainly stimulated some discussion. I hope some of my former colleagues in Wellington get a chance to see this session, perhaps over the weekend. But thank you both very, very much indeed, and thank you, Simon, for persevering despite the technology challenges. And we'll catch up with you both again soon. Thanks.
Right.
And now we go to another session which I think gives us an opportunity to look at the slightly broader sweep of where we sit relative to the last 40 years anyway, by talking to a former Prime Minister who has seen a lot of things in his time in government. Jim Bolger, of course, was in government in the 70s, 80s and 90s, which makes him a much more resilient politician than I ever was, and understands that sweep of history and that challenge of change. So we are in tumultuous times. We are certainly seeing a lot of change right now, so I'm pleased to be able to introduce Jim. Thank you for joining us. And it's great to have you here.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, everybody, and good afternoon all. Sorry we can't meet in person. We could have a chat and find the real thinking of people. Look, get beside the Governor of the Reserve Bank and see what he's really going to do with interest rates. But no, we can't do that. So it's disappointing we can't get beside everybody. But the changes that the pandemic has caused, of course, to society have been touched on by many, if not all, the speakers today. And the implications of those are still to be played out and how we might see them. But I want to very warmly congratulate the university for bringing together what I describe as a stellar lineup of speakers. I think it's tremendous. I especially acknowledge my former colleague, the Right Honourable Helen Clark, for her, I think, insightful thoughts on a variety of issues, particularly international ones. Collectively, of course, very important issues have been raised and discussed, and I hope that they will encourage people to seek new or search for new thinking and new ideas. As I put it here, I don't believe we can continue to rely on Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations, which was written in 1776, for today's problems. From a New Zealand perspective, it's important that this forum continues, if I might add, plug for the university, on an annual basis, a sort of a New Zealand Davos, if you like, where ideas can be promoted, debated, shared, discussed. As you probably know from the program, the title of my remarks is Leading in a Changing World. My approach to that is to challenge all of us to think carefully but boldly on the leadership our changing world requires. Now, you're talking about changing world if we don't do something about it. On the issue of leadership, there are two big issues that leaders must face. One is a willingness to, when necessary, to put old ideas aside. That's a challenge. And display the capacity to embrace new ideas and accept that some earlier decisions you made were now wrong or simply that circumstances have changed. And secondly, most importantly, to have the ability to see, as it were, a different tomorrow, a more just tomorrow. We've talked a lot about that, more just tomorrow. And then the ability to devise, determine, or detect emerging new options, and the courage, importantly, the courage to accept them. Big issues like a 4-day week or even a universal basic income. Now, that might address some of the social issues we talked about today. Prepare the public for the impact that artificial intelligence and robots will have on the world of work. Those in leadership positions, and it's always difficult, need to talk about the implications of these and how we might respond to them. Easy to say, but with regards to economic policy, many are inclined to stay with the tried and true and hope for better results the next time round. Here, Albert Einstein's definition of insanity is relevant. Broadly, it was, repeat the same policy, but expect a different result. It doesn't work. That means if we want different outcomes, and every speaker has been in that space, want different outcomes tomorrow, if we want a more equitable and fair society tomorrow, if we want more focus on protecting Mother Earth, then policies have to change. That's the bottom line. The challenge of change was reflected on by Keynes when he observed that, quote, "When the facts change, I change my mind. What do you do, sir?" The answer to that question, from my experience, is that most seek to find a way to avoid whatever the issue is. Take, for example, just been touched on, the reality that with an aging population, New Zealand will have to slowly raise the age at which people qualify for universal superannuation. The OECD raised the issue again in its recent report, but again, it was just brushed aside. Every economist and leader at this gathering knows that the age at which people qualify for national superannuation must go up. And the sooner we and the government have the courage to say so, the more time people have to prepare. Further, it's a given that we need to protect the vulnerable with this change. In my term as Prime Minister, we faced the issue and lifted the qualifying age from 60 to 65 over a 5-year period. And while that was strongly opposed at the time, you will have noted that no politician now says it should go back to 60 years. My point is that to make big, difficult changes, you need to have done your homework. That's essential. Then you have to have the political courage to front up to your critics and explain to them the need for the change. And remember, difficult issues don't go away by ignoring them. Thinking of courage, I'm sure that all have watched some of the remarkable athletes demonstrating their incredible skills at the Beijing Winter Olympics. Just amazing stuff. But you may have also been fortunate enough to see on the screen another woman of courage, Dame Whina Cooper, holding the hand of a young child as she started her hikoi from the far north to Parliament. So little history to start. Yes, it has relevance to the issue of change. The late Dame Whina commenced her long march in late 1975 to deliver a petition to Parliament on historic grievances regarding the alienation of Maori land. She addressed her remarks to the then Prime Minister, Bill Rowling, and all members of Parliament. The petition, which is framed and hangs in a prominent position in our home, is dated the 13th of October 1975 and states in its opening, quote, Greetings to you in whose assembly is vested all the powers to amend and adjust all laws which inflict injustice and hardship on the Maori people, and in whom is vested the power to confirm all promises which are made to give relief to the Indigenous people of New Zealand under Her Majesty's Magna Carta. Long live the Queen. Quote, end of quote. The petition then advanced some key issues that should be addressed. A few weeks later, of course, the November 75 election was held and saw a return of the National Party and a different Prime Minister, Rob Muldoon. And I was appointed the Parliamentary Under-Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Maori Affairs, the Right Honourable Duncan McIntyre. In that position, I became Chair of the Maori Affairs Select Committee, and as Chair of the committee, I agreed to hold a meeting to hear Dame Fina's petition in Auckland. I must add that petition had over 200 additional signatures as well as Dame Fina's. We on the committee heard passionate submissions outlining the many grievances that in common justice had to be addressed. Now let me move forward 15 years to 1990 when I became Prime Minister. And drawing on the developments of those years and reflecting on Dame Fina's petition, I decided that the honour of the country demanded that we must do better. With the support of other ministers, but especially Sir Douglas Graham, then Minister of Treaty Negotiations, we started a new approach. That new approach was clearly going to cost much more, and the Treasury suggested an additional $250 million. But that clearly would have been inadequate, so I put forward $1 billion. Yes, a huge sum in those days, but already the cost is over $2 billion and much more to come. From my perspective, a relatively small amount to help bring honour to New Zealand and help create the huge and growing Maori economy, of which we heard a little about earlier today. I was pleased to hear it. A few days back, the Te Uruwera Board, of which I'm a member, held its regular meeting. And thinking back to my title, Leading in a Changing World, you may recall how 7 years back, the then Minister of Treaty Negotiations, the Honourable Chris Finlayson, and Tuhoi agreed to a totally new and bold approach to settling Ngā Tahu's treaty claims. I was involved in the last meetings. Instead of long and divisive negotiations on who owned the Uruweras, the Crown and Tuhoi agreed to a totally new approach, that the Uruweras own itself. The land which endures forever owns itself. And we who live but a short while have a duty to care for the land. The Te Uruwera Board has the responsibility to speak, in law, to speak for the land and care for the land. That new approach has now been picked up by other countries like Canada and India. Now the hard part. You're not getting away easy. Hard part and the challenge to senior economic thinkers, looking out at the gross inequality spoken about often today. The inequality across New Zealand and the world, can you suggest an equally bold new approach as we did in treaty settlements? Surely no one is going to suggest just tinker with the present model, with hunger and climate crisis advancing almost everywhere. For example, the whole bag hunger in New Zealand, in 2022, we distribute more and more food parcels. We don't talk much about that when talking of a team of 5 million or when talking about the strength of the economy. And we don't talk about how daily more families can't afford a home. That's been touched on. And about 10,000 are in emergency housing costing $350 million. When I went on the Q&A program on TV1 a few weeks back, discussing the characteristics I would look for in a leader, I drew on Professor Rebecca Henderson of Harvard's new book titled Reimagining Capitalism in a World on Fire. I encourage you all to read it, as she dissects much that she sees as wrong with the current economic model. You don't have to agree with all of it, but looking around New Zealand and the world, we do need to reimagine capitalism. I won't try and cover all the points made in the book. I won't do that at all. I'll just instead quote a little from the back page. back cover. Reimagining, it said, Reimagining Capitalism in a World on Fire is the definitive book about the make or break point now facing business. The capitalist system as we know it is doomed unless we can really fix climate change, raise wages, remake our politics, and take meaningful action about the issues of inequality and structural racism. We've touched on those today. It goes on. Reimagining capitalism requires balancing the enormous power of the free market with the power of democratic, accountable government and strong civil society. I end the quote. But to back it up, I'll give you a stark example from the book based on US statistics. Unfortunately, I couldn't find comparable ones for New Zealand, but these are stark. Between 1946 and 1980, US total pre-tax income nearly doubled. The poorest half of the population saw their income increase slightly more than double, while the richest 10% saw a slightly smaller increase. Then going forward, and this is the crucial bit that we're dealing with today, going forward between 1980 and 2014, pre-tax national income grew by 61%, but the income of the poorest half grew by only 1%, while the income of the top 10% grew by 121%. Just reflect on that for a moment when we were talking about inequality earlier. And the income of the top 1%, of course, more than tripled. If you want a more just and more equitable world, we have much work to do. So where to next? Going forward, we could hopefully agree that the environment is a common good belonging to all and meant for all, so we should treat it accordingly. Can we also agree on the principle, with the goal of meeting the needs of all rather than the unlimited wants, greed of the few? If you sign up to those 2 points, you are signing up to a big change in how we measure progress. I believe such a change is needed and agree with the economist and thinker, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, who put it this way, quote, "Our greatest illusion is that a healthy society can be organized by the single-minded pursuit of wealth," close quote. Today, the almost universal measure of success is economic growth as measured by GDP, gross domestic product. In the context of this discussion, to really measure societal progress, we must develop a more inclusive index that not only measures money transactions, but also important personal and community issues such as health, education, all touched on, housing, of course, pollution, and broader environmental issues, to replace GDP as a measure of progress. Dr. Marilyn Waring, a doctoral graduate of this university, is one of those who has written extensively on this issue, and I invite thought leaders here today and elsewhere to engage with her, because we mustn't just talk about these issues, we must develop policies to address them. That's the important part going forward, developing new policies. And please don't say it's too hard. Think of the changes we have accepted in our lives in response to the COVID pandemic. We've agreed to isolate ourselves for long stretches. We have worked, attended meetings and had deeply personal conversations talking to our computers or laptops. We have taken online courses and seen doctors and therapists using telemedicine. People previously ignored are now designated as essential workers, but unfortunately are often still on a very modest income. But a little bit of courage, and that's simple to resolve. I could go on, but back to the beginning, the issue is to find the political will and the public will to accept big policy shifts. So let me conclude. This is not a call to overthrow capitalism, but a call to use the energy and drive of individual initiative and open markets to create new opportunities. But having done that, to change the discussion from only individual advancement to community advancement. Leading in a changing world requires we move past economic slogans or slogan economics and slick PR through to carefully thought out policies that address real community concerns. And important, listen carefully, as sadly there are very many unhappy people across New Zealand today. Don't just dismiss them as losers or nutcases. Yes, some maybe. But as a society, we need to hear and respond to legitimate concerns. This could, as others have said, be a very challenging issue if the world economy was to move into recession as a result of the Russian actions in the Ukraine. I leave it there. Thank you for your attention. I'm happy to accept your questions.
Thank you very much, Jim. That was a very thought-provoking and appropriately challenging set of comments, so thank you very much indeed. I'm happy to have questions. We've got one or two on the question machine, so please pass them in. I'm going to ask Jim a couple of things to start us off. We've got about 10 minutes to go. Jim, in terms of your own experience in politics, we're going through obviously a quite dramatic period of change brought on by the pandemic, first time in 100 years. We all know about the challenges of Russia's approach to the Ukraine, and the world has to some degree been tipped up over the last 2 years from what was a reasonably settled period prior to that, or at least back to the GFC. But in terms of your experiences and your understanding of political history, how do you think this period rates as over the last, say, last 100 years, or at least back to the 70s? I mean, are we dealing with the sort of changes that we were dealing when Britain joined the EU and so on, which was really tipped up New Zealand society? What do you think? Where do you think we sit in this current period in terms of the dramatic nature of the change, or are we dealing with a passing phenomenon?
I don't think it's passing. I think it's permanent, and the change will be permanent, and that's why I touched on things like a 4-day working week and even the universal basic income. I think there are big issues coming down, and I would like to see society discussing them. I'd like our leaders to be discussing them, even if they want to dismiss them. I think you can't just brush them out. But I think if you go right back to the 30s depression, which some of us don't remember, but we know of from parents talking about them, the challenge is in that scale, I think, to face an entirely different world. And why that's important and why it fits into my remarks, Stephen, is that at that stage, after that, there was a radical change in economic thinking and economic policy. The difference between the response of the government today and the response of the government in the 30s is stark. In the 30s, they still tried to balance the books. That was front and centre of the Finance Minister of New Zealand's goals at that stage. It was a disaster. This time, the Finance Minister almost seems to have had a policy to print more money. We've increased our debt dramatically to take New Zealand through this period. So I think we have approached it quite differently. We need to, but we are still not focusing on approaching the change that technology is going to pick up and move forward after the pandemic.
You mentioned superannuation, and I think we both speak as people who at least tried to adjust the super age. Unfortunately, in my case, in 2017, Winston had other ideas. But is there room now, do you think, for a consensus on some of these things? Unfortunately, the default position of governments seems to be, let's not scare the horses, let's not make the chain, let's kick the can down the road. But I suppose with a pandemic, you can argue, don't waste a good crisis. If you need to actually make some of these changes, you should get on with it. And that's the old Winston Churchill quote, isn't it?
Absolutely. They should get on with it. Clearly, as I said, deferring big decisions doesn't make them go away. And this decision only gets worse. People need to know what's certain. One of the challenges, and we know people are uncertain in today's world, one of the challenges is to bring back certainty. You need to, managing change, big change, is go from a period of certainty, of certainty, then move quickly through the uncertain place to certainty again. Quick as possible. Don't leave people pondering the uncertainty. Give them the facts, tell them what's going to happen, and move there, and don't waffle around.
That's a very good point, because you touched on the disaffected through COVID, and the most visible group is the people camped outside Parliament. But we don't have to walk very far in life to hear other people now who are also disaffected and have had their lives turned up. And I think of the time in history with the Longy government and the end of SMPs and so on, where there was probably a similar, where people had been doing the right thing, they'd been doing the things the government told them to do, and then suddenly it all changed on them. And that feels a bit like that today for some of these industries. So what's your message there? Because they would sit and say, gosh, not more change. We need some return to normality.
Well, they need to go to a new normality. They have to move from the position of stability they had before the pandemic to the new position of stability as quickly as possible. That means government policies have to be made quickly, firmly and clear, so people know where they're going to be. And we must move away from just leaving it all floating in the air, and because that's what kills people, metaphorically. I mean, the uncertainty of not knowing what tomorrow brings. Try and remove the uncertainty and give people certainty. What people want to know is certainty in their lives.
That's been one of the debates through the pandemic, with a lot of people arguing for more certainty from the government. When will this happen? When will that happen? And then supporters of the government coming back and saying, well, we don't know. So, the Prime Minister's right to say we don't know. But what you're saying is, I'm detecting anyway, and you correct me, is that you're better to say something definitive anyway, almost, or as definitive as you can be.
I think, but most of these issues we could be definitive on. I mean, I think while the pandemic is untamed, if that's the word, the uncertainty was unnecessary in some spaces. I mean, the uncertainty about instant testing has been unnecessary. I mean, we could have made that decision a long time ago. We could have made the decision that we had the testing kits in New Zealand now, not still just waiting for them. They'll be here tomorrow, maybe the next day or the day after or the week after. There are things you can do if that's your ambition to get certainty, and I think we need to do more of that. But we need to do more of it across the economy too. I mean, it'd be foolish to pretend that this pandemic is just going to have an impact and then vanish. We started today or yesterday with starting the rise of interest rates. Well, I, through my political career, lived through very, very, very high interest rates and know all about very, very high inflation rates. And if anybody believes, and I'd like some of the economists to respond, I know we can't in this forum, but anybody believes that inflation is just going to go up and then vanish, I'd invite them to read history, because that's not what's going to happen. That's unfortunate. It's worse than unfortunate, but that's what we are going to now struggle with for a few years to get inflation back down to the levels we want, which is 3%, up to a maximum of 3% in the Reserve Bank Act. So I think we're in for a challenging transition, and the clearer we can give advice to the public as to what's going to happen, the more stable society will be.
Thank you. Two quick questions to finish from the viewers. Firstly, one of them says, beyond GDP and well-being economics, the economics of well-being and the term beyond GDP has been around now for about 20 years, and it's been promoted by organisations such as the OECD. Why do you think it hasn't had more traction in the last 20 years when it's obviously something that you feel quite strongly about as well?
Because it's more complex, and people like the simplicity of GDP. It's there in black and white, metaphorically, Stephen, you can just count it and measure it and add. But I've often used the example, the extraordinary tragedy of the terrorist attack in the Christchurch mosques. That added to GDP. The help that society gave to those distraught communities added nothing in the terms of measuring GDP. And the starkness of those two positions, I think, should persuade more New Zealanders that we need a different measure. And I just go back, I visited the remote Himalayan kingdom of Bhutan once a few years back. And in that remote kingdom in the mountains, beautiful place on a sunny day, wouldn't be that good in winter. And they introduced a global happiness index. Yes, challenging and complex to contemplate how you measure that, but they are moving forward on it, and I wish them well.
And finally, a topic that sort of it casts a shadow on this gathering and around the world, of course, is Ukraine and Russia. Questioner has asked, from your experience in Washington, of course you were ambassador there for our country for a period of time, what advice would you give President Biden now if you had the opportunity regarding Russia and the Ukraine?
First of all, he has to be firm. From my perspective, and it's only my perspective, and there's many writing on this, President Putin has decided there is a weakness in the Western position. He has very cleverly orchestrated the move. I don't think it was go back when he assisted those two provinces to break away from Ukraine proper, but he now has a sort of an explainable cause. He's going in to help through independent republics. He will already, or has already started to say they're threatened by Ukraine and therefore he has to send in troops to protect them. The tragic reminder this is telling you and me is when Hitler invaded the Sudetenland in Czechoslovakia as an excuse to start World War II. And he had the same reason. The Sudetenland people were mainly German speakers, just as the ones in the two breakaway provinces are mainly Russian speakers. In fact, they're all Russian speakers through there. But so we're seeing history sadly has appearances of repeating. Hopefully, the power of the, I guess, persuasive power and the solidarity of the Western countries who demonstrably are collectively much stronger than Russia will persuade Putin that the ultimate folly he could do is to try and start a proper war. But God willing, that's what happens. But at the moment, we're in a very unstable position, and that instability is going to impact on New Zealand, whether it's through economics or through societal values. So it's a tough time, Stephen.
Yep. Thank you, Jim. And I concur with your worries about the echoes of history in that regard. Yeah. Look, thank you very, very much for your time this afternoon. Very much appreciated it. And I think the challenge you've given is one that this forum is up for in terms of becoming a place to share ideas and challenge ourselves to examine new ideas, which is the whole point. If you can't do it in a forum like this, then where can you do it? So thank you very much.
That's why I brought in that huge change we made in the treaty settlements. We moved from trying to spend endless time determining whose land it was and took a totally new and bold approach. And I think in economic thinking, and I've listened to the whole of today's presentation and it's been very, very good. I'm still waiting to see the new thinking. Most of it was repeating thinking I've heard for many, many years. I really encourage people to try and think a different framework.
Thank you very much. Jim Bolger, everybody.
Thanks.
Thank you for joining us. Well, there we go, the end of a really good day. And somebody looks vaguely similar to Jim sitting next to me now.
That's right. You can imagine what Easter's going to be like in my household. It might sound a little bit like the last half hour. I was going to ask you a question, Stephen. We've had an enormous day. Thank you to all those that have been with us in Zoom. Thanks to all of the presenters. You're sitting in a unique position here. You're obviously still engaged in the world of business, the world of policy. You've been in the hot seat in government through a tumultuous time yourself. What have you picked up as the biggest themes when you connect, starting with Carolee this morning, from Treasury right through, we've had Helen Clark and Jim Bolger from different sides of the House. Both have had roles within New Zealand and globally, and a whole bunch of other topics in between. What have been the big themes you've picked up?
Well, obviously the rate of change that's going on right now, and actually all our speakers in various ways are grappling with that change in their own thinking as well as what other people are going through. I think that's a big part of it. I think what was fascinating a bit for me was some themes that I didn't expect necessarily, although I think they are enduring themes, and one is the quality of policy development and implementation in this country and evaluation. We do tend to, and partly it's the joy of being small, right? So we do tend to go, oh, let's just do that. And you get a bunch of people in the Corrie Lounge, they talk to the minister, and suddenly it's a good idea, and away we go. So, not so much the Corrie Lounge lately, of course, but so I think so some big changes coming, and we need to make sure they're in the right direction. Because I agree with Jim, there needs to be change, but there needs to be change that we understand why we're making the change and what we're doing. So if you look at the discussions around productivity is fascinating. You've got two people probably on opposite sides of the debate, Simon Chappell and John Gibson, both asking the question, are we really trying to create a rod for our own backs with this challenge in productivity? And maybe we have to measure things a slightly different way in this country. Well, that, a few years ago was political heresy. I mean, politicians have always been beaten around the ears about productivity levels as measured by stats departments and censuses and so on. So that's a significant one. I think that discussions around the health sector, there's some real challenges there to current Health Minister and the Ministry of Health, which, let's face it, the Ministry of Health hasn't covered itself in glory lately. And the Ministry is making some changes. And unfortunately, all three members of the panel, we didn't get Des Gorman in the end, but he and I had a preliminary discussion. All three members of the panel were of the view that the changes that were being, they are hugely expensive, a lot of change. We're effectively just changing the bureaucracy at the top again to make us feel good about what might happen, but doesn't actually change anything in terms of patient-centred care, in terms of putting the care in the right places. I mean, that's a big red flag for the government, because these are people with different views. They're not all on one side of the spectrum or other. So there's some significant sectoral stuff. We heard from the business sector, the Māori economy, some of the challenges that they're going through, and I think you've got to listen to those people, because they need to have an understanding of where we're going, which was the point that Jim picked up, which is that people do mind change, but people cope with change better if they know where we're going, and there's some debate about that. So, and over across the top of the whole thing is these big macroeconomic issues: inflation, fiscal policy, debt. You could add housing into that as a theme that's run through the day. And so that leads us nicely into tomorrow, I think, because that's when we hit some of those big macroeconomic issues.
Yes, yeah, the agenda turns out to work. Reflecting on what you've said, something that struck me today, if you read through the program, looked at the issues that you've just touched on, look at tomorrow, monetary, fiscal, policy, geopolitical, housing issues, each one of these could be unpacked into a two-day conference. Oh, yeah. There is so much going on. So I was also struck by the comment there at the end when we're talking about productivity and labour, and both John and Simon had made the points about measurement. There are so many reforms in play. And if you then listen to Jim Bolger now talking about the need for bolder thinking, a huge challenge in this is landing things, is execution, and is the analysis, right where we started with Treasury and Carolee this morning, is actually seeing how these things interrelate, because you'd have to say, listening to today, there's a high risk of unintended consequences playing out just because there are so many moving pieces at the time while you've got exogenous shocks.
Well, I was quite troubled, actually, and I thought Brian Chappell spoke very well, but when I learned that Treasury doesn't have an overarching sort of unit devoted to assessing all these labour market reforms at this point in time. And I'm thinking, well, there's a lot going on. We've got new immigration policies, we've got the fair pay agreements, we've got the big increases in minimum wage, we've got the social insurance. And I know how government works. I mean, every policy group that comes up with these policies, they do their own analysis, which is fine. Sometimes needs improvement, but nevertheless, there's some good policy that comes out. But you do need to be, when you're doing a lot of stuff at once, you do need to look over it and have somebody going, and this is Treasury's ideal role, is to be saying, right, let's look at this in totality. Now, where is this heading? And being prepared to stand up and say, well, we're either in favour of it and these are the reasons, or we're concerned about it.
Mm. Yeah, it's a fascinating time. Look, we will wrap up for today. We've had fantastic discussion. Again, a huge thanks to everybody that's joined us online, and particularly to our presenters and moderators for the day. Thank you, Stephen, for joining us. We will be back tomorrow. So again, a big day. We will start at 8:40 tomorrow morning, brief recap, and then straight into it with Reserve Bank Governor Adrian Orr, followed by a panel discussion around monetary policy, a very strong panel around fiscal policy. And then if you're looking for more protein in the meal, we've got a session on housing, and we'll wrap up before lunch with a session on geopolitics. And we're in a stage where we don't know what the geopolitical situation will be like by tomorrow lunchtime. And so fascinating times, challenging times. These are some pretty weighty topics. It's been very good discussion today, and we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Thanks all, and until tomorrow.
Tapatapatu ki te rangi whakaea kauana. Kei runga te koti pū, kei raro te koti hono. Ki kona koutou mihi mai ai tangi mai ai ka mau te hono. Whiti tū whiti ara rānea te rangi e tū nei au ake, rānea te papa e takoto nei au ake. Whakahonoretia ki ngi tū heitia pōtatau te whero te tua whitu nau mai ki te ware wānanga o Waikato.
In the heart of its Hamilton campus, the University of Waikato is building an innovative and versatile new facility. Designed to transform the on-campus experience for students and the community, the PA will be an all-seasons hub for everyone. In a prime location on the campus, the PA provides a new gateway to the university. Across an expansive marae ātea, the face of a new university wharenui will provide the shape and inspiration for the broader complex of the PA. The wharenui will embrace the history, heritage and mana of Waikato, Tainui and the Kingitanga. This will be a premier space for teaching and learning and a place of mana and pride for the university. Along the northern face of the PA, the central campus walkway leads from the marae to the student hub. With spaces tailored for socialising, resting and recharging, the hub will be the year-round home of campus life. A generous central atrium incorporates a selection of food retailers, breakout spaces, social spaces and meeting rooms throughout, extending to the Faculty of Māori and Indigenous Studies and senior leadership space on the upper level. A large stage will host performances and events including student welcomes, graduations, celebrations and other university and community activities. The lift tower and bridge will connect the upper and lower levels of the campus, improving accessibility and mobility across the university. The PA is the largest capital project in the history of the university. It represents our commitment to students and student learning, to innovation, distinctiveness and to a transformative campus experience. With its diverse spaces and multiple functions, the PA will be an all-seasons campus destination for students, staff and the wider community. The PA, it's for you, for me, for all of us. Māku, mau, mā tātou katoa.